entertainment and sport when there was an administration change. And so the registry covers all the major sectors in Jamaica: music, film, animation, fashion and design, literary and visual arts, I said literary arts already, craft, and cultural communities, so the Maroons and the Taino communities in Jamaica. So it is intended to incentivize and to provide structure and to provide data to the government on all of the practitioners that are resident in Jamaica. Jamaica, we understood very early that we needed to make some very strategic connections with other ministries, departments, and agencies. So, for example, the registry became a platform to undergird the CSME skill certificate for creatives. So persons have to register on the registry. I may be preempting you. Am I? No? Okay. So in these strategic partnerships, we had relationships with the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. We had relationships with other ministries, departments, and agencies in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, so that we could actually bring creatives and get information from creatives so that we could have evidence-based policy making. What kind of data do we collect? We collect biographic data, sectors of practice. We also collect data on the demographic data in terms of male-female breakdown. So for example, Jamaica, we currently have about 70% male, 72% actually, and 28% female registrants on the registry. Is that representative of the sector? Those are some of the things that we're trying to parse through in relation to the overall ecosystem of the cultural and creative industries in Jamaica. But one of the most important things for Jamaica is that we include entertainment, because entertainment is one of those areas that is, as I've said, entertainment is a way by which we understand culture and we signify culture in Jamaica. So entertainment practitioners are separate from cultural practitioners and creative practitioners. And so I'll stop there so that because to give the other panelists some opportunity to speak on that.
All right, good morning to my panelists, good morning to the audience. My name is Orlando Romain. I am the advisor, special envoy in the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Creative Economy. My minister is here, so I'm trying to keep my job. Let me firstly, thank the CDB for putting on this important conversation. When we speak about the creative economy and we speak about data, essentially we're speaking about visibility. And that is one of the areas that has long been a challenge for the creative sector in terms of development. Visibility. There is not sufficient data, not just in creative, in most countries on the creative sector. And so it's imperative for any country who is serious about developing the creative sector to first and foremost start to collect data and leverage data to make better decisions. In Grenada, when we started our creative economy thrust in 2022, we formed the Office of Creative Affairs, which is a department specifically focused on investing and developing the creative sector. One of the first projects we did was set up our registry. That was back in 2022. And we did that because we knew the concept of a creative economy was new. And we needed to be able to justify and raise awareness about it. So what we did was host a conference called Unleash, where we brought together all stakeholders, the creators, the bankers, the lawyers, the educators, the policymakers, to discuss the creative economy, and then we launched our registry at that event. So it allowed us to capture quite a few registrations at that particular event. But we designed our registry with reciprocity in mind, because we knew nobody likes to give their data. And so you have to incentivize the creators to provide their data. So our database or our platform has a service delivery mechanism attached to it, where we're able to not only collect data, but we're also able to deliver critical services like applications for concessions to that platform. So it's one of the mechanisms we use to incentivize creators. and also as a communication tool. There's a lot of opportunities that floats around the internet. The creators themselves are busy doing their work and they don't hunt for these opportunities. We collect them and we disseminate them to them. So we have a very active, very healthy database. It's about 1,000 registered creators right now. And that's within the space of 2 to 3 years. Right? I don't think it's fully representative of the creative sector. We're still, as previous speaker said, we're still trying to work through what is the exact representation. But it certainly is a start. And we are actually on version 2 of our creative registries. But we had some learning in the beginning, and we're now optimizing that registry for even more service delivery. But yeah, so I'll pause it.
Excellent, thank you. I can see you all now, because this is a conversation. This sets the tone really well for the contribution from Trinidad and Tobago, because my knowledge is that it's the first registry, cultural registry in the English-speaking Caribbean. So tell us a little about that.
All right, good morning again. Thank you, CDB and SIF, for inviting us to be a part of this particular panel and discussion for the symposium. Once again, my name is Daniela Carrington. I'm a cultural officer at the Culture Division, Ministry of Culture and Community Development. I've actually had a very long-standing relationship with the registry. It was established in 2009 as a cabinet-approved program by a government as a way of incentivizing corporate citizens to engage in philanthropy and investment in the arts. But it focused specifically on film sector, performing arts, visual arts, and then later on there were amendments to include fashion. And that was one of the things that when you look at how you're talking about incentivizing support for the creatives and the development of the registry, the fact that research would have gone into knowing that we want to identify particular sectors in which you want to encourage that level of investment. But the registry actually was formally launched in 2011, and it serves as a database to capture all creatives in Trinidad and Tobago, regardless if they're housed within the country, within the Caribbean region, or operating internationally. And it has a formal registration process. We cover individuals, organizations, creative works, as well as festivals. And we would follow a creative and cultural industries rubric in terms of those particular fields of endeavor that, run the gamut. But the thing that is really important is that we also take into consideration the local context. So when you're talking about persons who perform in steel pan, traditional knowledge, things that are more indigenous to the country, we try to represent that. So our fields of endeavor are not limited. We try as much as possible to represent the sector and how it evolves. I would say that the data for the registry has been utilized in a very strategic way, because we would have engaged in a cultural mapping exercise, I think in 2013 or 2014, supported by Dr. Suzanne Burke, who's an expert in cultural policy. And the data from the registry, the persons who were part of the registry at that time, formed as the survey group or focus group in gathering data to kind of get a snapshot of how the creative sector operates, some of the areas for improvement, some of the challenges that are faced in this sector. And so that mapping exercise is deemed as a way to help inform policy development and intervention. So the registry data served for that particular purpose. Other than that, I would say that our registry has evolved, as I was talking about, in terms of optimization, and our registry database actually had went through various iterations. Most recently, we did an upgrade supported by a Creative Caribbean Play grant as a collaborative project between our performing arts space, the Naprimo Bowl, and the division, where we were able to do a serious upgrade of the database and website to optimize the data that is going to come out from that, as well as make the whole platform more user-friendly. And the thing about the registry, I've always said, is that it serves as a resource tool. And yes, it would have been established to incentivize corporate support, but over time, you can see within the ministry, as well as private sector individuals, that they can utilize the registry for a lot more beyond the idea of investment in the arts from a corporate standpoint. So I see that there's a lot more in store for our registry as it grows. And I would love to say that what has really been a great thing to see is the support we have with our regional partners. So I remember when the Minister of Culture in Barbados came to us to actually find out about the registry. Representatives from Grenada came as well, representatives from Jamaica and a consultant from Jamaica. Because I guess we took that first leap and we said, you know what, we're engaging in information sharing and willing to say what we did good and what we know we can learn from to help support the development of our other registries or our regional partners.
Excellent. And Barbados, tell us about, we're here now, we're in Carry Festa, the height of Carry Festa. Tell us about your registry mechanism.
Yes, good morning. My name is Wandra White. I'm the Senior Business Development Officer at the National Culture Foundation. And my department actually manages the registry. I did come to Trinidad in 2015 once we had launched the Culture Industries Development Act to look at some of the pitfalls or some of the benefits that they had experienced. I think at that time we discussed also linking to Australia as well. Yes, our national registry came out of the Culture Industries Development Act, and it had a specific purpose of being able to bring a lot of our creatives into the formal sector and be able to demonstrate their value, and that's the overall goal of it. So in order to access any of the concessions in the Culture Industries Development Act, whether that's investment, duty-free concessions, VAT waivers, etc., you needed to be registered in the Act. And the Act also had a provision for the Culture Industries Development Fund, which we later established. And so to access anything from the Culture Industry Development Act, you needed to be registered. That process allowed us to capture over 3,000 creatives who had never been captured before. What I would say in terms of our development is that throughout the process, while we started to talk about the orange economy, we hadn't actually looked at the specific sectors. So the traditional sectors were there, festivals, music, film. But during COVID, a really important thing happened. We had to really pivot. And what we saw the growth of were some design sectors that we never thought about. So particularly in cosmetics, which became a very big sector for us and continues to grow. So when we talk about spa and wellness, we've never factored the design of those products into the app. So we then had to make changes for that. We've had two mappings of the culture industries. One is currently being done, but we also use the data from the registry to facilitate that. The registry also allows those who register to also promote themselves. So it has two functions. So you're capturing data from our end, but the artisans and those who registered are also promoting who they are, their products, etc. This is very important, particularly because when we start to measure the benefits of doing a waiver for duties, when we start to measure the over $3 million that we give in grants throughout the year, we're able to look at it from gender, from sector that needs development. So we look at trends to see where we can have that impact. Out of that, we're also ministers leading the charge for us to have our film policy and new act for film as well. So those are some of the benefits of having that registry.
Thank you very much. And you know, anybody who's tuned in on UWITV, anyone in the room who's not a member of your National Cultural Registry, this is a call to action. All right, you've heard. And those that are developing cultural industry and creative databases and registries in your own countries, we also hope that this discussion is going to lay the way. You're learning from those who've tried it first. And we're about to go into that part, because it's not about data for data's sake. It's not about collecting data, again, there's value in these mechanisms beyond just capturing that data. It's a start of mapping. The impact really lies in how that data is then analyzed and mobilized toward real action. We could talk as much as we want, we could collect as much data as we want, but where's that data going? What is it telling us? So I actually want to ask too, we've heard the nice bits about these projects. What have been the challenges? And Gillian, you hinted at some of them. What are some real and key challenges that seem to be hindering the sustainability of these registry mechanisms? Updating it, is it that some of them aren't digitized? Let us know.
I would say that data harmonization across the public sector is perhaps one of the major issues. So the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, which has the mandate to abstract and analyze data, is not as and really should be the overarching mechanism and government agency that deals with and actually allows all the ministries, departments, and agencies to use information and to use the data from the various ministries. The Statin has not had a mandate to harmonize data, even though that is in their act. And it means, therefore, that the Ministry of Culture collects data and the Planning Institute of Jamaica collects data, the Bank of Jamaica collects data on creatives, but the harmonization mechanism is not robust. And so there are ways that we need to strengthen our national statistical organizations, and we have the legislation all across CARICOM. But that harmonization, that data harmonization, research shows is one of the major challenges. The other one is, of course, funding and the ability for governments to critically fund this data collection exercise in a way that makes sense. The fact is that data collection is labor intensive, it's human resource intensive. You have to have the statisticians, you have to have all of those persons who are able to analyze the data. Our NSOs regionally are underfunded and are under-resourced. And so you're not able to abstract and analyze the data as we ought to. I would say that I'll start with those two major issues, the challenge of funding, funding at the government level, and funding human resources to actually deal with the data. Because we're getting to the point of big data, this voluminous data, so we're collecting. I remember in this very room several years ago, StatCan saying that they're awash with data. I mean, we can be awash with data here in CARICOM and in the Caribbean as well, but the harmonization of that, how you collect it, what you collect, and how you therefore analyze, I think is one of the is a really critical issue that we have to address as government.
Thank you. And I'm going to quickly ask Grenada, Trinidad, Barbados in that order, because we're driving home to the point here of optimizing. So I'm coming to you, Anderson. You've been listening from a private sector space, but I want to know as well, Grenada, Trinidad, Barbados, is this a shared challenge? Do you have another layer of challenges? In looking at your demographics, for example, are you missing? How and why are we maybe missing certain parts of the sector in terms of getting them to the table? And I think there's data collection fatigue in the sector.
Yeah, definitely. I think for us, data collection is one of the areas that I think has been a challenge. While we're able to get a lot of demographic data, the data with regards to economic activity is short-term. Out of our probably 1,000 plus registered creatives, about 35% of them have registered businesses, or actually registered businesses, but they don't easily provide the economic data, business activities. And you understand that, trust is a factor. So again, what we've done is try to tie a lot of those services that we offer, like concessions, like the Business Development Fund, like training opportunities, towards accuracy of data, and supply of that type of information to us. And it has been working, it's still slow. Another area, I think, is the rural areas of Grenada. We've seen, based on our data, that at least 70% of the registrants of St. George's live in Barbados. And that be one of two reasons: digital literacy, the digital divide, and so even though we have a digital platform, it still requires us to go into the communities and start to collect those data sets for persons who may not be active in the online platform. So capturing the data is still a challenge. We still need to do a lot more work there, and to have a more robust strategy around continuous collection. I would agree that interruptibility is a challenge also. How do we utilize that data across ministries and MDAs? And before we even get to that, how do we standardize the classifications of the various sectors so that the Ministry of Labor, the data matches up with their standardizations from the ILO and so forth? So I would agree with those 2 points: data capture and definitely interruptibility of data is for the challenges, yeah.
I would definitely like to underscore both points by Gillian and Orlando with regards to harmonization, the fact that a lot of data sources exist among different, particularly public sector agencies. So that's why for Trinidad and Tobago, we would have endeavored to establish a national cultural policy. In it was a mechanism, an implementing mechanism, where we try to get everyone at the table. The idea that these various agencies have different funding that creatives can access. They have different initiatives or registries or databases where persons can sign up for their particular incentives or programs. And so the idea is to get everyone together to say that, let's try to harmonize, let's try to streamline some of these processes. So that is definitely a challenge. I would say that from particularly interacting with creatives who access our registry, there is challenge when it comes to documenting their own work. Documenting their own work, sourcing the information they need to do our application in the first place. And our application is not an onerous thing, but it's a matter of how do you then attest to you being active in the sector, because that's what we try to advocate to them. It's how do you then provide the proof that we need to know that you're actively engaging in this particular field of endeavor so that you can become registered. So we do see those challenges with the person. So then you're saying these particular creators who are now going to access our incentives, access the benefits of the registries, can't even start the process because when they're looking around to build a portfolio, they are having a struggle in itself to actually get the information together, or they're not part of formal associations or groups that are recognized in the industry. So we then see a lot of capacity building is probably needed to bring the creators at a level to then access some of the things that are offered through our registries. And that's something that we've tried to do with some of our programs that came out of our national registry, like our Mentoring by the Masters program, where we pair established artists in the sector with up-and-coming creatives, and we build a lot of professional development in it so they understand how to document themselves, how to market themselves, how to deal with the legal bit, investment, when it comes to the corporate sector, and in terms of the fact that the registry was established for corporate citizens to support those in the industry. Some persons do still find it's a challenge to know who are they going to approach and how do they then access that particular sponsorship mechanism, because legislation in Trinidad was amended under the Corporation Tax Act to establish the art and culture allowance, and some persons are still not aware how to access it from both the corporate side and as a creative. So we know that there's still a lot of information sharing and sensitization that needs to take place, because we did that actively in the first few years with the registry. But we can see that people are still asking questions and saying, I'm always hearing about this, but how do I access it? So we do see that as a challenge. Yeah.
I totally agree with you. I think it's a question of the value of the data as well, because the value of the data to us, the policymakers and program directors, is very important. But quite oftentimes, the businesses don't actually map that in their minds and what they're doing. So the value of the data doesn't mean anything to them until it needs to be. And that's one of the challenges we find. And because within the industry, the rate of change is so quick, there are things that we would like to implement that is probably 5 years ago. We're now trying to implement it. So we often have to ensure that our data collection, whatever instruments we're designing to collect the data, is also reflective of where the creatives are, where the businesses are. And sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes we take a data instrument from somewhere else and transplant it into our own system. And that's a lot of the feedback that we get from some of the creators. This don't make sense to me. How am I relating to this? So we've had to really look at, okay, when we have programs, what are we trying to pull out of here? Are we looking at data in relation to how quickly they go to market? Are we looking at data that speaks to the sort of investment that they will need to carry them into that market? For example, a business who is doing fashion takes literally about 5 years to really be established for customers, production, etc. So are we measuring the rate of that time, the rate of investment in that 5 years? Those are the things that we need to look at in terms of our data collect. Those are the challenges that we found at the moment.
Thank you very much. I'm actually gonna ask Anderson to, share, because we're talking about challenges again. This pretty picture is not enough unless we're actually discussing the hard things and trying to fix them. So you are in the private sector space, in the insurance space. And there's a reason that we are talking, we've invited you to talk about this, and we'll get to that a little later. But before what is currently happening in Jamaica, what has been the biggest challenge from your vantage point in terms of engaging with and delivering insurance products and services at a significant scale? Because this is not to say there isn't, you don't have clients from the sector, but at a large, significant, impactful scale, what have been the challenges in delivering and engaging with this space?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I think historically, we've insured members from the creative sector in small bits, but it has always been a bit reactive. And by being reactive, sometimes some persons are already at a stage where there are illnesses and so forth. And I think by taking this step, especially with the pilot we've done in Jamaica, is being proactive in securing our artists and our members. If it is we are investing regionally in our people to boost tourism, to boost entertainment, we want to ensure that we can protect them as well and secure them in the event of an untimely illness or death, especially them and their families. Their families sacrifice a lot as well for them to be able to do what their skill. And if on our side we could partner to provide those assurances, is where we play a part. Prior to this pilot, it's not new for us to provide these type of services, insurance services, for association and membership type groups. So it's something we've done traditionally. Of course, this is at a larger scale, and as a pan-Caribbean company throughout the Northern Caribbean and the Eastern Caribbean territories, Trinidad and Barbados, it allows us to use the scale to make the offering more attractive.
Yeah, because I was going to follow up and say, what does then moving away from those smaller groupings to, let's say, a registry scale, what does that do for cost, accessibility to the data? You have, more demographics to build the products and services customized, etc. What does that look like? Is this a promising type of engagement?
Yeah, so as with any type of insurance, whether health, life, motor, house, the scale is what would help. And with being proactive and not reactive, it helps in terms of making the packages more attractive, more cost effective as well. And the beauty of it is it's customizable. And that's what makes it attractive throughout the Caribbean. Yeah.
Thank you. And so I'm coming to Jillian. So we're talking around the thing that's happening in Jamaica, but tell us a little bit about the pilot, this group insurance pilot in Jamaica, and into the framework, a general framework, but also I want to know the challenges, right, that you're facing. So what has been working and what is the challenge you're facing?
I think, first of all, I should say that we have had a sports registry and a sports insurance, athlete insurance program since 2017. So, and that athlete insurance program is Sagicor and Guardian, so it's a mix. But of course, athletes are much easier to insure because they're younger, they're healthier, etc. When we look at the Jamaica Entertainers and Creatives Insurance Plan that was implemented, we started with the life insurance because that was a little bit more manageable in terms of budget. And we have 3,715 persons with who received life and personal accident insurance through Guardian Life. That program, those persons had to be registered, and they were registered on the registry. So that was a basis. So that's, the registry for us is the floor. It is what incentivizes every single thing that we do. And the health insurance, though, primarily because it's so expensive, we had to, the minister, when let me step back a little and tell you a little story. So between 2017 and 2019, we had about 36 creatives who died, and this was pre-COVID. And very often what happens is that those creatives, because of the lack of resources, it's the government that assists with those burials or hospitalization, all of those issues. And so that was a budget cost for us. And the minister for several years said, look here, man, we have to do something about health insurance for the creatives. When we look at what we call the vintage artists in Jamaica, they are the ones who built ska, who built rocksteady, dub, all of that. And so we must do something. There must be something that we can do. But the cost, healthcare cost, it was prohibitive. And having had a discussion with the then Minister of Finance, Nigel Clark, Dr. Nigel Clark, he said I remember him saying to Minister Grange, why don't you put it in your budget? It couldn't happen that year. And it couldn't happen the year after that. But it started to happen in 2023-24, in that fiscal year. And so really and truly, it's just looking to see how we can incrementally support. Because, I mean, I will tell my other colleagues that it is frightfully expensive. When you talk about 3,000 practitioners, or for Trinidad, I don't know how many you have on your registry database, but for us, we have over 4,500 individuals and 496 companies, creative companies on our registry. And so, and of course that is a drop in the bucket, because music alone is said to have over 6,000 odd practitioners. So funding, being able to actually put it in your budget and incrementally supporting it is perhaps, I think, the best way. But the major challenge is always whether or not you can afford to do it. It may be that at some point, because right now what we have is a program, is a basic bronze level program that provides for hospitalization, diagnostic services, maternity, all of the bells and whistles and it plays 80%. But we can't support your dependents. It has to be only the creative. If you want to have your dependents on that plan, you'll have to pay for it yourself. And so that was a decision that we had to take because of cost. So, yes.
So that I think probably is the biggest challenge in
Yes.
terms of wanting to scale up.
Yeah,
and it's good
absolutely.
advice for this panel and anybody else trying to go in that direction. You might be wondering why we're talking about insurance. Well, we're looking at the holistic support for the creative sector. And you mentioned the pandemic, you mentioned COVID, and the learnings from COVID. And from that space, I know some of the registries used the registry information to be able to provide financial support. I think it'll be everybody here, everybody's kind of nodding. And that, for example, is the first start of optimizing this data, all right? But we're in a place too where we're thinking long term. Yes, SIF, for example, we are a grant and technical assistance program, but beyond our grants, beyond, how are we partnering at public and private levels to really ensure that the status of the artist is safe, that artists can do what they are called to do without having to be worried about economic resilience, survival, and health and related costs, right? So I am actually going to ask Anderson as well, within your portfolio, what are kind of the critical insurance products that you see that the creative sector can benefit from? I know Jamaica is taking advantage of some of them.
Yeah.
And this is the start of a conversation. Your area is one part of the insurance space, but we're not talking yet about touring musicians and equipment and studio and pensions, annuity and pension plans. But tell us from your portfolio, what are some of those critical areas that, for example, a registry can work with insurance, private investors, etc., to provide?
Yeah, and I think Jillian sort of started off by Jamaica took the lead and they selected some of the major benefits in terms of life coverage and health. And while it is the health is for the creatives only and not their family, in terms of untimely death, that life benefit provides that comfort level for families. But I think throughout the region as well, and we've done research on this, a lot of persons wait too late for retirement planning. And that's something that we need to bring that awareness regionally to our members, so that they can plan for that future in terms of having those who want a set retirement age and so forth. Another side of it is actually utilizing the benefits that you have. So for example, within the health side of it, it's also being proactive, where we have benefits built in those plans to do annual screenings, that in the event that there's an illness or diagnosis is detected at an early stage. So we do that type of awareness with our members as well, through partnering with providers in each of the territories to make it as easy for persons to access those benefits.
The truth is that many of our governments, we have other programs throughout government that will assist creatives. So with the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, for example, there is a funeral grant. You may have the social pension program in Jamaica. We also have the National Health Fund. So what we do with our JCIP program is to actually triangulate all of those services. And we bring the creatives into the fold and to let them understand that the government benefits are there for them. So whether it is the social pension program for those persons, those creatives who are over 75 years old and therefore can't access some of the other benefits, whether it is the National Health Fund and getting prescription drugs, all of those things. So we're telling them about every single thing that is possible within the government space that they are not and have not been accessing. So it's important to let our creatives know that they are a part of the economy, because I think sometimes we have this sense that as creatives that you're outside of the economy, when in fact all of those other benefits are not just there for civil servants, it's there for everyone. So
just to say that.
Great. What I'm seeing, Daniela, but what I'm hearing across the board is a need for advocacy, awareness, like real targeted campaigns across the region to let creatives know, please join our registry. These are other things that you benefit from. I can say as well from a SIF standpoint at the Caribbean Development Bank, again, when we're designing programs, when we are also asking for applications for grants, it helps, and we have a vision that at some point the entire region will have functional cultural databases, so that is in itself a checkpoint. So again, that data collection and that data fatigue, we are not asking, and I think we have the Caribbean Culture Fund here in the audience. We don't need to then come back and ask the same 10 questions and they have to repeat it for the funds. We are looking at a harmonized system of information and information sharing, and similarly using your registries as a pipeline for our information as well to move through. Daniela.
Yeah, I'm itching to say, to leading off of that point is our regional artist registry. There was, I'm hoping, still a thrust amongst CARICOM to establish a regional artist registry, because that was part of the reasoning behind establishing the National Registry of Artists and Cultural Workers in Trinidad and Tobago. The idea is to connect all these registries across the Caribbean, so that way it becomes, it's just data access points, you know? And we had a former director of culture who had a vision for the registry to be that it's not only, for us, we only register nationals, and I know, I guess, across our different registry, we only register nationals or register entities from our country. But who is to say that, I can't come to Jamaica and register, or I can't, come to Grenada and register through our registry and still be recognized across the different systems, so that is a possibility, and that's where we can utilize those registries to serve that purpose. But then I also wanted to kind of go off of Jillian's point and say that on top of the issue with looking how you look at creatives and that level of advocacy and sensitization, is because if the creative is still looked at as a liability, that is something that is a major shift that we need to have in our sector, because they are operating in the gig economy. They operate out of traditional hours, and the kind of income they generate is not at the level, or it may not be in a way that is structured and standardized to say that a person who is a registered accountant, so that they can then access those benefits. So I believe that once we start to really and truly get persons within the creative sector, within the private sector, to really look at the creatives as just another person that you are providing support for, that would be great. And then to let the creators build their confidence in knowing that, yes, you can access. So yes, aside from what is traditionally offered in everybody's country with regards to pensions, access to funeral grants and stuff like that, is to know that, no, you can learn how to take care of yourself, to build your work, and access the regular services that anybody else in any other sector can access. So it's how do you build that confidence for them to know that there are things that they can get to take advantage of.
And thank you for raising that. That was actually my next prompt about a kind of Caribbean-wide harmonization. And so we're kind of coming down to the end of the discussion, but I want to ask closing points. I want to ask Orlando, Mr. Romain, I would like you to say, what is the vision for Grenada's registry projects in light of all we've been talking about? And, what is the one takeaway that you want everybody to leave with?
Yeah. All right. I just want to, before I answer the question, just support the point that was made previously in the need for regional harmonization. And I made that point because I've been in discussion with the OECS regarding lobbying for more Caribbean countries, particularly OECS countries, to be part of Google's and YouTube's YYP program. We have a lot of content creators and they can't monetize their content right now. And the argument by YouTube and Google is that the data, the market size is too small, and they don't have enough data. right? And probably they're just looking at the persons who live physically within the Caribbean. What about our diaspora? All right, and so that's where data and regionally aggregated data becomes vital in building those arguments so that we can open up opportunities for our creators. But in terms of where Grenada is going, we really want data to be the center of our decision-making process, all right? Not just collecting data, but leveraging data and making data make sense in everything that we do. An example is, so music is one of our top sectors. It's I think, accounts for 35% of the database. And we use that data to decide, you know what, last year we're going to invest a lot in the music sector. And so we launched a lot of master classes for producers and did a lot of programs. We actually renovated about 13 music production studios across the island. And we actually saw the results this year in Spice Mass. I don't know if anybody was looking at online, but Spice Mass was trending. And a lot of the artists came back and said, listen, what you guys did with the musician this year made a serious impact. All right, we brought in Casey Phillip from Trinidad, who did a master class with our producers and our recording artists, and it was impactful. And so it's a practical, example of looking at the data and not admiring it, but acting upon it. All right. So again, for us is really continue to collect data, continue to enrich the data, continue to use the data to drive service delivery for the creators. All right. Because a lot of countries are trying to digitize their government. Right. And so let's not leave the creative sector out of that digitization process. And really just to have a robust creative sector that is economically viable and driven by data. Yeah.
Thank you. And so quick shots again, Trinidad, Barbados, and then I'm actually going to ask about the private sector vision as well. And then Gillian will close with your, vision. Daniel, yeah.
I would say that for our registry, coming off of doing an upgrade to our database, which actually was the second iteration of that upgrade, is getting more nuanced, disaggregated data that can then maximize or leverage, as the buzzword here being used, on ways in which you can optimize and create more projects and programs and help properly inform policy development. So that is something that we do envision for the registry, particularly coming off of what Jamaica was able to establish. That is something that we are very much keenly interested in, because we really want to find different ways in which we can continue to support creatives in the sector. And I think that the one thing though that I still keep seeing is, or wanting to see, is that level of integration amongst the different databases. As you mentioned, Casey Phillips and Precision Productions, they're part of our registry. So the idea is that can we not, if we know we want to engage service providers, facilitators and stuff, tapping into our respective registries to have that level of cross collaboration and work happening, because I'm of the belief that we don't only want to encourage persons to access our registry and use our registries. We want to show that we're actively utilizing it ourselves and engaging in it, knowing that we're supporting our creators by not only for them being registered, but knowing that we can give them opportunities as well.
I love that. Andre?
The reality is that creativity is a risk. And we really have to understand that in the entire value chain of what we're doing. Right now, we're taking creatives to global platforms, and one of the key things that they're asking for every product is, do you have insurance for this product? So that's something we have to think about, not just the health and all the other aspects, how the insurance that's required for products as they travel. I think we were able to demonstrate just before COVID and into COVID how the data forced the banks to create the e-pay system that our creatives were able to trade with. And that was a big task for us, but we got it done. So we know that the data helps to support that. And there are a lot of agencies in Barbados who are also using that data, but having that data in the notion of data as part of your ecosystem as a business Don't just see yourself as a creative, you have to see yourself as a business. If you're attracting investment, you need to put that data in that whole value chain. And it has to be efficient and relevant, and I think that's the opportunity for those persons who actually sell the service of data and M&E. You have to see creatives as businesses, and you can offer that service to them. The more we have of that, even from accountants, lawyers, etc., the more you see that as a business, the data then could really come through. We could really see things that are beneficial and have that, what I call the green light, switching on, but moving us from just seeing ourselves as the government has to invest in you, the government has to support you, but even though you are doing really hard work to get your products out, maybe that can help to encourage more investment from investors.
Thank you. And we said a lot about insurance and private. What is the vision? You haven't heard all of this and seeing the vision going beyond this conversation. What is promising? What is, looking forward?
Yeah, I think it's, and while across all insurers, the products are unique, what we have been doing is investing heavily on technology to make the process as simple and easy for our partners. And that is partnering with providers, whether it's locally, regionally, or internationally, because we know the creatives and the industry, what it requires, and the travel and so forth. So we've been looking and promoting and enhancing our value-added services, which complements the specific benefits to make the package as attractive and simple as possible.
Excellent, thank you. And Gillian?
All right, so I think I want to go back to one of the challenges that I mentioned earlier, which is data harmonization. So vision, big vision, is at the national level that the statistical organization actually harmonizes the data in a way that makes perfect sense and allows the ministries, departments, and agencies to collect the data that they need so that we can provide all of these wonderful, just like the UK DCMS, the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, where they can tell you that culture is worth, every minute they make 100 billion pounds or something like that. The point is that when the National Statistical Organization is the one that's doing that, you're able to do that because you're looking at all the ministries, departments, and agencies. And so for a vision, I'd want us to have that happening at the regional level and certainly at the national level. And also bringing in the human resources from the University of the West Indies, University of Technology, all of our institutions where you have our, you see I've been thinking about this, right? Where you have all of our statisticians, our analysts, our researchers, coming together with your national statistical organizations, not at the ministry levels, because the ministry is micro. It's at the national level. The Bank of Jamaica, the Bank of Barbados, all of us coming together and getting information on the creative sectors so that we can move forward.
Thank you, and that is a perfect call to action. As we close, I want to thank the panelists, all of you, for your contributions, your vision. I'm making notes, we're taking notes on these visions to see again where the best design support and mechanisms really should be. This really has been a timely and encouraging discussion. I really hope that this has served as evidence of where the region can continue to target and be strategic in data collection at national levels, and we're looking toward the regional level. In closing, I am happy to share actually that at SIF, we are focusing and forefronting data intelligence and data optimization strategies through our grant programs in the coming months. And we had done some preliminary research on national registries. And actually in our 19 borough member countries, only about 50% have functional formal registries. And so in response to that, we are soon launching a call that is actually going to ask for a digital customizable template for registries from all of the learnings of those that have gone first, that will then be able to be piloted and spread across the region, and kind of cost-saving, resource collaboration, And so we will be probably coming to you all again to get some more of those learnings and encouragement. And that is valued at USD 150,000. It's a start, and we're looking for partners as well. And we will also be following up too on the Jamaica pilot and trying to figure out again to how the region can build upon what you have started, right? So the stage is set for even more discussion today about data, optimization of data. We are banking on this sector. Thank you again. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Melanie and panelists. And now I'm going to turn your attention to the screen. We are going to see one of the recipients from the SIF grant program, and I'm going to let Melanie give me a brief introduction to it before we show the video.
Thank you, Donna. So I've been talking about sustainability, our pillars at SIF, at the Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund. Our operational pillars are innovation, sustainability, and collaboration. So you see that through all the work, through all of our grants. And now we have a chance to actually see one of the impacts of those grants that has built that into the ethos, into the frameworks of that community project. In one community in southern Belize, a Maya community, the Shayel fashion line, the development of that project that has engaged women in the community as leaders of tradition, reviving heritage preservation efforts through embroidery. You'll see a little bit about that impact and hear directly from them on that.
Amula kele ochilikin kana likachuero de antes de sobento like yes anyo he wal kin kana achoy menina selecto nado ayer asotak oralem Hasi ya ningusta achoy neka be harta kabato corazon choy.
The heart, it represents that we should have that love for everybody around us.
It represents our culture.
Itili kuye maken culture because Maya ho ontawich.
My mom, she's Mopan. My grandmother, she's Mopan as well. And when we used to go spend summer in San Antonio, we're on the farm, and after chores are done, you finish helping with the chickens and everything. It's afternoon, you sit there and you're sewing.
Nikabel alkemadiki sahti yaktiyanti chuyu. So ak planin nanti men so betika tilik ildia kata tibetana tulaka tipo tulakal potaza tika habo konti meya tulakal timis tulakal katun tila konton ti chuipas.
We just get together and sit down, and then we talk, we laugh, and then our embroidery is going. So I love that experience that I have with my family.
Mas kumpuyi ki usiye bilin tu iprokin viye imet oktin siye.
In working with our communities, there really was a lack of representation from the women. So we're trying to figure out what's the best way to assist And from there, we came with Sheil, you know, what would promote Shokbil Chui, revitalize the practice, make people use it, wear it more, and also provide economic opportunities for these women.
Inenen natsilen ali tono yani tulik inene chay hadilik le ka wala ti cuenta ti ma ka ken ti chuyo etela meya hatin betik etelo asha ili ingyap ko inkana ichili wala kin anti kin bahi etelo in familia not bikiti tin anti bikati yanti kin ati habalin wele yani tak inti hunali nene.
Not everybody or every woman, my woman, knows how to do the embroidery. And, you know, by doing this, it's becoming like a demand. And now I think we will have younger Maya women interested in learning how to embroider and also to help them make an income in the home as well.
Sheil is the first brand that is created by Mayan people. This is us, and this is us telling our story through our brand.
Ma ko chide ko tubul ti culture akle kada ti culture asuyor hil ti kimil ma yam akati bete.
For giving that your attention. And we see the hard work and the labor of love that goes into the creative process. But what we want that persons who are using it for income generation, it is profitable, especially so on a sustainable level. Now I'm going to turn the discussion over to policy. So now we have data, and policy should be evidence-based. Policy should be driven by consultations. And when we say evidence-based, we have been really efficient at providing qualitative data. But what we are required now to produce is quantitative data, but we still need the narrative to support that data. We still need to consult beyond just having discussions. What does this mean in numerical terms? When we collect data, what is it going to be used for? And that was the kind of discussion that we had just now that teased that out. But then how then does that inform policy? Because we know policy is going to inform programming, it's going to inform how funding is allocated, which things are going to be spotlighted and which things will be eclipsed. And therefore, we're going to look at, from the perspective of UNESCO, global policy. What are some of the overarching policies that are going to have an impact at the national level? And then vice versa, how the Caribbean has had an impact into these discussions, particularly when we talk about the culture and creative industries, but also other issues that are very burning and of importance to the region, issues of social justice, when we are speaking about reparations and repatriation of our heritage. So therefore, we're going to get a presentation now from Mr. Yuri Profesh. He's going to be speaking to us about Mondiacult, the World Cultural Policy, and we're going to learn what is happening at the global level, and that will be followed by a presentation by me. I'll be looking at national cultural policies. What are we doing with the data? What can be done with the data? And what does the consultation process look like when we are considering cultural policies within the 21st century? Mr. Peerage, you have the table.
Hello, pleasant morning, dear colleagues, friends. Glad to see many familiar faces that we are working through the years and achieving sustainable results. Well, truly my presentation, I'll try, of course, to be short, but my presentation aimed to encourage you and some of your, as you are representing also here the delegations and your ministries responsible for culture, to participate in the Monday called Global World Conference on Cultural Policies and Sustainable Development in Barcelona, and it's already like a few weeks prior to 29th, 30th September, and 1st October, 3 days. Oh yes, the clicker is here. Okay. All right. Well, Monday Cult is a global. Let me click. Yes. It's a global, really ministerial level conference that is looking to the culture from the perspective of development. It's a continuous dialogue on cultural policies, of course. And we are looking to culture through as an essential driver of transformation, cohesion, and development. And the goal of the past Mondial Cult Conference that was conducted in 2022 in Mexico, and this one forthcoming in Barcelona, is actually to put culture on the global agenda as a standing along sustainable development goal beyond 2030 development agenda. There are several high-level meetings, G20, G7, the COPs that were conducted, that recognize culture as a driver of sustainable development. And the Pact for the Future that was elaborated and declared in September last year also recognized culture as a key driver of inclusive, peaceful, just, and sustainable development. So, with those achievements, we are really well set for the Mondial Cult 2025 to discuss this thematic. What we are expecting from Mondial Cult 2025? Well, first of all, it's a reflection on the declaration of Mondial Cult 2022. So there was a declaration that accepted by relevant ministries and countries, and we are reflecting, how in this 3 years, we are achieving what was declared. So the 2025 Mondial Cult will be in Barcelona, as I said. We are expecting about 2,000 participants, well, from member states, which is now 194, and associate members, and also non-state members of UNESCO and NGOs that are dealing with culture and development, and individual practitioners and so on. So the Mondial Cult 2025 will be around the 6 priority domains, I'll show them, and 2 focus areas. So we move on. So the priority domains remains the same as for 2022. It's cultural rights, digital technologies and culture and education, economy of culture, culture and climate action, culture and heritage, and crisis. Though focus areas, we concentrate at this time on 2, culture and peace, culture that includes cultural rights, artificial intelligence and culture. Prior to, as a follow-up to Mondial Cult 2022 and prior to this meeting, we conducted surveys, and I'm quite sure some of you participated in them, on the public and private sector levels. So there were questions asked, and then we moved to the these are the results, some of the results that I pitched for artist survey. So we have about 90+% of artists that are supporting culture as standalone goal in the future development goals. The original consultations were conducted, and in the 6 geographical areas, we are part of Latin America and the Caribbean, and that consultation was chaired by Chile, and we did it at the beginning of December last year. Some of the results of that consultation, of course, as you can see the statistics, it was quite representative. We have discussed the indigenous people and people of African descent right-based policies, also artistic freedom and labor protection, the linguistic diversity, culture and arts education, the creative economy, and also the provisions of tax support, culture tourism, and climate risk that is threatened heritage. On the overall regional reflection of the overall 6 regional consultations will bring us to this long list. But basically, it's the takeaway on this is that yes, we truly looking forward to the to follow up on the declaration of 2022, Mondial Code 2022, and those are provisions that are still valid at this time. All right. Well, after regional consultations, we are moving towards the Mondial Code, and let me announce already that UNESCO is going to launch the global report on cultural policies during Mondial Code, and the data, as we speak about data, from your countries that you submitted in your quadrennial periodic reports under the 2005 Convention will certainly be included. I can say that we received report from the Caribbean, particularly from Jamaica, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, Belize, Barbados. So yes, that data is actually forming the provisions of the global report. Another milestone, and as we speak about data, will be presentation of the new cultural indicator frameworks that is developed by the UNESCO Institute of Statistics. When we speak about statistics in culture, the document that UNESCO is operating with is kind of outdated. It's a 2009 framework for cultural statistics, so it's a pure statistician's instrument, right? So now we are speaking about not only quantity, but also about qualitative indicators. And this is something to be presented during Mondial Code, but we are already foreseeing the workshops and trainings on that framework. And one of them is to be conducted in Jamaica at the end of October, and that will be statistics on cultural heritage. So prior to that meeting, you know, you will receive invitations. I mean, your ministries will receive invitations, basically inviting a rep to join that meeting. All right, we can skip this. What is important also, youth participation. UNESCO is trying to involve youth to all of our global meetings, and this one is also going to be on the youth strategy. We are, of course, want to hear the youth voices in global conversations, and we are providing space for youth to talk and empowering young people with within the cultural policy. There's a digital library. I don't know if countries contributed, but there was a call for contributions. So all of your cultural policies and data should have been exposed there. All right, so the outcome document is planned to be released on 4th of September through the meetings of chairs and consultations with member states. So that's what we are looking for, the outcome document on Monday Cool 2025. The agenda structure is quite straightforward. I would just like to mention that there will be side events and exhibitions, spaces for NGO use and private sector also to expose, and the civil society forum organized by Spain prior to Mondial. During the sessions, we will combine some of the thematic areas. I mean, we mentioned 6 of them, but here you see how it's structured, so culture and education, culture and peace, culture and climate action, culture, heritage and crisis, cultural rights, economy of culture, and digital technologies and artificial intelligence. So we are looking forward for your active participation, for your participation of your ministers in Mondial Cool 2025. And of course, as the guidance suggests, you will need to choose one of the areas to enable your full participation. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peshkov. And I reflect on one of the statements that we saw. Imagine a world without culture, without artists, without creatives. That's like a world without Caribbean people, just the way we interact. And I was thinking about that, thinking about our dialogue, thinking about the way we are as a people and how we engage with each other. Just the very nature of Caribbean people, the expressions that we use. Brought to mind is I heard someone insulting their neighbor once and say, "You don't care about her, she's a termite." And that told the character one time. Caribbean people have a way, you know when you get to Barbados, you know when you land in Jamaica. You know, David, I knew I was in Jamaica when someone greeted me with green lipstick. And I said, "Yes, my sister," because I have the green shoes. Caribbean people are vibrant, we are expressive. This is who we are. And then if we're thinking about cultural peace and what Mondial Cult is trying to achieve, we must make sure that our voices are there. Where's the voice of the global South? And I know when we think about these global meetings, the first thing that comes to our mind will be our budgets, the cost, the expense. But the issue comes when you are not at the table, then your voice is not heard and then you're not represented. But it's important that we are there, especially if we are talking about a culture of peace. A culture of peace also requires a culture of social justice, which means there's a call for reparations, repatriation of our heritage that's in museums that are foreign to us and that our people do not always have access to. So I think when we think about Mondial Cult, we've heard the plug from UNESCO encouraging the ministers of culture for the Caribbean to attend the session, to be present in it. We were present in some of the regional discussions with Latin America and the Caribbean, but we also need to create a space where we make sure that our voice is embedded in the final declaration. So thank you, Yuri. And now I am the one that's standing between us and our lunch break. So I'll try to keep my presentation succinct. I have had strict orders from my program administrator. She tries to keep me in line. it doesn't work, but I always applaud her efforts. But I am going to now get in and delve into national cultural policy. So Yuri spoke about what's happening at the global level, that we'll be looking at the impact of digital technologies, and we are focusing on culture as a effective tool for sustainable development. We're also looking at the creativity of humanity and all the things that are going to be focused on culture and diplomacy, and the importance of cultural cooperation and cultural diplomacy. But now I'm going to look at how we are looking at culture policy at the national level. How do these things drill down to the everyday work that policymakers have to do and the impact that has on creatives? But I'm going to tie that in with the first discussion that we had from the Caribbean Development Bank on data, right? Data-driven culture policies, and we're going to get into that now. Before I proceed any further, I acknowledge the presence of the president of the Caribbean Development Bank, Mr. Daniel Best. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the funding that your SIF program does, the excellent program. We saw the work from Belize. And we know that you've continued to pledge your support, particularly building out the region's orange economy, and we're grateful for this because we do need more private financing. And as the discussion brought up today, we don't have unimaginable amount of funding in public finance, and we therefore need to make sure we are well positioned to attract private investors to the sector. So, Hannah, I am going to try to honor your call to be succinct. So the first thing with the cultural policy, if we're looking at it at the national level, we try to look at it from Barbados' perspective, looking at what's happening with Mondial Cult, looking at the needs of our creatives through consultation. And one of the things I'll say is you cannot do cultural policy from a desk. A lot of it is research-based, but you cannot serve a constituency that you do not have a relationship with, who do not know you, who you don't have an understanding of the realities and the things that impact them, right? But you can't get it everywhere. Ironically, on 166 square miles, I know some people have difficulty finding us on the map, but you can't get to everywhere. You cannot meet every creative. You cannot be in every place. But you need to collect the data, and we need to move beyond qualitative to quantitative data, right? Because we need to know the demographics of the sector, and we set ourselves that task as well, that we wanted to focus on evidence-based policy making to make sure it speaks to the realities and looks to the future as well. And therefore, we wanted to know everything. We got funding from UNESCO under the International Fund for Cultural Diversity to do mapping. And we got a generous amount of funding. The maximum is 100,000 US. 100,000 US does not even begin to map the cultural and creative industries in Barbados, right? It is an extensive, expensive, but necessary process. We wanted to know everything. We wanted to know how many persons are in the creative sector. We had to use the registry. But we also were cognizant of the fact that everyone does not go to the registry, right? And then how then do we get the registries to be more robust to attract all creatives to participate in it? But we do know we had a good number from the registry to give us an idea of the sample size, and then we went beyond that. We went to the associations. You can't do culture policy from a desk, but we do know the size of the Ministry of Culture. We do know the size of the research officers. So when you start from the Ministry of Culture, and then you get to the administrators, then you get to the program officers, and then you get to the research team, you're just dealing with 2 or 3 persons, right? Those are the realities of the Caribbean, the structure of Caribbean public services. However, what we decided to do was to work strategically with our associations, our cultural associations. And particularly we worked with the umbrella body, the Barbados Coalition of Service Industries, because not only do they have their own registries and their own data sets, but associations can work and get further into their membership than we can. And we still needed to have the process of building rapport. getting to know persons and being present. Like I said, we can't be everywhere, but we made sure that we build relationships with associations. The problem comes when associations are not functioning effectively, and that they themselves need to have better programming. They need to be able to have a more attractive incentives for their constituents. We also recognize in terms of insurance, some associations had questions of that nature, and their persons were saying, well, we thought that this is what the association was going to offer. There are lots of things we learned, and therefore we decided from the research that we need to increase the capacity of associations to function, because we can't be everywhere. But if we can increase subventions to associations to do some of the same training and programming, because we can't run all programs. Government is not in the position, even if we thought we wanted to try, it would not be sustainable and it would not be effective. And therefore we need to have cultural and creative associations that can effectively not just do our agenda, that's not how we want to do it, but meet the needs of their constituents so that we can have greater impact. And that's what I'm saying when I say you can't do culture policy at your desk, right? It's not feasible to be on the road every day. I don't know any generous permanent secretaries. I'm looking at a permanent secretary for youth. I don't know any generous permanent secretaries that will allow me to be on the road every day. But nevertheless, we need to be more strategic in how we approach the sector and how we get information. And therefore, when you move from the desk to building those relationships with associations, with organizations and institutions that represent the creative sector. The next thing that we are looking at is that you're going to have to consult without conflict. We found sometimes that when you're engaging with the creative sector, the issues are great, but we still cannot be confrontational or combative in how we approach them. You have to deal with the issues. We have to deal with the digital technologies. I see our colleague from Grenada spoke about our inability to earn from some of the platforms. We know for us, YouTube, we are trying to deal with the geo-blocking and those things of that nature, but we still need to have the conversation. We still need to consult on it. We still need to get into the difficult issues and understand that it is not that and when I say we, I'm talking predominantly about policymakers and technocrats, that when we go, and those persons who manage associations at the administrative level, we cannot go in being offended if persons point out our inefficiencies. They are real and we know they are real. What we want is a partnership and a relationship that is effective. It doesn't mean that it gets beautiful at the first time. It doesn't mean that at different points they wouldn't have conflicts, right? I was going to say we could treat the relationship like marriage, but that might get contentious. So what I would say is that you want to treat it we want to treat it like your best friend. It's not everything that you agree with. But I see best friend is contentious because we are not creating friendships, because familiarity creates problems, because it means then that you begin to service people who you get on well with. But we want to make sure that the partnership has a level of strength. I know, Stephen, I'm digging myself in a hole. We want to have relationships that have a quality of strength, that we can have effective conversations without leaving the space feeling insulted. We have to have these difficult conversations, and a lot of these things came up. I'll give you an example of one that we had very recently. We were explaining and we were talking about trading creative goods and services, and one of the things that came up is someone said, quite frankly, well, it's very good that you're telling us about the other markets and you're letting us know what are some of the bilateral cultural cooperation agreements you've signed. This is beautiful, but I don't have space in my own market. And you're trying to get me into someone else's own? We had to have that conversation. We really had to. And it meant we had to speak about the international agreements we are part of, the regional agreements, speak to the things we can and cannot do. But it was a frank conversation where we had to understand persons saying, look, I can't even get access in my own market. How are we addressing that first? How are we going to deal with that? And these conversations become difficult because sometimes you're not at the level where you can make the necessary change, but the partnership with other associations can create that. And we're going to get into that in the next few slides, and I'll explain it better. So the next thing that we're going to talk about here is embedding culture in national development plans and the National Development Growth Strategy. So we now have the Barbados 2035 plan. It's a robust plan. And we've been working closely with our colleagues in mission control because we recognize that culture is in every sector, and I'm going to have a slide on that, where therefore we do look at culture as a way of life, culture as an expression of a people, but then culture in terms of a source of economic income. Okay. And therefore, culture falls into many different spheres. And therefore, when we are working out the National Development Plan, we look at the impact culture can have positively or how culture can constrain. Good example, culture can facilitate how we respond to disasters and how disaster resilience, what that looks like, and what disaster recovery looks like. Our culture can hinder it, right? And I know for Caribbean people, you know, God is Caribbean, right? God is a Bajan, God is Jamaican, and we pray, you know, the hurricane will go somewhere else and die in the sea, etc. And there goes the electricity, so you don't have any batteries, and there goes all the meat that you bought because they told you that hurricane is coming, so you went and get chicken, especially chicken wings. But culture can affect how you see a disaster, but culture can also affect how you respond to it, right? So for a good example will be, again, to the top of my head, we have regrowing cuscus grass here in Barbados, and it has deep roots. So cuscus grass, the type of grass is a sweet grass. We used to use it for perfumes, but cuscus grass can hold soil and stop soil erosion. But remember when we got all fancy in the 80s and the 90s, and we decided that we didn't like to see grass at the edge of the road because, you know, tourism is the thing, and we also wanted to play our part and have these concrete edges and borders across the road because it was so like a boulevard. And we were going to look really amazing. And then the rain came and all the soil washed into the road and the road became impassable and all of this, and right. Then we decided to, working with the Ministry of Agriculture, it went back to knowledge bearers, older persons within the communities, to speak about how did you deal with heavy rainfall, how do you deal with those things, and then they spoke about the cuscus grass, regrowing it, etc. Heritage-based climate action can also positively impact disaster preparedness. And then again, how we approach resilience. Our culture has made us really resilient. Let me tell you the beauty about Caribbean people. To still be present today, we are made of something strong. We have the culture champions, because it's not that persons were whipped and beaten. No. Okay. Someone legislate your demise. Someone legislated your demise and then psychologically worked on it so that you begin to look in the mirror and hate yourself. It's not enough to beat you, but then it was legislated, but still we are here, right? So when we talk about reparations, I say, yes, I understand the oppressive nature, but I want us to also let our young people know we have the spirit of championship. Caribbean people survive recessions. Caribbean people survive hurricanes. Caribbean people survive. I don't even know if we really understand the concept of depression. I think this is where some of the issues with mental health, where they have to say, listen, you need to actually take time out for yourself. Because we just say, listen, tomorrow we're going to come back and get on with it. But the point is we have a spirit of resilience. How then do we use our culture in national development planning to work for us? It's not always the economics of culture, but also culture as the way of life, how that impacts. So we also explore that. Then the next thing we focused on was that not everybody have to look like you, even though you have a beautiful face. We actually decided, and also looking at what they did in Mondial, to expand the stakeholder grouping that we considered stakeholders for the cultural sector. We got involved with, that's how we started partnerships with CDB. We started partnerships with the Central Bank of Barbados. I mean, the stats division, they've had enough of us right now, Hannah, right? We work closely with them. We work with finance. We work with agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture. We work with the Ministry of Health. We decided that if we are embedding culture in national development, we are going to flip things over, and then we are going to look at how can culture help other sectors achieve their objectives. How can we get our creators to help you? How are the things that we are doing help you to achieve your objectives? Because it's not only necessarily to achieve our own. We will get greater impact through partnerships, but no one is going to come along with us if they think that what we're doing is additional work for them. But we want to show people how we can get them, how we can get them to work with us to achieve their objectives in whatever sector we are in. And therefore, we broaden our grouping of stakeholders. The military works with us. We've done so much training with them to identify cultural assets. Again, disaster risk management. When we were thinking of disaster risk management, we were thinking a lot about our heritage buildings, our manuscripts, our documents, and working with the Barbados Defense Force and the Barbados Police Service and the Barbados Fire Service. One of the things is we also came to understand that every time you have a major gathering, even like today, and there are electricals, and there's a human element, you should have a strong plan in place in terms of if a disaster occurs, right? We have so much wires going around here that anything is possible. And therefore, we work closer with them. We did more training with them. And therefore, when they came and they spoke to us and said, we love this training, can we work with our trainees to identify what are our cultural assets, what are our heritage assets, new partners that you bring on board. And these are not people we would have normally conceptualized as being key players for us as it relates to a stakeholder in the creative economy. And therefore, with building out our new culture policy, we decided to increase the number of stakeholders that we were working with. So not everybody has to look like you, right? Even though you have a beautiful face. We can now work with other persons because we learn from other sectors. And then, because culture, we come to take over. We embed ourselves in your sector, that you don't know how you used to function without us. Because it helps us achieve our goals, and it helps you achieve your goals, and then it helps us achieve the national goals. And this is what we are always focusing in terms of culture. What are we doing that helps us nationally? Because when we have creatives who are profitable, not just earning an income, not just getting revenue, because you can have revenue, but you could be making a loss. So the thing is, we need it profitable, so persons then invest into the economy, and then we have growth. Growth, and to be honest, growth away from government too. So we see people that they can have jobs outside of having to think that the reliance is only on the public sector, but that we can then create new businesses for ourselves that sustain pandemic, that go beyond pandemics, that go beyond, I see my colleague here from tourism, that goes beyond tourism, because culture can help us to maximize our tourism product, diversify our tourism product, and diversify away from our tourism product. We still keep jobs in the tourism sector. And then we looked at culture being transversal, and I spoke about this briefly, so I'm not going to labor on too much. But one of the things, as I said, we also decided to see how culture is in every sector. So I'll give an example with education. We looked at education, but culture as a tool for pedagogy. A lot of what we teach our children is really abstract. So we had some interaction with a colleague from the University of York, and he was doing a program. And these young black inner city children of West Indian descent, they were convinced that they did not know mathematics, right? They were not good. I'm not good at math. So they had an NFL player there. And they said, we all like football? Oh, of course we like football. They said, you know him? I know him. And they said, but what about your friend? Does he play football? I could beat him after he passed the 30-yard dash. I said, oh, you know that. So he then went into, oh, he's only 170 pounds and his speed is, he said, oh, okay, I thought you didn't know mathematics. Time versus distance versus speed. So then we decided about, can we do that with our traditional sports? You do that with cricket. We do that with Barbadian road tennis. And then the mass becomes practical. It moves from abstract to practical. Culture is a form of pedagogy. Culture can teach discipline. We have all seen it with children who've been involved in the drumming corps. They became more disciplined. They were on time. They have more respect for others, because then those children were the ones who were identified as difficult. So then we told teachers, you have a resistance to embedding culture because you see the arts program as an additional input, but it can help you achieve your curriculum objectives if you utilize creatives to help you get some of your core curriculum things done. Culture can help you do that and do it effectively. Culture can help you with fractions. I mean, everyone in here with the music, you keep dividing then quavers and crotchets. I don't know where you end up. But the point is that you know the 4 beats, and you know, and you think it's so difficult, but you get there in the end. I mean, it's evident that I didn't pay much attention to my grandmother, but I did learn how to play the piano, basically. But the point is that there are skills that are transferable, that we can use. A drummer could tell you about physics, could tell you about sound. It was very amazing when our audiovisual personnel explained to us when we were looking at a new facility that, all this metal, and when the sound hit it, do you know how it's going to vibrate and verbiate, and then we're not going to be able, I was like, wow. We don't do applied sciences, but culture can help you do that effectively, and therefore culture is in every sector. Culture is also in health and well-being. We were also looking at culture and crime prevention. We do know that young people who are engaged in activities go back, let's go culture and mathematics. We all know those who are the unofficial pharmacists. They say they're not good at mathematics, they drop out of school, they weren't doing good. And then you see a scenario, I saw a scenario that left my mind. I was like, well, all y'all just want arresting. Because they say, man, the man is a thief. It's I need to get what I can to buy and go. Right? But they're outside the shop arguing, man is a thief. So what's the matter? Man, this ain't an ounce, man, this here is more like 6 grams. It's over here. I thought this man said he know my math. He dropped out of school. No, but you don't take everyday things and apply it. Culture for crime prevention. When younger people are disruptive at school and then we keep suspending them, expelling them, they then go into criminal behavior. Then there are some who are high achieving and do really well, but the curriculum is too slow for them. They too will get attracted to other sectors. But if you put them in some programs where they can hone those skills and burn off that energy. There's a guy that had indicated he was so hyper, but he used to run, and then they have put him into dance, and if he could have do dancing early in the morning, he could have concentrated the entire school day for 8 hours, burn the energy and settle. When we have young people in these activities, you end up with a different type of society. And then national identity, you don't have to fight against foreign intrusion there because it's already embedded from an early age because it's already in the curriculum. So culture is a force to be reckoned with if we really want to embed it in the spaces that we have access to. Culture as a tool for crime prevention is easy. The police will tell you that. I'm not sure, it's probably not unique to Barbados. Our prisoners bake some of the best breads and win culinary awards. There are some of the best visual artists, and we have an educator here that said criminals don't become artists when they go to jail. They had the natural inclination, but now they had the opportunity to maximize it. Because we know the cost of a good canvas and good paint, nobody's going to do that, right? The parent would then do the math. It's easier for you to go and do track and field because you just need your 2 feet, but now you come home telling me about canvas and oil and what is this? You can paint the house? They don't have money for that. But if you have a program that supports that from early, you don't know where you can go. The Caribbean has people with untapped imagination and experience, and we have the spaces and access to it. We have our diaspora. So I was listening to our colleague from Grenada and I like that you rubbish the argument from Google because in a size thing, the size of the Caribbean is not what we see when we arrive at home and we touch down in the airport. It's much bigger than that. It's much bigger than the diaspora. People love Caribbean culture. People love it so much they imitate our accents. I see all the videos y'all do a Barbadian accent. I know. I am onto it. Okay, so we look at how culture is transversal and is in all the sectors. And then we look at culture and creative trade in creative goods and services. We kind of lag a bit here. We have a lot going on with Protocol 3, and we looked at that with our cultural policy. We did listen to our colleague when he said we need access to the local market. How do we do that? How do we incentivize this? How do we give concessions for this? We need to start to think creatively because government can't always give cash funds, but we can incentivize some things, right? But in terms of culture, creative goods and services, I know it's attractive to always look at the North, but the global South is untapped, right? I don't know if we understand the level of wealth that's out there, but I don't know if we are willing to continue to look to, well, there's still relationships. We don't want to, we are not in the business of torching everything, but we also need to look at the global South. And then first look at home. You know, we say home drum beats first. The Caribbean is vast. The Caribbean is vast, right? I know we look at our salary and say Caribbean people can't afford it, but we know Caribbean people will spend money on quality, and therefore we need to work with our people to get that level of quality. But trade is important because our own individual countries, the scale is small. But if we do make sure that we maximize our culture cooperation agreements and do it effectively, and I know we all want to be the first to do it, but collectively the Caribbean is a force, and we therefore need to maximize that. And we address that as well in our culture policy. Okay, Hannah, I'm coming down. And then we want to look at culture as a vector for change and transformation. The 21st century is becoming a space where you can begin to articulate what's going to happen from one month to another, right? You're learning new things, and it's rapidly changing. But that doesn't mean that when it comes to things like AI, we can't leverage it effectively. We can't create in our own space within the region more images, our quality images, our outputs that are Caribbean in their orientation. It doesn't mean that we cannot use culture to do some of the transformational things we want to do at the national level. Culture is capable of doing this, and we've seen it. The thing is that if we don't have the numbers to show, because it is making that impact, if we don't have the numbers to show, we're not going to attract the financing that we desire. Before I go on to I'm going to go on to the last one, and then I'm going to say some closing things. Legislate. It's all good to take all of these things and say all of these things and then hope that you get a minister that is interested in the sector and benevolent to creatives. But we want the rights of the artists to be protected. We cannot, it is to our benefit that we have a prime minister who's a creative. A prime minister would have already, persons would know she was a band manager. She's a lawyer. She's into the visual arts, supports the visual arts. And therefore, culture is a priority for our prime minister. But we want that the status of the artist is secured. It can be secured within the Constitution as well. We need to make sure that we do not leave it up to the benevolence of human nature, human beings who are interested in it, but that we secure it, is legislated. And that we incentivize it effectively. It's good to have the registries. It's good to be able to have the incentives. But are they doing more beyond just giving concessions? And what does this look like? What does this look like for private investors? We tell people it's important. Then we get the data to show it's important. And then what? One of our colleagues said today, you don't want to have the data, just admire it. Right? We might steal you from him. Because you have to go beyond that. The data is important for policy making, but then what? Because we can't, and then our colleague from South Africa let us know that when they found out it was 3% of their GDP was the contribution of the creative sector. Everyone applauded, they were excited about it. She said the next year they did the research and it was still 3%, everybody applauded, and then she said by the third year, they got less and less because they saw no action. Now that you know this, then what? Because when the tourism sector presents their results, we see more concessions, we see more incentives coming, right? So then what about the creative sector? I'm not going to rate my colleagues with tourism. I know we are partners, but I know sun, sea, and sand is natural heritage. I know museums are artwork that's, tangible. I know music, dance, and tangible culture heritage, so I think you might be marketing what we have. But they get to count every non-resident head coming through. How are we counting to be counted? Our culture policy must reflect this. We can no longer do culture policy based on how we feel, our intuition, or the feeling that we get. That might be indigestion, right? It has to be based on facts. When you go to people, they want hardcore facts. But after you've presented them this to the sector, what are you doing to make it a reality? Because then people think you've wasted their time. Because you said I'm a part and I've demonstrated this, then what are we going to do? And this is where we need our registries to be effective. This is where we need to make sure that our access to global markets are strong, that we have our people over there, invest Jamaica, invest Barbados, export Jamaica, export Barbados, make sure that they're robust enough to get our people into global markets. And Hannah, you'll be very happy at what's going to happen next. One of the things we noted about the data, and this is now to creators, no longer talking to policymakers, we know our work that we have to do. And I'm going to be honest here, I'm not speaking for all policy officials, okay? We work with limited resources. We are stretched. And this is why I emphasize the importance for us in doing our culture policy. In working with associations and institutions, we are stretched. Partnerships are important. Private sector partnerships are important. But one of the things we noticed in the data collection, and we are analyzing the data now, the sector from the preliminary analysis makes excellent money. We're happy about this because we're going back to the Minister of Finance. We want some incentives, but we had significant underreporting. Can't argue if there's no information. Because it says significant underreporting, but it means then we have to go back out next year and be more robust. But then if we get that again another year, then this is straight. If nobody wants to declare, this thing about the taxman coming after you and the taxman is going to get to know all your information, well, you already gave it to Google and Facebook anyways. And every free platform that's tracking you, right? And Zara knows everything that we own. And the credit card company know that you're in debt. But everybody else has your information. Right? The bank knows you're making a lot of money. But we also need to guarantee creators that irrespective of whether they're sharing data or we are sharing our data out there, they can trust us to know that we will keep things anonymous, that we collect the data and it's used for the reason we said we're going to collect it. Right? You cannot build a relationship with lies. I mean, there are people that try, and that's why I said I'm not going to use marriage. But nevertheless, the point is you have to have a relationship that works and functions effectively. And to do that, you need trust. That people can say that if I come to the ministry and they say they're going to do it, they're going to do it. If they can't, they explain why, and I trust what I get. On the other hand, if we have underreporting, that's problematic too. And therefore, the culture policy might be evidence-based, but it's not based on the reality. So if you see the problem there, you have the data, but it's only half of the picture, right? And that doesn't help policymakers either. So we really need a relationship which it works both ways. Trust in getting the data, but also that when you're asked the questions, when people say, why do you want to know my financial information? The thing is, though, we've noticed, if you notice the trend, those sectors that report how much they're making get incentivized better because we want you to make more money. We want to be able to make sure that you are thriving. And therefore, if you tell us how good you're doing and we can see it and the data shows it, then if I incentivize you even more, you're going to earn more. If I don't know and you feel threatened to hide the information, and to hide the money, and to hide the assets, and to under-declare, that's the word, then we are going to remain at the situation where we are. And what we would have faced before, we continue to endure. That's not a possibility anymore. We cannot continue with business as usual. Things have changed drastically, and so too we must. But what we need to make sure is that we both have a relationship of trust. And that came out in our research for the cultural policy, not just for the quantitative data, to collect the data, but going back to persons and saying what we found, what's happening, and making sure that there's always that level of dialogue, but to make sure that what we have is effective to change people's lives. It's not enough to take the information and you don't see it. So my closing remarks. Hannah, are you happy now? Where is she? And I made sure everyone understood my Bajan today, because you don't know this thing could have gone different. But when we talk about banking on culture and cultural policy, we know we need the data for investors to come on board. We need the data for the banks to open up more access to creatives to get affordable financing. This high interest thing, don't play the games, because we know that you're offering low interest rates to other people. We know that banks have financed airports and runways that have never been used. We know that banks have financed factories that have never been opened. We know that banks have financed hospitals that have never seen a patient and are still falling apart. But we know that if you bank on us, you get good returns. If you bank on us, you are going to make sure your government has profitability. If you bank on us, the GDP will grow. If you bank on us, we all will eat well. Thank you. Lunch. So we're going to start back with a session at 12. We're no break for lunch, and then we have the session with the president of the Caribbean Development Bank, banking on culture, make it make sense. Y'all understood that, right? You know someone don't understand Beijing, but you know when understand be good enough. So we're going to break for lunch now, and then we're going to have the session make it make sense, and then after that we are going to have a session with our grantees, persons who've received financing, to speak about the planning, the pain, the profit, the pitfalls, and also the successes that they have. We're going to have a frank discussion with our creators, but there'll be a break in between that as well. Thank you very much, everyone. We start back at 11:55.
Here's how to get into the mural experience. Scan the QR codes above the mural, follow the instructions to launch the experience in the browser, no app needed. Hold your phone over the image beneath the QR code so the camera can see it and enjoy. There are 8 QR triggers that each launch a different activity. You can interact with some of the questions too. Hold your phone over the image beneath the QR code so the camera can see it, enjoy, and tell your friends.
always say we have to make it. Yeah. Every get to youth, you have to make it. Well, alright then. Ha. Big cars, big whips. Yeah. Live large, live big. Yeah. A long time and I breathe this. Me put in the work and I'ma reach it. Hear me? Yeah. Big cars, big whips. Yeah. Live large, live big. Yeah. A long time and I breathe this. Go on, put in the work. Yeah, hear me?
So I'm sitting here at Bashiba Beach and I had a man just walk up and tell me, we wouldn't even bother with literature at Carry Festa. We want to know the young people don't read. I never say, damn, I don't think I agree with that narrative. Before we write off an entire generation, let us unpack the psychological baggage dragging into schoolyards and classrooms and read in to how reading is introduced. Because some would argue that reading is for the mind what exercise is for the body. How it could jog the memory and push up the possibility of stretching your beliefs beyond the tightness of small island imagination. How it could curl knowledge into practice so your perspective can lift the spirits of those around you. Reading was a how-to manual in mapping our identity. It was our compass for navigating our placement in the Caribbean Sea after we were a colony. But for Gen Z, he might got a point. They got to swim through oceans of content pulled by currents of what's current and trending. They got to swim through subscriptions, kicking through fake news and waves of information. They bookmark with a button and build collections with a click. So they redefine our old-fashioned idea of a library visit. They read every day, just not the way we envision it. But very quick to say the young people don't read. How they're kidnapped by screens and held for ransom by reels. So TikTok is a ticking time bomb, blowing attention spans to smithereens. But our focus was decimated way before technology detonated. Let me be real with ourselves. A lot of the books on our current curriculum are antiquated. In today's world, they're outdated. The young people try to make the most with it and relate it to their everyday lives, but there's only so much you could do with old white men from the 1800s and try to apply it to 2025. And it's even worse when our entire identity is reduced to the people that survived slavery. And that is why Carry Festa is needed. We can't allow outsiders to come and write our story and convince the world to read it as a universal truth. No, we got to celebrate our contemporary Caribbean writers with traditional roots, branching beyond brute force intellectualism, building a bridge between the consumer and the creator. Carry Festa is where the past meets the present, where we slam poetry like dominoes to Six Lover Writers Club down by Pelican, where a literary bus tour could drive a story of resistance into modern day relevance. Carry Festa is where the weight of a word could sink you right back into your seat. This is where culture and conversation meet. So when somebody tell you that the young people don't read, I want you to tell them that the story of the Caribbean is still being written and the young people are sitting right there holding the pen. And come August 22nd to the 31st, you can see that in Caribbean literature, a new chapter is about to begin. Because not only do the young people read, but they also write. And they do it with the past, the present, and the future in sight.
The creative economy accounts for 3.1% of global GDP and over 6.2% of all employment. The creative economy is one of the world's fastest growing industries. Culture is the Caribbean's next big export. The UNESCO Office for the Caribbean, in joint partnership with CARICOM and University of West Indies, UWI, believes this so fiercely that we are investing in this market. Creative Caribbean, an ecosystem of play for growth and development. a bold initiative aimed at fostering the economic, human, and social development of the Caribbean region by stimulating inclusive, diversified, and sustainable growth of the cultural economy by generating economic opportunities for artists and creative professionals, producing diversified cultural goods and services, improving market access for Caribbean creatives by synergizing networks between institutions and professionals in the cultural and creative field. With the financial contribution of the European Union and the support of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, Creative Caribbean is strengthening the creative sector through various grant schemes and other activities amounting over $3 million. Developing the talent of our Caribbean dancers, musicians, and performing artists, deepening the capacity of our Caribbean animators, poets, and writers, preparing our Caribbean creatives to boldly enter this brave new world where dreams become commodities, where Caribbean voices are in demand, where what we imagine has the power to transform our region. We can transform the Caribbean with our culture.
Here's how to get into the mural experience. Scan the QR codes above the mural, follow the instructions to launch the experience in the browser, no app needed. Hold your phone over the image beneath the QR code so the camera can see it and enjoy. There are 8 QR triggers that each launch a different activity. You can interact with some of the questions too. Hold your phone over the image beneath the QR code so the camera can see it, enjoy, and tell your friends.
Nikita, yeah, a holiday, oh.
It is a working lunch, so feel free to bring the...
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Make It Make Sense, Beyond the Grant. It's been my privilege to curate this year's Symposium and Big Conversations for CARIFESTA along the theme, Architecture of Innovation. And this theme is not just about structures or systems, it's about the way we design, from the ground up, a future for our creative industries that is resilient, data-driven, and globally connected. And that's why today's panel is so important. Too often, our conversations surrounding the grant are truncated. But there are grants that should be applied to one module or goal of your project, as Ms. Kelly Magnus and I often discuss. And then there are project life cycles. And then there are value chains and an ecosystem. So within this context, what does the pipeline look like from grant to investment to long-term sustainability? We've heard in depth this morning about one of our biggest hurdles, data, how it is fragmented, collected in silos, not interoperable, and often disconnected from the very people who and policies that are meant to support us. Without streamlined data, we can't measure real impact or show the evidence that convinces investors and policymakers. This is why Beyond the Grant challenges us to imagine a system where grants are not the end, but the beginning, entry points into a cycle of resilience, investment, and transformation. Today, I have carefully curated a panel whose expertise spans policy, entrepreneurship, creative practice, and financing. And together, they will help us to think through how we make sense, S-E-N-S-E, and how we make sense, money, and how we move forward. As we enter this conversation, I'd like to frame it with what I call the triple R roadmap for creatives and creative companies. We begin with respecting cultural richesse. Richesse meaning wealth. This is about valuing our intellectual property, our heritage, and our cultural identities as the assets that they are, not just creatively, but economically. Then there are roadmaps, because without clear roadmaps, data, and pathways, we risk leaving creatives without direction. But with them, we chart routes that are actionable, equitable, and most importantly, scalable. And then finally, there is readiness. How do we prepare ourselves and our institutions to engage not just with grants, but with broader pipelines of capital, partnerships, and global opportunity? So as we dive in, let's keep this in mind. Our goal is not only to access grants, but to design systems of readiness, to respect the cultural richesse that makes us unique, and to build roadmaps that move us confidently into a sustainable, globally competitive future. With that, I am honored this afternoon, to introduce firstly a provocation by Mr. Akeem Chandler. Akeem needs no introduction to our Bajan audience. He will speak for himself, but he has been helping us to craft along our theme an architecture of innovation, providing the evidence of our creative space. I'd also like to introduce our moderator, who will take us deeper into this journey beyond the grant. Ms. Patrice Bersing is a cultural transformer and strategic leader with more than 20 years of experience, driving impact in the creative economy and cultural sectors. She specializes in innovation, brand collaboration, and cultural strategy, helping organizations and creatives to transform ideas into sustainable growth. She holds a bachelor's in entertainment business, a master's in global marketing management from Boston University, and an international graduate certificate in global business performance and international studies from Audencia Business School in France and Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico. A champion of lifelong learning, she recently completed a professional certificate in evidence and policy making from the University of Oxford's, I don't know if I could get this word correct, Blavnatnik School of Government. As founder and chief of innovation at Brand Carib Innovation Lab, Patrice is dedicated to elevating Caribbean creative industries onto the global stage through bold innovation and strategic partnerships. In just the past 2 years, she has secured over US $3 million in funding for elite Caymanian-owned creative projects across both the public and private sectors. Her career spans 19 industries, from technology and fashion to music, education, and entertainment, where she has led more than 300 projects that drive growth, innovation, and cultural impact. A passionate architect of cultural development, she has also shaped the Cayman Islands' creative landscape through national programs, arts festivals, and training initiatives, with various departments of the Cayman Islands government, as well as the Cayman National Cultural Foundation. Beyond policy, Patrice also serves as business manager and partner to London-based fashion designer, Mr. Jawara Aline, whose work has been embraced by none other than Rihanna, Shakira, and Lewis Hamilton, and featured in Vogue, Dazed, Harper's Bazaar, and GQ. A former World Economic Forum global shaper and Cayman Islands government scholar, Patrice is a fierce champion of authentic Caribbean excellence and remains deeply committed to building a vibrant, sustainable creative economy rooted in a strong Caribbean cultural identity. Please welcome to the Big Conversation stage our panel, moderated by Ms. Patrice Bersing. And we'll invite our panel up, and we'll also invite Mr. Akeem Chandler to come to the stage with his provocation.
You want this?
Good evening, all you beautiful people. How y'all feeling? Y'all don't feel it. Y'all don't sell it. Y'all just had food. How y'all feeling? All right. So this piece is curated for this particular event called Make It Make Sense. Let me make it make sense. Because generational wealth was never in my family tree. The people are the leaves and our souls are the branches. But all we got are receipts from bank branches that take advantage of the disadvantage. In other words, me and you. The cash cow never grazed on the pastures I played on as a youth. I remember hearing of Wall Street, but it was only ever chattel houses from my avenue. We had to use outside bathrooms. We're keeping a bunch of shh on the inside. So you get a depressed economy when limited access to funding and corruption collide. And are we not tired of that here in the Caribbean? So let me make it make sense. Because GDP can measure goods and services, but it cannot measure joy. It forgets the unpaid labor of culture, the voluntary economy of mothers, the sweaty equity of fathers, the compound interest of ancestors who left resilience accruing in a bank of bloodline. So when I say make it make sense, I mean start by seeing this address as an asset, instead of giving others access where profits can be extracted and losses left for locals to deal with. How is it we got homegrown loans that are only approved if your last name sound imported? We've made foreign synonymous with important, putting constant pressure on our own vendors, suffocating their business ventures. A culture cannot breathe on emergency oxygen, cannot grow if its only water is short-term funding with the tap controlled elsewhere. We have to reimagine the pipeline if this is going to make sense. So imagine a world where funding equality is not the exception, but the expectation. A world where we put people before profit and pockets are not deeper than our understanding. A world where we stand in solidarity, employing empathy to promote growth, so our workforce isn't filled with people who are forced to work. A world not filled with families who are familiar with famine on a first-name basis, well acquainted with hunger as a daily companion, carving canyons in their stomach. This world will not starve its inhabitants of justice, will not feed them crumbs of consideration and tell them to be satisfied. We will not rise from the downfall of the oppressed. We will invest in backyard gyms as well as corporate buildings, recognizing that our wealth is already built in. So our balance sheet will balance soul as well as extended households upbringings, so the average girl can shatter the proverbial glass ceiling and use the shards to cut capital from the creases of an unfolding market. If the aim is funding, then sustainable development has to be the target. It should be dead in our sights with every proposal speech we recite, locked on to long-form plans about how we could take community groups and expand their reach to reach every parish. Then lend assistance in developing actual products that won't vanish overnight. We need national strategies understood by all strata of the community if this thing we call development is going to work right. So when I say make it make sense, I mean scaling solidarity. I mean measuring return in both revenue and in raised literacy rates. I mean measuring it in clogged brain drain that don't leak expertise to the states. I mean it in reduced school dropouts. I mean make it so a passion project can pay for rent. I mean make it so a driven individual can actually afford the gas to drive to work. I mean make it so when we search within our nest, we can find our own golden goose before we fly to barter our future for a few dollars just to get through. As we peel away at this orange economy, it should reveal a shared fruit ripened with opportunity, excreting our own creative juices. When I say make it make sense, I mean it would be foolish. And I mean foolish to allow funding to become the new version of slavery, where terms and conditions turn to chains and restrictions, lynching our imagination. When I say make it make sense, I mean make it so that Caribbean nations can sustain their own, where the price of asking for help doesn't cost us our home, doesn't cost us our dignity, doesn't cost us our autonomy. Make it where funding frameworks value money, but also value humanity. Make it make sense for them. Make it make sense for you. Make it make sense for me. I mean, make it into a seed that can finally plant generational wealth in everyone's Caribbean family tree. Let me make it make sense.
I think he needs another round of applause. That was powerful. In fact, I think I should go. I don't think I need to be here. Thank you, Akeem. I'm going to sit and use the mic on the seat, Mr. Maxey. Yes. So, thank you so much, Dr. Mario. Thank you for inviting me and trusting me with this very important conversation. I hope that I will rise to the occasion, just like Akeem did. So why this title? First of all, it's amazing. It's an amazing double entendre on something that is deeply rooted in an ecosystem that is challenged by the thing that we don't like to talk about as creatives, which is money. So why this title? Because for far too long, when we talk about financing, the conversation begins and ends with traditional grants. And most importantly, while grants serve a purpose, they're short-term, they're unpredictable, and they're limited in scope. So for this panel, what we did is narrow the scope a bit. So I gave all of the panelists a prompt, and they're each gonna come up here with a TED-style talk to address the prompt. In a rapidly changing global landscape, how can cultural financing models be redesigned not to just sustain, but regenerate Caribbean and Global South creative ecosystems, ensuring equity, longevity, and community wealth? So I like to break things down in layman's terms instead of using this technical language. So rapidly changing global landscape, what does that mean? So basically, the world is changing fast, we know this. There's new technologies, shifting economies, climate pressures, and cultural trends that are reshaping the way that we live, we work, and we create. When we say cultural financing models being redesigned, not just to sustain but regenerate, what we're saying is how do we rethink the way money flows into culture and doesn't just keep things alive, but grows stronger, lasts longer, and is more sustainable. So it's a difference between planting seeds versus patching holes. Caribbean and Global South. It's a network of artists, creatives, and cultural workers within the Caribbean, yes, but places like Latin America, Africa, and other regions. So when we think Global South, it's not a geographic Global South. It's talking about communities that are rich in creativity, but are typically left out of global funding systems. Ensuring equity. So it's not about being equal per se, it's making sure resources are distributed fairly around small players, marginalized voices, underrepresented communities.
but that they have real access and not just the big institutions. And then ensuring longevity, building creative systems, lasting over time, and not just one-off jobs or one-off projects, but long-term. And then ensuring community wealth, which is my favorite and which is what Akeem was touching on. We want to make sure the benefits actually serve our culture, right? So jobs, pride, income, and stay within our communities and not just flow out. So with that, I want to now introduce you to a tool that we'll be using because this information is supposed to be two-way, and I want you to be a part of the conversation. So can we first do a bit of a technical exercise to scan this code and access our tool that will allow you to address some of the things that I raise to interact with me. Can you take out your phones and scan the barcode? Let me know when you've done so. Or if you can't scan the barcode, just go to menti.com and put in the code 5654C6376. Is the barcode working? Thumbs up? Awesome. So let's do a quick test. First question, I want to get a gauge of who's in the room. Who am I talking to? Which persona best describes you? Are you, okay, A students. We have a lot of creatives in the house. Shout out to the creatives. You work with creatives, or you're a fan of Caribbean creatives. All right, so it looks like we have more creatives in the room, although I think intuitively all of us are creatives as Caribbean people. So this was just a test for the tool, okay? So stay tuned to your phone without going on social media, put it face down, or I'm gonna charge you $50 every time I see you. No, I'm just joking. Whenever I ask you to go back to the phone, just open it up, don't close the window to engage in the interactive exercises. Right. So, coming to the stage are the speakers. Our first speaker is Ms. Eliana Prada. She's a leading specialist in creative industries at the Inter-American Development Bank. Since 2015, Eliana has designed and implemented creative economy initiatives across Latin America and the Caribbean, strengthening entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystems. With over 15 years of experience advising governments, multilateral organizations, and creative communities, she has shaped policies and programs that recognize culture not only as a social good, but also as a driver of economic development and opportunity. Eliana has co-authored several publications on the impact of the creative economy in areas such as employment generation, social inclusion, and urban development. She holds a master's in public relations and communications from Georgetown University and has completed executive courses at Harvard Business School on creative thinking, digital transformation, and public policy. Please join me in welcome Eliana Prada to share her insights in a 7-minute TED-style talk on reimagining financing for the creative economy.
Hello, hello. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Patrice, for this introduction, and thank you, Marielle, for this amazing panel that you put together. So let's see if the clicker works. Okay, great. So when preparing for this presentation, I remembered a quote that a friend of mine shared with me by Oscar Wilde that goes something like, when bankers get together for dinner, they talk about art. And when artists get together, they talk about money. And this is very interesting, right? And right on to the topic of this conversation today. So before plunging right into it, I wanted to give you a context of what the creative economy is. Why is it important? Why are we talking about this? Why, or what does the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, the leading multilateral organization that provides financing for development countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, have to do with fashion, music, gaming, movies? Well, in fact, it has to do a lot with all of these creative sectors. And why? Because the creative economy is a power source for employment generation, social inclusion and economic impact. So let me give you some data that is very stunning for me, and I hope for all of you. As I said, the creative economy generates employment. Worldwide, it creates 50 million jobs, which account for, this number is a little bit intangible for my mind, but $2.25 trillion, which account for 3% of global GDP. That, in terms of Latin America and the Caribbean, is kind of as staggering. It represents 2% of GDP. It employs around 2 million people, almost it's 1.9 million people, and represents around $124 billion in revenues. So this is huge. It's a huge, huge industry. So at the IDB, we have a decade long of study and working in understanding the creative economy, the creative ecosystem, who the creative entrepreneurs are, what the challenges are, and everything that has to do with public policy to push the creative economy agenda. And we started off in 2013, and we were talking about the orange economy back then, and we decided to do a taxonomy to understand what are those subsectors within the creative economy. We identified 38 subsectors, among which I can mention, for instance, marketing, arts, phonography, editorial, right? But I will share with you which are the 4 main sectors that are expected to have the greatest growth from now until 2030. And those are everything that has to do with what's called the creators economy, everything like audiovisual and animation, everything that you can think of, content creation for digital platforms and streaming platforms. Then we have video games, we have music, which is big here in the Caribbean, and also in the 4th place, there's ad tech. So again, the creative economy is a major source of employment generation. One piece of information that I love to mention is, I don't know how many people here in the audience are under 30, but the creative economy is the productive sector that employs, that provides greatest opportunities and jobs for youth under 30 and for women. So that's one piece of information that I love about the creative economy. Okay, so let's just right on to the challenges about the creative economy. There are tons of challenges, and we're really focusing on working on them at the Inter-American Development Bank. But I will focus on the 4 most standing out challenges. The first one has to do with financing. Every time I go and have a conversation anywhere around the world or around Latin America and the Caribbean, the recurrent theme is financing. We need financing for the creative economy, right? So the problem would be that the financing allocated for culture or the creative and cultural industries is very fragmented, scattered, and very much vulnerable to political cycles, right? How many times have we seen that a government changes and then the policy in favor of creative economy just falls under it? And then what we see in financing is usually like short-term subsidies or grants instead of long-term strategic investment. So that is one issue, the financing. The other challenge that we see all the time has to do with the lack, even though we have advanced a lot, we still lack data and evidence to support advocacy, to come and sit with governments and say, hey, this is a huge, huge sector that we need to invest in because it generates employment. It generates social inclusion, right? So we need more data and evidence. And also to provide a strong and solid policy infrastructure and everything related these days to IP, especially with the creatives. Another issue, the third one, would be everything that has to do with capacity building for the creatives, right? We see that there's a huge gap, and we see this after specifically the pandemic in the COVID-19, that there was a huge gap between what the, let's say in the audiovisual sector, the Amazons of the world, the Netflixes of the world were looking for, and the skill sets that the creatives have. So we still need to work on what those skills are and kind of like help the creatives get them. And the fourth and last one has to do with the informality of the sector. We know that it's very volatile and very much informal. But there's a good side to this. We can share what works, you know, what best practices. We have tons of best practices to share. I will just focus on two. As I said at the beginning, the figures, the data is stunning, right? The creative economy is not only just a niche. It's an still untapped productive sector that generates employment. And then the second one is all these new financial mechanisms that we've seen that work. For instance, the crowdfunding platforms, the blended private public sandboxes, right? Those are some that work, and we can continue delving into them even more later. Okay, so there is an opportunity to rethink what financing means for the creative economy, and I really urge us to think about staying away from the traditional financing models of grants and philanthropic aid, and more towards innovative ways of helping with this capital injection of money that creatives really need to step up and take their entrepreneurships to another level. And I think as important of the money is the way we talk about this. We really have to change the narrative and start seeing culture and the creative industries not just, as an expense, as it's seen in some countries, or an add-on, like a nice thing to have, but much more as a strategic, long-term investment. Remember, the creative economy generates employment, social inclusion, and economic development for all. And then, this is very important. I would invite you to take your phones out, scan this QR code, because this is all the information of the decade-long work that the IDB has done researching the creative economy. Some of my publications are there. Some are not authored by me, but are incredibly useful. There's lots of resources, free resources as well, that are very useful. And then the last one, that I truly believe that connection is everything among us, human beings. So I invite you, that is my personal LinkedIn page, where I am actively responding and always offering help, questions, access to whatever I can be of help. So please, let's stay connected and let's continue the conversation.
Thank you, Eliana. So, before we move on, that's fine, to the next speaker, we're going back to the tool that we were using to test if you were actually listening to Eliana. Are you guys ready? So, you should be on the screen. There's a question. What are the fastest growing creative sectors within the creative economy? It's not this question. Oh, sorry. Are you guys still on the barcode, or do you want me to go back to scan again? All right. Oh, some people already. So you don't want to close out of the barcode. Let me know when you scan it. All right, so we're gonna go to the question. What are the fastest growing creative sectors within the creative economy? I'm gonna give you 20 seconds to answer the question before I allow Eliana to give the correct answer. What are the fastest growing creative sectors within the creative economy? You have 10 seconds. I see the answers coming in like hotcakes. Interesting. Eliana?
Those are the right ones. Audio, visual, video games, and music.
Right. Thank you. But you said video games and digital technologies.
Yeah.
Just to be clear. Yes, because I was listening. All right, for the next speaker.
we have coming to the stage the president of the Caribbean Development Bank, the region's only indigenous multilateral development and finance institution. With over 30 years of experience as a civil engineer, project manager, and development banker, he has led transformative projects that have improved the lives of more than 1.6 million Caribbean people through education, resilient infrastructure, and inclusive opportunities for women and girls. He previously served as Senior Infrastructure and Development Advisor to the Prime Minister of Barbados, and during his tenure as Director of Projects at CDB, pioneered the bank's first sustainable financing framework to mobilize private capital for regional growth. Widely recognized as a leading voice in resilient, inclusive development for the Caribbean, he continues to shape innovative financing models for the future of the region. He also moonlights as a thespian. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Daniel Best.
Thank you, Patrice, and thank you, Eliana, for that excellent presentation. Good afternoon, CariFesta 15. Good afternoon, CariFesta 15. Yeah, I am the same person on the screen. I may look different right now. I promise you it's me. Make it make sense. That's what we're here to do, right? Make it make sense. S-E-N-S-E and C-E-N-T-S. I don't have any slides, but I have you all. And you're going to help me make some things make sense. On December 3rd, 2024, last year, I was elected the 7th president of the Caribbean Development Bank. That's actually not the point, but sure, I take the applause. The outpouring of love and congratulatory messages and everything was just absolutely overwhelming. But here's the thing. Online, the number of people that sent congratulations to me as Mr. Jones, the amount of messages that came in saying, a man like Mr. Jones moving up in Barbados. Congrats, Mr. Jones, we love you. So, for those who may not know, as Patrice might have mentioned, in not quite a previous life, but more than 10 years ago, I was the lead actor on the #1 television show here in Barbados called Keeping Up with the Joneses. That's still not quite the point, but I will take the applause again. The show ended almost 10 years ago. In that time, as you heard Patrice say, I was the director of projects at the Caribbean Development Bank for about 7 years. Over that period, I increased, well, me and the team, not me alone, increased approvals by 33% and increased disbursements by 24%. I was in the newspapers almost once every 2 or 3 weeks, but certainly once a month over that 7-year period, talking about all kinds of development initiatives. How is it that these people are still calling me Mr. Jones? Make it make sense. How is it that before coming in this room, 2 of the Hilton's workers outside talking to each other, and then they called me over and said, you was the man that was on that TV show, right? And I thought, I said yes, but you know, I've done some other things with my life since then. So CariFesta 15, you gotta help me make it make sense. S-E-N-S-E. How is it that we in the development community, we in government, we as captains of industry spend times and times again in boardrooms and conferences like this, throw money at coming up with public awareness campaigns, coming up with all kinds of fancy acronyms and initiatives because we want the public We want our citizenry to relate to what we are doing that is impacting their lives in a meaningful and transformational way. And this fictional character that I stopped playing 10 years ago is somehow still reaching people. How is it that a mother could come to me 2 weeks ago, 2.5, 3 weeks ago and tell me she remembers the episode when my daughter was going out to party and how we had to go and save them because there were people trying to drug the drinks and all, and she used it to tell her daughter that these are the kind of things she got to watch out for. How is it that this show ended 10 years ago? Since then, we have done no end of things in the development community, but this fictional character, and I got a shout out to the gentleman who played my father, standing right there. Wave, let him see you. He played my father on the show, right? But how is it that is what is actually reaching the people that we in the development community actively trying to reach, Eliana? Make it make sense. But all right, let me come out of Mr. Jones for a little bit and talk and be the president. Back in 2016, we in the Caribbean Development Bank recognized that there was no regional financing platform for the creative industries or culture. And so we determined that we will create one. And so we created the Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund, or CIF. And we capitalized it with $2.6 million in financing. And it focused on supporting innovation, job creation, and improved enterprise sustainability. There were 5 main areas that CIF would provide financing for: music, fashion, festivals, film, and the digital or creative, digitally created arts. Now, within that time, there have been 1,000+ beneficiaries of the CIF program. Between 2018, it was approved in 2016, and between 2018 and 2023, there have been 1,000+ beneficiaries of the CIF program, many of whom are right here at CariFesta and presenting what they are doing through CIF. It spans 17 countries, and essentially resulting in the creation of about 144 brand new jobs and delivered 30 successful projects. And we have been able to catalyze a further $500,000 in support, because it is a multi-donor fund that we created. But yes, it is primarily grants. In 2020 to 2023, we recognized also that we need to do something different in Haiti, because Haiti could not be captured within those 17 countries. And so we launched a special CIF Haiti with about $200,000, and that directly impacted 90 creatives in Haiti in the arts. So I on to the CENTS now. I hope you realize the shift from SENCS to CENTS. We determined that we needed to train people, because for this thing to be sustainable, as you said, for it to be sustainable, people need to know how to actually submit proposals, because we have to move past the grants. And so we trained over this period approximately 200 of our creatives across the regions in proposal writing. The other thing we've done, of course, is capacity building. And in capacity building, we focused on skills development, mentorship, and enterprise acceleration. But all of this goes to naught and will not make sense if the enabling environment is not there to support it. It will ultimately be one-off and grants. And so we focused on the enabling environment by providing financing for policy development and strategic frameworks. We also engaged in supporting research and knowledge sharing on the economic value of the cultural industries. But this thing gotta make sense. After the grants finished, it got to make sense. And so now what we are doing in this phase, Incidentally, our board approved a recapitalization of SIF, which will take us to 2027. Yeah? I feel that's where you should actually clap for, to be honest with you. So our board has approved a recapitalization of SIF. But now, we're trying to move past the grants because that's important. And so we are looking at blended financing instruments. And I am very pleased to report that in June of this year, at our annual board meeting in Brasilia, our board approved the first trade finance guarantee program that the bank has ever done, supporting de-risking investments such that commercial lenders, their investments into MSMEs who are involved in trade have an easier path to move their goods intra-regionally and internationally. That was approved by our board in June. But we're not stopping there. We're going to launch that trade finance program later this year, but we're not stopping there. At the beginning of next year, we will be launching an MSME, particular focus on MSME, partial credit guarantee scheme, again, to de-risk investment into MSMEs, such that the threshold through which MSMEs, and I'm speaking specifically here about the creatives, the threshold which they have to overcome to actually get their goods, their services across this region, across the world, becomes a little bit easier. Now, we know we live in the toughest neighborhood in the world when it comes to climate. But how come then climate financing and creative financing not linked? Make it make sense. The biggest revenue earners in our countries, among the biggest rather, is tourism, our tourism product. Crop over, Trini Carnival, Vinci Mass, Spice Mass, Mashramani. Any GTs in the house? No Guyanese here. Jean Canoe in Bahamas. Any Bahamians in here? All right. I see you. Sugar Mass in St. Kitts. All right. I see you. I see you, St. Kitts. Nevis. But could you imagine? I love that boy, y'all. I love that. But could you imagine one adverse weather event passing through at the time of these festivals? What happens then? What happened when COVID hit us? And we ain't had crop over, we ain't had carnival, we ain't had Spice Mass, we ain't had Vinci Mass, we ain't had Mushroom Mass, we had none of them things. So how do we provide financing that is resilient and link it with cultural financing? The two things cannot be considered mutually exclusive. This is also what we're looking at. So essentially, the bank is seeking to move beyond the grants. We are seeking to move to a sustainable catalytic model. And we're throwing everything at it. Blended finance, guarantees, and receivables finance, essentially to transition from grant dependency to investment readiness. Because you see, this region here in the world, we have provided too much to the global economy and our artists, our creatives, our intellectuals, our athletes. And it's time that they're properly financed in a sustainable manner. We can make it make sense. Thank you.
Awesome, 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 awesome. With time looming, it's time for us to go back to our phones. Are you ready? Are you listening? You had to be listening. So the next question for all the A+ students is, what areas does the SIF focus on when providing direct grant funding? Is it traditional performing arts, tourism and hospitality projects, community events and seminars, or D, music, fashion, festivals, film, animation, digital technologies, or digital tech-enabled creative sector? You have 20 seconds. Look at my A students. Are you sure though? Because he did mention how important the tourism sector was. What's the correct answer, Mr. Best?
They're all wrong. They're all wrong. I'm kidding. Yes, of course. Bang on. Bang on.
Thank you.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving right along. So, our next speaker, after we've gotten this foundation from more of the systemic structures, the more corporate, traditional structures within the creative ecosystem, we're going to transition now to our resident creative, Jawara Aline, a Caymanian interdisciplinary artist and my fellow countryman, and fashion designer based in London. He's celebrated for his bold, deconstructed aesthetic and deep commitment to sustainability. A fixture at London Fashion Week since 2021, his designs have been worn by icons such as your queen, our queen, Rihanna, Beyonce, Tyler, Thames, Bella Hadid, Anok Yai, Lewis Hamilton, Nicole Kidman, Shakira, featured in Vogue, GQ, Harper's Bazaar, Elle, The New York Times, and more. In 2024, Rihanna herself named him her favorite new designer. And earlier this year, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York Costume Institute Spring-Summer Exhibition, Superfine Black Tailoring, featured 2 of his groundbreaking designs, placing him among the top designers in the world. Jawara is a tutor at his alma mater, Central St. Martin's University in London, and through his work, he continues to champion Caribbean cultural identity while advancing sustainability and circularity in fashion. Today, he joins us to share the perspective of a global creative who has broken barriers at his home in Grand Cayman, across the Caribbean, and on the international stage. Please welcome to the stage my dear friend, Jawara Aline.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Eliana, Danielle, and Patrice. I hope you guys don't mind that I'm just gonna sit. So, I'm just here to share a little bit about my experience as someone that has gone through the creative industry successfully. And thank you guys for inviting me to speak, and thank you guys for speaking ahead of me, and thank you for the work that you guys are doing, because of all 3 of your work is the reason why I can actually be here. So imagine being a young artist in Georgetown, Bridgetown, Kingston, or London, full of ideas that could shift culture, but with no resources to really make them happen. You're left to improvise, to bend, to self-fund your projects, while global culture benefits from your creativity, extracting from your work for profit. I'm Jawara Aline, a fashion designer, artist, and educator whose work is rooted in Caribbean identity. I run my creative business where I merge fashion, art, and storytelling, presenting my work on international stages. But my practice is grounded in community, in real people, real culture, and real possibilities. Now, over the years, the funding landscape has been both a help and a hindrance to me. I started fashion through Fresh, a program by the Cayman National Cultural Foundation, which offered no real financial gain, but it gave me an outlet to shape the trajectory of my career. Later, I received funding from the Department of Tourism to study fashion in London, a feat that was unconventional at the time, but proof of the value of the work that I'd been doing really being recognized. While in London, I applied for countless small grants, often unsuccessful, mostly unsuccessful. But those attempts sharpened my ability to articulate my practice. And by 2020, after completing my master's, I joined the Fashionese Incubator. It gave me exposure and small financial support towards my shows, but like many programs like these, it focused on talent development rather than building a sustainable business model. Fashionese, Fresh, and many other incubator programs alike, they can only do so much. I've now been in London for over 10 years, and what I've noticed from writing many grant applications is that too often, funding is shaped by a Western gaze, treating Global South creativity as inspiration to extract rather than systems or communities to invest in. Too often, these financial models are designed to keep us dependent, not to really help us build our independence. Cultural equity isn't simply about representation, which is a tactic that we see on the global stage in places like London and Paris. Cultural equity is about redistribution of resources, decision-making, power, and access. It's about reparative action acknowledging centuries of ongoing extraction and turning investment into regeneration. So I have an example for you. When I moved to London, diversity was the main issue that was being dialogued within fashion. This started with diversity in skin color, which naturally then expanded into other kinds of diversity, such as body, size, age range, and to include people with disabilities. To support this, I helped set up a modeling agency with a friend of mine, Campbell Addy, called Knee Agency, which campaigned for representation. Now, the issue with this is that representation wasn't really enough. We didn't just need to see diversity on the runway, but we also needed to see it in the boardrooms as well. Equity means that when we tell our stories, we also own the means of telling them, distributing them, and benefiting from them. Ownership. Ownership, not permission, is the end game. I have another example for you. So at Notting Hill Carnival, another friend of mine, a visual artist, Alvaro Barrington, designs carnival trucks using canvases to tell our stories to our people. He builds installations for the carnival stage that platforms and celebrates our community in real time. After the celebration, those same works are returned to his studio, where they become base for artworks, and those artworks are then entered into galleries and collections. This is cultural equity in practice. The community experiences the work first, the story is rooted in us, then its value circulates outwards, with the artist and the community benefiting together. Existing in the community is what gives the work true value. Now, my start with fashion with the CNCF gave me space to experiment, to test ideas, to take risks. It gave me confidence and it connected me with local creative community in a way that shaped my practice forever. I'm here at Carifesta now twice directly because of that program. That experience taught me something fundamental. When funding centers the community, it doesn't just support one-off projects, it launches careers, it creates community pillars, and strengthens the creative ecosystem as a whole. Investment in our people can only come back to serve us. Today, we need creative solutions, so investment in creativity is key. Now, jump scare back to 2020. I just graduated from Central St. Martin's, straight into the global pandemic. Needless to say, resources were limited and the market was volatile. I had to pivot. I'd built up an idea of the industry from looking at designers before me, and as soon as I entered into the industry, that world was no more. I thought that making fabulous clothes was enough to drive business, but quickly I realized that I had to come up with something else, something a little bit more innovative. The system simply just wouldn't allow for that approach to be successful. So, instead of just going down the traditional route, I separated my collections. The main line, which contains ready-to-wear, couture, the general things that you see at Fashion Week, and then the Untitled collection, which contained streetwear and anti-fashion-like practices. Through the Untitled collection, I've designed within my practice a circular framework, taking end-of-life garments from the bottom of the product chain, repurposing them by deconstructing and reconstructing, creating new items, giving them a new sense of value so that they could be given a new life. Every step of production became an exercise in creative problem solving and self-sufficiency. I had no access to machinery at that time, so I designed garments that placed the value in what I could do with my own two hands. Scarcity became a driver of invention, and that innovation led me to new ways of creating value for my customers. Through Untitled, I realized that designers aren't just plugging products into the system. We can design the systems ourselves. We can create cooperative models, pool resources, and reinvest in shared infrastructure. We can develop circular economies where revenues from one project funds the next project or funds the next generation of creators. We can take equity stakes in projects so that artists build long-term wealth, not just one-off gains, and we can integrate craft, tourism, and digital platforms to build self-sustaining creative ecosystems. If we can design clothes, music, images that shape culture, we can design the systems that finance it too. The Global South has been fueled by global culture. The Global South has been fueling global culture for centuries. The question is no longer whether we are creative. The question is, whether we will finally own the wealth our creativity generates, rather than line in the pockets of our tech overlords. Regeneration means moving from aid to agency, from extraction to ownership. It means designing financing models that builds community wealth, cultural sovereignty, and longevity. The future of global culture depends on whether we dare to build systems and empower creators and their communities, rather than just merely sustaining them. Thank you.
Isn't he amazing, everyone? I just have to give you a quick tip or a quick fact about Joara. I call him a CARICOM baby. So yes, he's from the Cayman Islands, but he has Jamaican heritage, Barbadian heritage, and Panamanian heritage. And what you're looking at, and I have to say it, is the result of a government that invested in the people. So I have to big up the Cayman Islands government. I have to big up the Cayman Islands Department of Tourism and the Cayman Islands National Cultural Foundation. So, moving on. Were you listening? I'm sure you were. Next question. Ready? What is often missing for creatives in current cultural financing models? Is it creativity? Jesus. Ownership and equity, marketing and inspiration. I love this class. Exactly. I saw everybody moved when he talked about ownership and equity. And so thank you for that, Joe. I don't think you have to give the correct answer. Everybody was listening.
Pretty clear.
Yeah, you are. Okay, so last but certainly not the least, we have coming to the stage Andre Leroux, Managing Director of IKS Cultural Consulting.
Action.
Where the live music scene is today wouldn't be quite where it is at the moment if it hadn't been for the support and initiatives of something like Constance.
What's important about this program is that it speaks to what music can do for educational purposes. It speaks to what music does for entertainment purposes. It speaks to what music does for individual well-being.
Other countries, there are foundations that really help musicians to create and not worry. So to get something like this is very important so that people can take the music to the people.
I got digital mobility funding in the thick of COVID where we were hungry, guys. Yeah.
It helps the nation understand itself. It helps us feel better about who we are, and it helps us become more of who we are instead of living in small, frightened cages.
It can be really tricky when you're making music like for the artistry of music, but at the same time you have bills to pay.
You were my friend and you called me love. Because the beast itself is designed to put us in competition, shrink the soul of the song, not care for the vessel. The vessel is always under threat. Dreams, that's all there is.
As a living, very tough. You have to be strong. It really can't be okay if you're not using your gift. I believe a gift unused becomes a curse. You want to allow your creativity to just go big.
Music is not just cerebral. Music is deeper than that. It's what you are.
It's a healer. And we need to nurture it because it's vital that we create spaces for music to be able to blossom and heal.
We as musicians have a very important role to fill in society. We're like healers of some sort. We're therapists.
We need to sell the truth about the importance of something like this and get support for it.
I believe that if Constance were to disappear, there is nothing in the wind that would replace it.
If we get to a place where we don't have that, I'm a little bit scared.
we need to go back to my presentation. In the meantime, I will give you some background on Andre. Excellent. So, Andre, who's just joined us on stage, is also the head of the Concerts Essay Project. We just learned about that from his video. Widely recognized as a leading cultural activist and arts manager, Andre has spent decades advancing Africa's creative industries and building bridges across the continent and beyond. He's a founder of Music in Africa, Moshito, and Samex, is that how I say it? And currently serves on the board of the Market Theatre Foundation, while also acting as an ambassador for the African Culture Fund and advisor to Connect for Culture Africa. Previously, Andre was managing director of the SAMPRO Foundation, the largest music rights organization in Africa, and has served on numerous cultural boards from Business and Arts South Africa to the Arterial Network of South Africa. With his deep commitment to collaboration, sustainability, and Pan-African cultural exchange, Andre continues to shape the future of the creative economy on the continent. So please welcome to the stage again, Mr. Andre Leroux.
Thanks, Patrice. Hi, can you all hear me from here? Is that cool? Okay, if this, is this better, like this? So I'll lean into the microphone. Okay. If Jawara can be seated, then I can also be seated. He's younger than me.
Yes, you can. I can hear you clearly.
Cool, okay. I like what you said about funding being shaped by a Western gaze. When we first developed our mobility fund about 10 years ago, I met with people from the British Council, and they said, here's 700,000 Rand, a lot of money. And they said, can you use this to do something for live music? And what we did, I said, yes, we can. And they said, well, we can take artists to London. I said, cool, but that's not what I want to do. I'll take 100,000 and we'll send artists to Great Escape in London, and the rest of the 600,000 we'll do in the SADC region. And I think it really is important to challenge the donors, challenge the Western gaze, and then look at how we develop different models that supports us and not taking our creativity elsewhere. Daniel, I liked some of the things you said as well. And yeah, it's nice to see that you're an activist. And in terms of women, and you mentioned women, and Eliana mentioned women, and when we talk about the arts, and we've been supporting research for the last 10 years, and it's important that when we talk about data, facts, figures, and statistics, it needs to be digestible, it needs to be relatable, and it needs to be consumable, because often we don't do things in a way that people can consume what we create, especially when we operate on a macro level. So we produced some research on women in live music, and I've got some copies available, and it's available as a free download. But what's important about that, it also spoke directly to women and the challenges. There's something called a pink tax. A man can wear the same outfit, a black suit, 10 times. Nobody complains. A woman has to change her outfit. A woman has to change her makeup. She's got to change her jewelry. A woman has to go backstage, and she's often doesn't have a dressing room. A woman's got to get a lift home. But that's not what we're talking about today. But I was touched by some of the things that you said. Marielle and Erika. Hi, Marielle, how's it? Nice to see you wearing the choker I gave you. I saw. And Erika's somewhere at the back. Are you still here, Erika, or did you run away already? So I met them in Algiers about 2 years ago, and it's great to be in Barbados for the first time. It's great to be in the Caribbean for the first time. Yesterday, and Keith Nurse is also here somewhere. Oh, there you are, Keith. Yesterday, I got to a dinner with Keith and Erika and a range of people, and I think they thought I was high. I was high, but I was high with local experience. A couple of days ago, Erika said to me, you've got to get a cutter, a fish cutter. I'm like, what the hell's a fish cutter? A fish cutter is apparently a fish sandwich, and it's the guy across the road here. His name is Kaz, and apparently he makes the best fish cutter. So this is not a plug for Kaz, but it is a plug for Kaz. Often, we talk about the arts, we talk about money, we talk about funding, we talk about sponsorship, we talk about macroeconomics at a very high scale. When I went to Kaz, I got a simple sandwich. It was delicious. We had a chat, I could hardly understand what he was saying. His accent is so heavy. There was another guy that was bumming over there, and I didn't give him money, so no funding involved. But I got to taste a little bit of local culture. I got to experience a little bit about Barbados. I got to engage with strange people coming up and down, having a beer or two and a swim in the ocean. And I think quite often we need to really think about how, as we work in these big institutions, how do we drill down and make things real? Because small is beautiful in our sector. Akeem, your address earlier was also fabulous. And I totally like your emphasis on work. And quite often, when we focus on facts, figures, and data, we focus on jobs and employment. I'm not critiquing the people on the panel that spoke about that. But, you know, when we talk jobs and we talk employment, we sometimes miss where the world is going, where gigs are at, and that you're only as good as your last gig. And we really need to understand how we quantify work. Some of the people that are with Erica at the collective management organizations, they create works. Some of them create beautiful songs, and they make more money than I would ever do. And yet I've got a job, but they've got work and works. So we need to think about the different economic paradigms as to how we calculate. Now, coming back to what I'm supposed to talk about, I'm supposed to make it make sense. There are 3 projects that I'm going to talk about. The one you saw already, so I'll talk about that last. The first one is the South X project. So firstly, Marielle invited me, I think about 3 months ago, and told me about CARIFest. I was like, cool, I'm coming. And just shortly after that, Erica gave me a call and said, I've got this project. You guys in South Africa are not delivering. Will you deliver? You know, it sometimes happens in the creative industries. It's not just about policies, papers. You need to do projects and programs. I'm a firm believer that how you change lives is not through policy. You change lives through good projects and sustainable programs that are consistent and continuous, like the cutter that we get from Kaz over there. So, and that doesn't mean I'm not a policy person. I've worked at local, provincial, and national and international level. I've served at the European Union, and I've been part of a lot of those policy debates that influence a lot of the envelopes that come out, and it feeds a very false economy. The real economy, we need real projects and programs that work. For me, the big bugbear, okay, I won't go to that one now. So the South X projects was just 2 artists from Barbados coming to South Africa, and they were going to come and do mixing and mastering, record their music, bring the music back. Spoke to Erica, and I said, no, that's not what they're going to do. They're going to perform with live artists. They were going to do 1 performance. We did 4 performances. We did some workshops with them. We got them to meet some of the best producers. We got them to hone their skills and craft, and then they came back here, and Erica said, you're coming to CARIFesta, stay 2 more days, we'll do a launch. We did the launch, and that is a small recipe for something that can scale up. And scaling up is really important in terms of things that work. It's called the South X project, so you can Google that one. The next one, and I'm sorry, Marielle, I don't believe in festivals that much. Sometimes, you know, we have a lot of festivals, but festivals where we put a lot of money and people get to eat once in a long space of time. We need things that are regular and consistent. We need people to land here and not just go to a festival, to go to where music is consumed by locals, to go to where locals are wearing fashion, and locals need to enjoy so that tourists also come. Yes, there is a tourism economy, and that's great, but we need regularity and consistency of production and consumption. Because quite often we forget to look at the consumption environment, the local consumption environment. And the Festival Enterprise Catalyst that we developed with festivals, it's 7 of the top festivals in South Africa. And once again, what we did, we leveraged 10 million of our funds, and we got 10 million of government funds, because where the world seems to be going is matching funding, leverage funding, and partner funding. So we use that money not only to program productions at the festivals, but to really say that shows should not happen once off. They need to tour. So every show that's produced has to tour a whole range of festivals so that there's more people eating, there's more people consuming the arts. And then the last project I'm supposed to talk about is the Concerts SA project. which I'm really passionate about. I'm passionate about mobility, circuits, touring, and getting more people to consume the cultures of different countries. Facts, figures, and data, because you know we have to do that on a panel like this. Over 27,000 artists we supported. We created work for them over a 10-year period. Over 270 schools concerts, because it's important that your top artists also go into the schools and activate those kids. You see the light bulbs going off. When you see a top artist performing in the school, I don't watch the stage. I watch the kids. You see them triggering. You see them seeing something catalytic. And you see the artists change who they are when they feed off the energy from the kids. During COVID, our funding was going to leave, so we turned a mobility fund into a digital mobility fund. There's research on our website about that, because usually I get asked what digital mobility is. And no, not everybody makes money from streaming. Actually, very few people. So Digital Futures is on our website. In terms of concerts, we supported 3,862 concerts over a 10-year period. It's more than one concert a day. But what was more important was that they weren't at festivals. They were in small venues. They were in local spaces. They created circuits. And we got people to tour across 13 African countries in the SADC region. So we increased the mobility of artists. We increased the stability of venues. We created more than 153 partnerships. And to the funders on the panel, for us as well, we believe in non-exclusive funding. That 153 partnerships, some of them was partnering with the local cutter down the road. Some of them was partnering with a technical crew. Some of them were partnering, we gave him 45,000 and he managed to gain about 450,000 by bringing a top UK artist. So that talks about funding that's not funding, but maybe subsidies that are catalytic. And I think that's where we need to start thinking and going. The artist that you saw on the video, her name is Msaki. The first time we supported her was at the Soweto Craft Fair. She was a little chubby like me, and her EP was not that great. 10 years later, she doesn't perform to small venues. She performs to 5,000 seaters. But she's found her tribe. She's developed a record company, a publishing company, and we've walked a journey with her so that she grows her business to influence an ecosystem and take others with her. And those are the models I think we need to develop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andre.
I'm sorry for deviating from the script.
No, I love it. What I consider you is a bridge builder. So we started off with setting the foundation and understanding the ecosystem from a macroeconomic perspective, the perspective of the funder, both of them, and then Jawara gave us the perspective of globally competing creatives, because that's where we're all trying to head to as a creative. And so what you did was help us to see the intersectionality between those two and also the gaps. But before we move on, I have a quiz for you. Were you listening? This is a numbers question, but it's easy. Approximately how many artists has Concerts SA, the organization Andre spoke about, supported through IKS Africa over 10 years? Is it over 15,000, over 14,000, over 27,000, and over 23,000? Which one of them? And then I'll allow you to answer the question, Andre, and quickly expound upon them in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Everybody's smart. Andre, correct?
Absolutely correct.
Okay, so now we get into the conversation part of the big conversation. Now that we have a clear understanding of who's on the stage, do you agree? All right, let us now move into the conversation, but we want you to be a part of it. So let's kick it off with you guys answering this question. What do you think is the biggest challenge creatives face when it comes to funding their work? Do you think it's limited access to investors or financial institutions? Lack of awareness about funding opportunities? Difficulty proving economic and social value of creativity? Short-term unsustainable funding models? Limited skills in financial management and fundraising? I give you 10 more seconds to think about this question and give me an answer to set the stage for the discussion for my lovely esteemed panel to provoke. Ten, 9, 8, interesting, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the majority of responses are towards the third response, difficulty proving economic and social value of creativity. So I'm leaving this here for the panel to consider as you engage in discourse, but the correct answer is all of them. And with that said, I'm going to ask Jawara to be the first to break the ice and start the discussion by telling us what cultural equity in financing means to you as an artist, since you brought it up. And then you guys are free to chime in and have a conversation. If it gets too messy, which I know it won't, I'll chime in, but it's your stage.
So, repeat that again. Cultural equity in...
You spoke about equity. So what does equity in financing mean to you as an artist?
So cultural equity for me means the ownership of our culture, ownership of the way that we dialogue about our culture, ownership of the way that we distribute our culture, ownership of the way and what stories we actually tell as well, and what point of views we tell those stories from, ownership of who we're speaking to, ownership of how we can create economies around those stories as well.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So you spoke about some models that essays or South Africa did. Can you tell us what lessons in your arts funding models that can be applied to Caribbean creatives or for funders? And then Mr. Best, if you want to chime in about how we can not only measure, but form spaces for creatives to actually get equity, understanding our financial models in the Caribbean. So Andre, what are some models we can learn from some South Africa and apply them here in the Caribbean and Global South?
One of the models for me, so I've worked across grant-making agencies, arts councils, government, and all of those. And the actual applications model is also a tool. And what we managed to do with our applications process, and it also deals with that difficulty of proving economic and social value of creativity. What we did with our applications tool is it's artist focused, so an artist would apply, but they would apply to do a tour. So that means they've got to think about doing the tour. They've got to develop a budget for the tour. They've got to get the letters that the venues are licensed, which means they're engaging, before they even got the money, they're already engaging with people about what that tour is going to be, and they're talking to venues, so they're having a sense of the size, the scope, the budget. And by the time they finish an applications process and they click send, it gets sent back to their inbox. So in our last applications round, we had over 400 applications. We only had 50 grants, which meant I made 50 friends and 350 enemies. But on the other hand, a lot of them used that application as a business plan, as a tool, and to be able to apply elsewhere. The same thing you said earlier, about all those little grants you apply for, it gets to hone who you are. So as a funder, as a donor, we need to not just think about the reporting, the monitoring, and the applications in a way that's punitive, but in a way that it builds the applicant, it builds the portfolio, so that they can use it elsewhere.
To add to that as well, I think one of the really important things to think about as well, as someone that has applied for many grants in the process of building what I now know to be my creative practice, is that there's so much as a creative that you're not taught, especially for creatives who did not go to school for whatever sector they're in. And education is so important in upskilling and in sort of defining the business around whatever it is that you do. And I think, yes, grants are important, but for me, it was so important to have those access points that forced me to think about how my creativity sits within the financial sector. How does my creativity sit within sort of all of these other aspects of society that work together but are never dialogued alongside each other? We have finance in a section by itself, we have the creativity section in a sector by itself, tourism in a sector by itself, but actually all of these industries are so interlinked. And I think one of the positives that has come out of the multiplicities of grants that I've had to apply is it forced me to think about what is important about my practice for financiers.
Thank you. Look, you know, I'm happy with the level of candor in the conversation thus far. So let's carry it a little bit further and be fully honest. We have a disconnect. We have a major disconnect between our creatives and our financiers. And I'm happy that you have IDB and CDB on stage, but I can guarantee you that Ileana and me and Lisa and Melanie and Maria, we don't actually write any of these loans, right? So in other words, you have creatives who are going to commercial spaces, DFIs, whoever, who have the private sector capital, essentially, to provide it. Because we want to move past the grants. We have grants that we can provide. So I spoke about the show I did, right? What I didn't mention was that over 2 seasons, and we did a scientific survey, over 2 seasons, we were the #1 show in Barbados and top 5 on the Africa channel in the UK. 7 episodes in the first season, 6 episodes in the second season. That should have been my question. You know how much I got paid? $1,192.26 for both seasons combined. That works out at $92 an episode. So I decided, you know what, I can rate this CDB thing and see where it takes me, because I got children to feed. So we have a disconnect. And the guy who wrote the show, directed it and produced it, we filmed the 3rd season, but we can put it out there. So he's actually right now a teacher in China. Left Barbados, left the Caribbean. I done with that. He gone over there and teaching. So we have a real disconnect. So to your question, Patrice, in terms of how we make this thing sustainable, how we make it make sense, we need to unlock collateral from creative assets. So Johara would have just mentioned what he went through with submitting proposals, but he, as you have heard from him, he learned that in the School of Hard Knocks, right? He submitted proposals and learned from this, and then he got better at it, and he got better. I know he's a global icon in the fashion industry, right? So what we did at CDB, I mentioned it, is we trained in 2021. I think it was 200 persons in proposal rating, because we got this thing in the region where, you know, I went through it, so you got to go through it too. That's nonsense. That's absolute nonsense. Because I got the scars to show for it, me, you got the scars to show for it. No, I can teach you so that you don't have to get these scars. And then you can teach somebody else. So we train 200 persons, creatives, in what a successful proposal looks like. Not just for CDB, but to access financing. Now here's the other part of it, the other part of the disconnect I spoke about, which is really the part that got makes sense. When we finish doing all of that, the people that they sit down in front of, the loan officers, have to understand how to actually value creative assets. Have to understand IP rights. Have to understand contracts and receivables. Have to understand so that when an artist comes before them, like you said, not with a job, but with gigs, with work that is sustainable, how can you securitize that such that it can ultimately be monetized and realize that this person is actually not a risk? Because I tell you something, and I know this from watching my parents as a child grow up, poor people is pay. Poor people pay their debts. Artists pay their debts. So when you sit down in front of a loan officer, you have to feel in your mind that, you know what, this person is going to take me seriously. And so that's the next thing we did at the bank. Back in 2022, we actually trained 20 loan and commercial officers across 14 of our bar member countries to be able to appreciate and appraise in a sensible way and in a way that leads to reasonableness how to value creatives when they come for loans. And we're doing it again. We're doing it again in the coming year. We're going back out there to our countries and we're going to train more of them. Because they said we aren't the ones waiting. If we're going to move past the grants, if we are to move past the grants in a serious way, we need the commercial sector to get involved and value creative assets reasonably. Thank you.
Thank you. Did that answer your question? Go ahead.
Yeah, look, I think it's, on the one hand, to make it make sense. Outside, from a donor side, and I've been with a number of donor bodies, we also got to be careful the way we structure things, that we got to make it make sense to an ecosystem. So if it's in the music industry, supporting promoters, and some of them are shocks, but some of them need to be supported, but in ways that we can make them accountable. Supporting small venues in ways that they can sustain themselves. Some of them won't always be sustainable and their doors will shut. Taking artists to school, it builds not only a future audience, it builds the ability to enhance your craft. Another part of making it make sense, I think there's a whole lot of creatives in the house. How many creatives are in the house? A whole lot of them. And you guys got to make it make sense to us as well. You've got to do those final reports and do them well. You've got to write your stories. And of the 400 odd grants that we had applications for, about 800 applications came in and 400 was incomplete. Of the 400, we reduced to about 180 that was worth looking at. Of the 180, we reduced to the 50. So as creatives, you also need to take your crafts seriously. You need to take the reporting seriously, because that allows us to do the reports so that we can have the facts, figures, and data to be able to develop the projects, the programs that can sustain a sector. So it's also up to the creatives to help us do that.
Ileana?
Was that me? Okay. I mean, I don't want to just piggybacking on, it's totally agree with what my colleagues have shared, but I want to just emphasize what Jawara was saying about education and skilling needed for creators, which in fact has to do a lot with monetizing our own creations and our art. So there is a gap in most of the creators, not many, but you mentioned maybe your experience that it's a lack of education, and specifically we see it in a lack of a business mindset, right? So we are providing the skill sets needed in digitalization and business skills, precisely so that they can face up or have a conversation with financial institutions and request, but basically knowing how to monetize your own creations. And then that goes very much linked onto, for the private sector or the fund financiers, is also educating them as well, right? On what is the return on investment of investing in creativity and culture. So it's a two-way thing. On the one hand is educating or providing the skills needed for creators, basically on digitalization and business skills, IP rights and how they can protect their own creations, and also having frequent conversations with the private sector on financial institutions on the importance of investing on creativity and culture. And let me just say one thing that I love to quote about, there's a Uruguayan artist that I love, Oscar-winning Jorge Drexler, that he says in Spanish, I will say it in Spanish and I will translate it, cobra lo que tengas que cobrar. So charge whatever you have to charge, but do it for the sake of art. Because there is a kind of sometimes a reluctance, and I see it in some countries that, no, we're artists, you know, we cannot monetize on art, you know, and there's a whole debate. And we, as the IDB, we try to push them on to, no, you have to, because there's this, you know, there's a whole debate on that. But I just wanted to throw the quote from
from Jorge Drexler out there that you have to monetize on your art and your creativity?
Add to that as well, advice for any creatives in the room. You have to take the initiative. As somebody that I studied business before I actually studied fashion. And then when I studied fashion, I studied both fashion design and marketing at the same time. Then I studied design in menswear. So technically, I should have been educated in a lot of these things. But even though I went to all of these different schools and searched to get the information, quite often is the education system is outdated, actually, realistically. And I'm somebody that was very lucky to be able to go to many different schools to upskill myself. But from going to school, I realized that actually the information that you need, you don't really learn it in school. So you have to really take the initiative to go out and figure out what is it that I need to know in order to build a business around myself. I think as an artist, we are taught, actually, and this goes back into the myth of the global South creating cultural capital for the world and then being told that actually, oh, we should just do it for the love of the creativity, and it's just for the sake of art, and don't think about the money side of things. But actually, if you intend to use your art to make a business that you're actually going to be able to pay your bills at the end of the month, you really need to figure out how you can monetize what it is that you do. And also sometimes maybe you want to separate some things within your practice that isn't, that you don't want to do for money, but you really need to figure out and take the initiative to solve and resolve the business around whatever your practice actually is.
Thanks, and to touch on that, and I know you want to speak, Andre, what I'm getting is a theme of education, if you guys are hearing the same thing, because you're talking about the gaps or the disconnect between development institutions and private financial institutions and in their systems. And Andre, you also touched on upskilling. Jawar, you touched on having the type of education to empower you to apply for those grants, to understand those grants and understand those languages. So I want the both of you to think about how can financial or development financial institutions think about collaborating with educational institutions, because that's something that we have in our control. We can't control FCIB. We can't control Scotiabank. What we can control is upskilling our people to be able to understand the language so that when it's in front of them, they can digest it and that they can leverage it for their own good. So Andre?
Education institutions, it's a major issue. A lot of artists, you're right, they leave an academic institution having a doctorate or a master's and they know how to create art, but they don't know how to make money. They're creating property which they don't even know is intellectual. They want royalties, but they haven't even registered their works because they don't know how to do so. So the last couple of days I spent with some of the collection societies from the Caribbean, and we were chatting, and the focus on education was also there. But it's going to be impossible in a country like mine to educate everyone. So those educational resources and institutions need to shift, they need to change, and we need to increase levels of education. Those faculties that train the arts need to train the arts for the real world, but that's not the only thing. Those institutions like ours, those institutions like the collection societies, and we're talking about collaborating with your institution and developing courses over the next period, but not everyone is going to get to those courses. Lots of artists are self-taught and self-trained. So there is a big challenge also in terms of communication. There's a challenge in terms of how we package those resources. There's a challenge in terms of if you're going to produce financial statements for local collection society, have you done an explainer video that goes along with it, that captures the imagination? When you produce a report, is there a smaller people's version? Like this is a 70-page report, and then you write it in colloquial language. Is there a campaign that allows access to information and bite-sized chunks to hook people into it? So the communications aspect needs to be really done in ways that people can access that knowledge, and those that want to take it further can also be self-taught with stuff being streamed online, but proper courses, not nonsense stuff.
Okay, at the IDB, and I'm happy to share this with you if you request it, we have free online courses that have to do with creative entrepreneurs and how to acquire those skills needed to thrive in today's marketplace. So I'm happy to share those with you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Andrea and Eliana. And I totally agree. As I said, we train in 200 plus, and we on both sides of the divide, artists and appraisers. But again, we in the Caribbean, you gotta be honest. You have to be honest. We're here to talk about make it make sense. It's not only artists in the Caribbean that have no idea how to make money or have no idea about business. We need to start, and I'm not trying to divert from the creative industries, but if we're talking about financial literacy and training, we got to start at the primary school level so that whatever you become, you appreciate business. You appreciate how to make money. You shouldn't have to determine that you can do a university course. You shouldn't have to determine that you can do a PhD or a master's to understand that this is how I need to protect my money. We got to start that from the primary school level, from secondary school, so that whatever you ultimately become in life, you know how to make sense of your money. I just wanted to make that plug. Thank you.
Okay. I wish we can speak all day, but we need to progress the conversation and hear from the audience. So at this time, I'm going to skip ahead to our Ask Us Anything segment. So open your apps, think about what was discussed, and here's an opportunity to submit your questions. If you have a specific question for a panelist, just say this is for Ileana, so-and-so, or if it's a broad question, just ask the question. I'm going to give you 20 or 30 seconds to come up with these questions, and I'm going to field as many as I can. We only have 20 minutes, and we need to wrap. They need to be able to respond. We have a panel right after ours. So while we're waiting for the questions to come in, I'm getting a theme of more investment in our people, whether it's through education curricula, whether it's programs to improve communication between the traditional institutions and the artists and the creatives, as well as, I think, improving the mechanisms to apply for grant funding and to upskill and capacity build, not just the creatives, but financial institutions, in understanding how to value intellectual property so that creatives can use their IP for collateral for structured funding, correct? Is there any questions that you guys have? Well, I have questions.
There's one other one, Patrice. There's one other area that Andrea, and I appreciate
sure, go ahead.
Andrea not recognizing the gravity of what he said, given where he lives, and scale. So Andrea was casually talking, I'm not sure, right? Casually talking about 45,000 people, 45,000 people in the population, Dominica is 70,000. But I want us within the region to appreciate that we have access to markets. So he is literally sitting right here in the Caribbean. We have access to markets. If we are to make it, you now live in London, right? Yeah. We got what is the last census in Barbados? 280,000 people? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Cayman is less than 100,000, I think. So for our artists to make it, we have this thing, and I felt it when I was in Community Jones, is that, we can be big here, we can be big here, people can know us here. But if you really want to feed your family on a consistent basis, 280,000 people can't do that.
Just to add to that, so the wonderful thing about what's happening with the disruption happening in the world is that we're moving from a unipolar to a multipolar world, which means that we have more marketplace to access.
Absolutely.
And we'll be pushed in that direction. On our continent, there's identity, there's language, and there's marketplaces we can trade with. So those are the things at a macro level we need to do in order for us to come eat here, you to come eat there, and for us to see how we grow our spaces together with not depending on the Western or the US. And
Patrice, I deliberately wore this outfit today.
And you look great.
I deliberately wore this hat. And everybody come up to me, hey, what is that? I have been a professional now for about 30 plus years, Keith, working in different areas. No one in my entire life has asked me why I'm wearing a tie. Nobody's ever walked up to me and said, Daniel, where you wearing that tie today? You understand? This is, I mean, you know, I want our creators, but more broadly, our people to appreciate that we as a region have access to the world, and specifically, like you just put it more eloquently than I ever could, Andrea, not just the Western world, but Africa, the fastest growing continent and economy in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel bad cutting you off, but I also want to get some of these questions. We have amazing questions. I'm so proud of all of you. So I'm going to just pick them randomly because they're all great, and whoever chimes in, it's fine, okay? So the first question, I'll go for an easier one because of time. Is it easier to pursue funding collectively or individually?
Individually.
Why?
I don't know.
Joara, I feel like you wanted to answer this.
I think it really depends on how the funding is written. Sometimes, actually, it's better to apply as a group. Sometimes you might have more success as an individual, but you might be able to get more as a group. So sometimes, actually, pooling your resources will give you a better chance of getting funding than every man for himself. But it really depends.
I was being naughty, sorry. We've just been talking to the collection societies in the Caribbean to group together to develop joint projects and programs. And one of the recommendations I had to them was a foundation that covers the region and building as a collective. And in our sector, quite often people compete, but there's a nexus between collaboration and co-opetition. And if you collaborate as institutions, those collectives can be very powerful.
Just to add to that as well, one of the big things that I noticed about the Caribbean when I left was the lack of collaboration that happened within the creative industries. Yeah. And I think this is a really good question to really highlight that, because if I am a fashion designer and I need to apply for a grant, why am I not applying for a grant alongside a print designer that's going to make all the prints? Why am I not applying for a grant alongside the producer that's going to be producing the shows? So I think we really have to start thinking collectively in order to get out of this sort of single-mindedness that sort of traps us in our own incompetencies, but leveraging the competencies of others.
Yeah.
Thank you. Competency, good segue into this question. Given the necessary focus on education and cultural integration, are there any movements to influence curriculums that highlight cultural practices as well as valued learning and not extracurriculars? So basically, they're basically saying, are you guys doing anything, whether from a structured program or a movement, or whether it's an after-school program? Joar, I know you've done things to integrate your knowledge and your experience into the education system, rather than just an after-school program where they're learning how to dance, etc. So knowledge on grant applications, knowledge on the business practice, how to pitch to brand partners, how to get sponsorships, things like that. Eliana, I know each of you have an answer. What is IDB doing to integrate?
Which one would that be?
The one at the front. At the top, right?
Top.
Given the necessary focus on education, we just spoke about it in cultural integration, what is the IDB doing? Whether it's a movement, a program, funding, yeah.
First of all, the IDB, this about the, applying individually for grants or collectively. We, as the Inter-American Development Bank, we work with governments, right? And I know, Andrea, you're not too much into the policy, but we work extensively on providing policy framework and having countries with robust policies to support the creative ecosystem. So we don't have direct grants for individuals, but we do work with governments in providing programs, sometimes policy-based loans that support the creative ecosystem as all. So we do at the same time provide technical assistance in, for instance, helping countries like, for instance, Ecuador, that I've worked for almost a year and a half in developing their national policy for the creative and cultural industries that will in turn help all the creatives. Imagine that a country has no consideration whatsoever in policies or tax exemptions or benefits for the creative. So the policy infrastructures are essential. And at the same time, we also give courses, documentations, publications, hands-on activities that you, as creators, if they are in the audience, can avail yourselves of to really see how you can take your entrepreneurship, your creativity to the next level. And there's a question right there that also, you know, it resonates with me all the time. Like, and the question is, how can we ensure that all these great ideas mentioned here become a reality? And it's a very profound question to me, honestly. And I've been working in the creative and cultural industries for 15 years, and I always say, you know, maybe I'm dead and I'm out of the bank by the time that the creative economy becomes a formal sector of development. I may not see the benefits of the groundwork that I'm doing right now, but just for us, whoever made this question, just for us to be here, all of us talking about the importance of financing the creative and cultural industry, of saying, you know what, the creative economy is a sector as productive and as important as education or infrastructure. So remember, my client, or the one that I speak with, is our governments. So when we talk up with governments and they say, okay, we want to build a road and we want to invest in health infrastructure, water sanitation, I can also say, and I give all the grant to say, you also have to invest in your creative assets. So going back to that question, maybe there's nothing tangible that we will come out now, but I promise you, as passionate I am with this topic, that it's building on conversation that will lead towards pushing the agenda for the creative economy.
We will actually have something tangible.
Okay.
So at the end of this, you will have the opportunity to provide your email as well as some additional questions. I'm collating all of the questions and sending it to the panelists to provide answers and submitting it to Dr. Mariel. I'm going to give you guys all a report so you can use it as reference, whether you're a creative or someone working creatives, and I hope that's also going to be useful for you. But Andre, you have something to add?
Ilyana, I apologize. I'm slightly schizophrenic, so I'm actually a policy person. I've been a policy person for the last 30 years. I used to work in the cultural industries growth strategy for national government. I worked on a range of policy initiatives for the European Union. I've got a team of about 10 researchers, and we develop policy and paper positions. But that's not always where I choose to play. Where I've chosen to play in the last 5 years is practical projects and programs. So I've been part of lobbying for copyright legislation, IP legislation, broadcast legislation, local content. But on the other hand, the one question over there talks about education. In Norway, each and every school-going child has access to 2 professional concerts per year. That's not the case in South Africa. So what we try to do is where we do those concerts, they're structured in a way so that it talks about identity, it talks about indigenous instruments, it talks about an artist's career. So we try to develop the models of policy, of practice. And for me, the way the shift needs to happen is that policy shouldn't be there, practice shouldn't be there. In the middle, you have praxis, where these things come together and we learn, because the world is moving so fast. Like the one question over there focuses on combating the rise of AI. Sorry, dude, never gonna happen. It's going to happen. You need to engage with it. AI has got tools that could benefit you. It could benefit collection societies. It'll help you crunch data, it'll help you crunch information. So no, yeah, sorry, I'm a schizo.
No, I understood you. I didn't think you were saying you were anti-policy. You just didn't understand the traditional way that policy operates. I think you're more about policy innovation. Policy as a tool, yes, but what are some tangible things to bridge the gap between...
Policy needs to look at the real world. There was a major treaty, the Cultural Diversity Treaty, that was signed by a whole range of countries, but the implementation has been horrible. There are many countries that have cultural policies, but actual funding for culture is deplorable.
Patching holes as opposed to actually giving...
There are a range of institutions that are dysfunctional in many countries. So I think we need to lead the change through programs and projects that are effective.
Are ongoing to not just one-off, like you were talking about the festivals. Not that you're anti-festival either. You were saying that that same money or investment can be used for smaller, more frequent projects so that you can get more scale and you can reach more audiences, reach more people.
No, I am anti-festivals.
Okay.
That's for Marielle. Only joking.
Just on the education point, and I think the question was whether there's a movement on. Well, right now in Barbados, the Education Transformation Program has at its core the creative industries, building that in as to how we do schools going forward. So that's one thing that's happening here. Also, the Student Entrepreneurship Empowerment Program, Development Program, at the University of West Indies, CDB actually provides funding support, technical support to that program. So there are things happening, but I think we need to scale them. Yeah.
Do you want to add something?
I want to jump in on two questions. So how can creatives in the Caribbean combat the rise of AI? The only way you can combat it is to just actually learn it. Now, question on the bottom right, how would partnerships benefit creatives in securing sustainable financing? Example, biodiversity, conservation environments, do they value and benefit the multi-sectoral strengthening? I think as somebody that actually has developed my fashion practice within cultural programs, I think you have to find a value proposition that actually goes beyond just the creative engagement. I think I could have gone to fashion, I could have gone throughout the journey of fashion of just making pretty dresses that people like. But because I was in so many cultural programs, I managed to find a place within what it was that I was doing that not only benefits me, but can also benefit people around me. And I think when you actually have a value position within your practice that actually is doing something helpful, that's really when you start to see shifts in change in how you can secure funding by attaching yourselves with other initiatives that are happening around you.
Thank you. I have to wrap. I have to be this person. But what I'm going to do is give you homework. So all of the questions, I am going to collate them. I'm going to circulate them to the panelists, get the answers, submit them to Dr. Marielle Burrow, and we're going to issue a report to everyone that's here. So as we wrap today, I'm going to wrap properly, okay? Please complete this short survey, and I'm going to wrap now so we can do the same thing concurrently. It's just 4 questions. It's just where you're from, your email, and what you found valuable. Let's take a moment to connect the dots while they complete the survey. So what we've heard today from lived experience, from policy, from management, from practice, is that the future of Caribbean creativity depends on stronger systems, bolder collaboration, and real investment in our people, whether it's education et al. And I hope you're all leaving today not just informed, but also empowered to play a part in shaping the future. So yes, we couldn't come up with the ideas today, but the dialogue will be a catalyst for change. Whether you are a policy person and you're going to improve or revise policy, or you're going to start new policies, or you're creative and you're going to seek out IDB and CDB programs to learn how to apply for grants and apply for funding, or whether you're going to change your model so that instead of doing bigger events, you can scale down in smaller ones, and so the money can go further. Dialogue is important in creating and catalyzing change. And before we close, this survey is going to give you a chance to tell us what you found most valuable and where we can do better. And finally, a huge thank you to our incredible panelists. I would like you to give it up for Eliana Prada, Daniel, Joara, and Andre. Weren't they great? Thank you for your bold insights. And to you, audience, thank you for your patience, for being such an engaged part of the big conversation. The work ahead is about building systems that don't just sustain, but regenerative, and regenerating our creativity, keeping it strong, keeping it fair, long-lasting, equitable, and sustainable, but rooted in our communities for generations to come. Thank you so much to the National Cultural Foundation, CARIFESTA Secretariat, and Dr. Marielle for this amazing opportunity. Good evening.
Carry fast now.
after this, right? I'm a firm believer in reports, so Patrice stuck to script. And for all the creatives in the room, thank you for being here, thank you for listening, and thank you for filling out that survey so that we can all better serve you and build the trust between the different stakeholders that is essential to the growth of our economy. I also want to thank the team, and we want to call out some of the team members, Mr. Mark Holder, Ms. Kimberly Cummins, who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes of Big Conversations. It's been an honor and a pleasure working with you, and look forward to continuing this journey. I do believe we want to move swiftly into the next session. So I know Dr. Donna Green. I also can't pronounce your last name, Dr. Green. Dr. Donna Green will join us back on stage to continue the evening. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we get too distracted, I just want to let you know that we are going to take a brief 6 minutes break. Where's Hannah? Are you not proud? I've used 6 minutes. I didn't say 10. I said 6. A 6-minute break. We will have a eating working session. The next session is going to be with grantees. And I think it's important that we give our creatives the same amount of attention we gave all the other panels, because we really want to hear the practicality of how funding, financing, and resourcing creative projects, programs, and enterprises work on the ground. So we're going to give everyone a chance to grab something to eat, take a bathroom break if you need to, and you and that friend that you made today, you return to your seat so that we can count down to the last 2 panels. Thank you, everyone. You have the video.
Now, so we had finance speaking, we had statistics, data talking, we had policy speaking, and now it's to hear from creatives what happens and what funding is doing and the opportunities that it's offering. And I think it's a good segue based on the discussion that we had just now. And I've got some of the quotes from just now. We need to move from aid to agency. I thought that was such a powerful quote I got from Mr. Aline. And Andre, when he indicated that data needs to be relatable, digestible, and accessible. And it's not only about job creation, but wealth generation. And therefore, we want to hear from persons now the impact that funding had on their projects and their creative enterprises. And for this, I'm going to introduce the Caribbean Cultural Fund. They're going to be doing a panel with their grantees on culture, connect, currency, the urgency of funding Caribbean arts and culture. And I'm therefore going to ask my lighting session techs to work with me and bring the lights. We need some lighting at the back of the room. Bring us back to plenary. All right, Kelly, you ready to introduce your team? You have everyone here? Who's looking for Andrea? Okay. Miss Andrea King. Klish Gittins. She's in the room? She's in the back of the room? Ha ha ha. Andre, I always love your designs. But you have to make something from a broad back.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to Dr. Mariel Barrow and the CariFesta team for including us in this panel. I'm Kelly Magnus, the Executive Director of the Caribbean Culture Fund. For the people in the back, if you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. If you want some money to fund your creative project, clap 3 times. All right, great. We are happy to have this conversation that will in and of itself be in conversation with the panels that came before and the panel that coming after. I'm going to push back a little bit on Beyond the Grant because we as a philanthropic fund focused on Caribbean arts and culture don't feel like Caribbean creatives are maximizing the grant space yet. So it's not quite time to move beyond the grant. We want to have a conversation about alongside the grant. What else do we need to do to add to grant funding in the region? The Caribbean Culture Fund is a new initiative. We fund arts and culture across all sectors, across all countries in and contiguous to the Caribbean Sea. We've been doing this for a very short time, so at this point we have funded about 50 projects, and we're very proud of that work, but it's also helped us to see a lot of the challenges that are present in the sector. And even in our own mapping of the possibilities of funding ourselves, we've recognized a few problems with arts and culture funding that I want to highlight. One, as one of the earlier speakers said, it's very fragmented. So there are funds available in some countries, but not others, for some sectors and not others. Two, it's very project-based or short-term. And three, a lot of it is externally driven. And so we as a fund rooted in the Caribbean feel like what we are trying to do is not just raise funds and distribute funds to creatives and cultural organizations, but to advocate for the strengthening of a real diverse cultural ecosystem for funding arts and culture. And there are three ways that we do that. So one is we raise funds and we give those funds away. Two is we have a vested interest in supporting Caribbean creatives to access funds that are already there. So as I said, we are not done with grant making. We have noticed that Caribbean creatives are not applying for and not competing effectively in calls for proposals for which they are eligible. And so one of the things that we do alongside our grant making is offer services that support creatives in accessing third-party grants. The second thing that we've learned is that information about funding is really inequitably distributed, right? So if you are in certain circles, you hear about some opportunities. If you're outside of that, you won't know. And so we are trying to make sure that we distribute information about arts and culture funding opportunities as widely as possible. So this is my plug before we start for following Caribbean Culture Fund. Every month we send out 5 or 6 funding opportunities for creatives in the Caribbean and the diaspora. And as of September, we will offering a service that supports creatives in applying for those grants. But that's enough about the fund. What we really want to do right now is to bring the voices of the grantees in the room, because for all of the problems in the arts and culture funding space, we know that when creatives get funding, they are able to do amazing work. We have funded 50 projects, but we have received over 700 applications. And I would say that 695 of those have been things that if we had unlimited resources, we would want to fund. And so part of what we want out of this conversation is to put back the focus on the people and the art. Why does this art matter? Why does this work matter? And what can we do to make sure that more creatives are able to have the kind of opportunities for impact that these ones that you'll hear from today have had? So joining me in person today are Annalie Davis from Fresh Milk. We have 3 Barbadian grantees here. You can welcome them, please. Annalie Davis from Fresh Milk, Andrea King from Call Barbados, and Clish Gittins, whose project is Beyond the Beach. And hopefully online we will have Maricela Hernandez from the CCADI, Vicky Apolinario from Westra Caribe, and Wiseman Said from the Caribbean Culinary Community. So you will hear less from me and more from our grantees, and I will have a seat now. In the order in which you all are seated, and then we'll go to Vicky and Maricel. Well, you can hear me. Can each of you talk about what your challenges have been in accessing funding for your projects prior to applying for funding from the Caribbean Culture Fund?
I'm speaking and you can hear me. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I've noticed that a lot of the funding in the Caribbean is very restrictive. There is a funding body in Barbados, for example. If you're applying to do an art project, you need to submit your invoices before you've even done the project, and you need to have the entire thing sorted out. This is at the application level before it's even approved. And there's really not any wriggle room if you get into the project and something needs to change. So that's very restrictive. And also, I think they often want to provide funding to service providers rather than artists. So one of the big challenges in the Caribbean is that artists don't have access to funding to experiment and to dream and to collaborate and to figure out the project during the course of the project. So I think what was refreshing about CCF is that, and what I'm beginning to notice through my other hat with Fresh Milk, so I work both as a visual artist and as the founding director of Fresh Milk, which is an artist-led initiative, is that it seems as though some of the practices are changing and becoming more progressive. And I felt with CCF that I was kind of more respected as a partner, and I was trusted, that the last 30 years of work as an artist was recognized, and so there was a trust that I would honor the grant and I would actually do the work. And I've also begun to notice that with new funding partners at Fresh Milk as well, where we're equal partners and not mendicants. And so I think this issue of trust in the art community across the Caribbean is something that needs to be really explored. There's a lack of it. So generally a lack of funding. What CCF is doing is very, very new, and there needs to be so much more of that the arts can, really move forward.
Your question, good evening, everyone. Thank you, CCF, for having me here. Thank you for seeing the vision of the Call Barbados project. Your question was, what is the challenge to funding? I think getting a seat at the grant table. A lot of people have challenges completing the application. And I found that CCF's application was incredibly easy. So it is understanding the language to use, how to align your project with the intentions and objectives of the grant itself. But once you get a seat at the table, then all the challenges that Annalie identified exist for creatives.
Thank you, Andrew.
Good afternoon. My name is Klish Giddens, and I'm an artist. To answer the question, challenges for artists. Yeah, in terms of funding. In the past, applying for funding, a lot of the funding agencies tended to want holistic projects. And when I say holistic projects, it would more come across as festivals, national interests, but not that of an artist's individual project. And you would apply, and 9 out of 10 times you would just get one of those generic emails where it's like, oh, you've been successful, better luck next time, or you get that generic, your application was really good, but we had X amount of applications, kind of like the lottery. But CCF, how it differed, CCF immediately came in as, this is an art project and not a project. Let's use climate change, for instance. It didn't come across as, this is a climate change project and you can do an artistic expression to tell the story of climate change. CCF came into the space and said, tell us what your project is. Write to us about your project and then let's see how we can work. And I found that really worked because art is not one thing. And a lot of people judge art as this one thing. It is, for argument's sake, it's not just singing. Art might be, you might be implementing things like theater, dance, visual screens, but a lot of the projects just speak to, are you coming and singing? And that's it. So CCF really helped navigate the space. And I would like to thank CCF and Carrie Fester for asking me to come here and speak to the Beyond the Beach project.
Thank you, Klish. And if we have time, I want you to get into a bit more about what the Beyond the Beach project is. But Maricel, can you talk to us about the challenge? And I should point out that our online participants are joining us from different parts of the Caribbean because we really wanted to bring a diversity of voices into the room. So Maricel, can you talk a bit about the funding challenges that you also had?
Hi, there's a little, but I think, can you hear me? Can you hear me, right? Or, yeah. there are like 3 points that I would say that are challenge for the Caribbean specifically, even for an organization like ours, study that have 50 years doing this job, and it's hard to get funding for the. One of the things is limited access to funding. Also, like the rigid structure that funders that are not equal to the reality in the Caribbean. I always say that the Caribbean move in a different pace, and with this rigid structure, it makes it a little, even hard to even consider to apply to these funding opportunities that are very limited. And also, I think one of the challenges that 3 years that I've been working in Cadi and the Caribbean is the culture of competition over collaboration. No, I think the funding, seeking funding, promote that organization, artists, and cultural workers compete between them instead of creating this community of collaboration. And I think those are the main 3, at least for my experience.
Thank you, Marisol. If Vicky and Wiseman are able to join. Okay, we'll come back.
Yeah,
there you are, Vicky.
Hola, voy a hablar en español. No estoy segura de que me recortado.
Vicky, if you could speak in English, that would be great.
Bueno, uno de los retos que tenemos en el Caribe es justamente el idioma. Yo no hablo inglés.
I can help translating. She said one of the challenges that we have is that she doesn't speak English.
Igual es una de nuestras riquezas también. Bueno, el primero, el Fondo Cultural Caribeño por seguir tendiendo puentes en este espacio.
She want to thank the CCF for tending the bridges in the space.
Uno de los grandes retos, efectivamente, es el financiamiento de nuestros proyectos. A través del CCF financiamos la muestra Caribe, Centro de Cine de No Ficción del Caribe, con un componente fuerte de formación de nuevos públicos.
So is the funding, and they were able to fund the project. The component that is a public, is a fiction. That's kind of what she said.
So, Vicky and Marisol, I want to apologize. The internet connection is quite poor, so what I'm going to ask if the tech team can see if we can maybe get on a different Wi-Fi network, and I'm going to continue the conversation with the panelists in the room until we can sort that out. But I do want to point out that one of the points Vicky was making is that her project is a non-fiction film festival across the Caribbean that has been able to showcase the work of filmmakers from across the region, which is particularly the kind of thing that is very difficult to support without funding. So I want to come back to our Bajan grantees and touch on one of the points that was raised earlier about the short-term and project orientation of available funding opportunities, and how you see that affecting the projects that you've been a part of, and what other models you would like funders to consider in providing support for arts and culture projects.
So I'll put on my fresh milk hat to answer that question. I'm not sure if people in the room are familiar with Fresh Milk. It's an artist-led initiative that began in 2011, and it was established to support young contemporary visual artists. My colleague, Catherine Kennedy, and I basically volunteered for 12 years to run the program, which included hosting 70 residents in Barbados. We co-founded something called Caribbean Linked, which was a residency program in Aruba, another platform called Tilting Axis, and a number of other projects. we kept applying for funding to be able to cover overheads. And we were told that you can't do that. And then in 2023, when we realized that we weren't going to get a state subvention or we couldn't access regional or international funding, we realized we couldn't volunteer anymore and we were scaling back and considering closing. And then something major happened that changed everything. We got an unsolicited call from the Mellon Foundation, who had been researching the work that we had done for 12 years, and they offered an entirely unrestricted grant for a 3-year period, which meant that for the first time, we thought it was scam, by the way. And for the first time in 12 years, it meant that Catherine and I could be waged for 2.5 days of work a week to continue to run Fresh Milk. We immediately set up a regranting program, and we dispersed $130,000 to 20 Caribbean creatives in the polyphonic region. And this year, we're now dispersing another 130,000 Barbados dollars to 19 participants around the region. It's unrestricted, so we are treating the grantees with the same respect that Mellon and CCF have treated me and treated us, in that you can put gas in your car, you can pay your child support, your mortgage, you can build a studio, you can do what you want with the funding. We have a jury process through an open call, and we've been really able to reach out to a lot of people across the region. Having had that endorsement from Mellon, we have since been able to bring on 2 additional partners, the Clara Lionel Foundation. For those of you who are not familiar, this is Rihanna's philanthropic organization, and the Panteria Foundation in California. And so that has changed everything, because we just launched 2 weeks ago with Clara Lionel. We now are supporting 4 Barbadian fellows, each of whom are receiving $20,000 for a 10-month period to be in their studio, and a $5,000 travel grant. So this has changed everything. We went from closing to we're back in the game, and we're trying to make funds available to artists so that they can just make their work in a really easy way.
When is the next call? Culture and Arts for Love and Living is a Barbadian-based, artist-led, thanks for that, organization concerned with business development in the cultural industries in the Global South. And I want to welcome all my colleagues here, especially those who are part of South-South Collective. And if you're not, get on board. See me after about that. Funding. I think the models of funding that we currently have are as a result of the data that we have been collecting over the last 20 or so years. In the first panel this morning, if you were here, you would have heard the experts talk about how important data is, collecting data, and why. And so the models of funding that we have now are as a result of that. I want to extend what Daniel and Joara were saying in the last panel by adding that we need funding because we have to start, but then we have to scale up. So we need financing. And so, yes, Kelly, I'm with you. We do need funding. I'm also with Daniel, financing. And one way to do that, Joara had some excellent examples of how financing can happen as we move forward. And I really want to get that information if the last moderator can facilitate that. I want to add public and private sector partnerships. Now, this is something I have been hearing about in the creative sector for the last 25 years. I have yet to see it manifest in Barbados in a significant way, where the public sector and the private sector actually put money into a business and run the business of projects or businesses that have the DNA of an elephant, to quote Basil Springer. And so we do need funding from any source, friends and family, institutions, agencies, and then we need financing from those financial institutions that are willing to take the risk on the value of intellectual property and our creativity.
Yes, funding. The opportunity for funding, a lot of people look at it as an individual or project base. But with the Beyond the Beach project, we were able to work with many different artists. And out of the Beyond the Beach project, well, I'll give you a little insight. So Beyond the Beach is a coffee table anthology book where we told the story and gave voice to the voiceless, where we partnered with writers, surfers, cooks, artists. We told stories of the blue or the ocean. And out of that, we partnered with CCF, and they were able to provide funding to help us launch the project. And out of launching the project, we were able to put on an art installation in an art gallery where we partnered with the Argentinian embassy here in Barbados. And through that, and through our extension partners, we were able to give the opportunity to a young curator who was put on art shows, but give them the spotlight to put on art shows, to give them the keys to drive the vehicle, for them to find artists that paint, that tell ocean stories, sculptors. We were able to work with theater companies. We were able to work with chefs. And we put on an entire display. And we had about 3 events around the Beyond the Beach. So now we call it the Beyond the Beach experience, or the Beyond the Beach movement. And coming on the back end, a lot of times we do art and the show happens and that's the end. But we were able to work with communities. We were able to, within our space, we were able to provide surfboards for a surf instructor who needed assistance so that he could start his initiative, Surfs Up, where he teaches people to swim. And from swimming, he then teaches people to surf. And out of that, you provide opportunities to teach life skills. So all of these things happen in a knock-on effect with funding. So it's just not the art, but the art changes lives. And out of that, we can help create a better society, because art is really the healing in the nation. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Kelly, I didn't talk about my project. I completely missed that part in my introduction. So if you would allow me,
sure.
The project that Call Barbados did was called Reparations Now, CRJ10PP, Recognition, Development, Justice. It was around reparations. And honestly, I feel it was because it was reparations that we got funded. As a matter of fact, I think somebody from the team indicated that it was either the only one or one of the few about reparations, and it was in the track for Caribbean collaboration. I think that's another reason why we got funded, because I found partners in Trinidad and Tobago through Caribbean Inc., who were actually here participating in CariFesta in film, Dr. Yao Ramasara and Kamla Best, and from Jamaica, Black Mango Consultants. And I found Black Mango Consultants, again, through that important network that is South Collective. And so we came together, and the actual initiative was a visual art exhibition around the theme of reparations, focusing on the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparations and reparatory justice. And the three island collaboration, the intention was to have the exhibitions travel and then have the master exhibition at CariFesta. Unfortunately, the expenses were too much to have it as a traveling exhibition. So if you're having a grant call again, we're gonna apply for a traveling exhibition. And the objectives were achieved. I think our dedicated social media program reached some astronomical number of people. I'd have to ask Odyssey Entertainment Barry Knight about that information. And the exhibition itself, Jamaica's involved schools, essay competitions, speeches, that kind of thing. Barbados's exhibition was held during the time of AgroFest, and Barbadians, you understand AgroFest, how many people would have seen a visual art exhibition in Queen's Park around reparations. We had over 79 pieces of work, installations, as well as physical paintings on the wall, all of them dealing with the theme. And the response from the visual arts community across the region was phenomenal. So we're gonna have to do more projects around visual arts. Let me invite you now, I have witnesses. Can we partner and do a project, Fresh Milk?
That makes us very happy. And I think Klish and Andrea's responses point to something that's very important to the CCF, and that is the power of arts to catalyze change in other areas of life that are of critical importance to us. As a CCF team member, I do not get to
select the grantees, but I was very happy to see these projects included because of the knock-on effect that they had. So I wondered if the three of you could answer. First of all, how many creatives are there in the room still? How many creatives have applied for a grant and been soured by the grant process? I know at least one who is rolling her eyes so hard she could, have climate change impact. But like, how many of you are so turned off by the grant making process that you wouldn't do it? I would ask the three of you here who have been in this space for a while, at least two of you. What have you learned through your process with applying for the funding from CCF and in your larger fundraising, Annalie, that would, what tips or encouragement can you give to creatives in the room who either don't think that this kind of funding is the right fit for them, or who have been soured by a previous experience and don't want to walk that path?
Oh, wow. If you want to get what you want, you have to go after it no matter what. Remember, people are humans just like you. They think and breathe just like you. And so if you can do it, look yourself in the mirror every morning and say, you can't do this, I have to do this, I need to do it, then get up and do it, no matter the obstacles or the challenges. There are several services around if you have problems articulating grant funding language to help you. The National Cultural Foundation has those services, and there are several. Barbados Coalition of Service Industries has those services. Certainly in the Caribbean, there are coalitions of services which have those services. So ask somebody. Do not walk alone. That's the advice I would give. At every stage of your journey, have someone there who can mentor you and who can keep you going when you feel like giving up. That's my first bit of advice. Also, love yourself and respect other people. That will also help you through when you're having doubts.
I mean, one of the things that we're going to be doing is a call and response program. So we're doing the call this year to find out from our stakeholders, which are contemporary visual artists, what their needs are. And I don't want to develop programming based on what I assume. It's possible that people may speak about the difficulty around grant funding, in which case then our response to that will be to lend some kind of workshop support for people to figure out how to apply for grants. But they're all very different. I mean, in 2012, we applied for an EU grant. There were probably 8 degrees around the table, and we were trying to figure out how to answer this bloody form, which is supposed to be alleviating poverty and doing all these lovely things, but we just couldn't figure this stuff out. We missed it by 1.5 points, but I feel that also those people that are doing the grant opportunities need to be more in touch with the people on the other end who are doing the applications. So I think, yeah, but maybe the landscape is changing, and that's why these conversations are important, because I'm seeing with CCF, Panteria, the Clara Lionel, and Mellon, that the process has changed to become more respectful and not as onerous. Yeah.
Klish, anything you want to add to that? I must say, though, that I do want it on my tombstone that I have received 2 EU grants, because they are among the most significant accomplishments of my adult life.
Yes, also to a victim of those EU grants and how tedious it is. But I just want to say thank you to Andrea publicly, because Andrea is one of those people that knows a lot about grants, and she often takes time out to explain what's going on in the grant game, or what to do, what not to do, how to apply. So mentors are always important. I also found to execute a project, as artists, we love the baby. We want to give birth to the baby, but you need help. And the grant game, I find, is meticulous. Artists are not always, we are meticulous in our work, but we're not always meticulous in our paperwork. So funding can give the opportunity where you can bring in that non-creative person, that project manager, that person that will keep you in track. And I just want to thank the Beyond the Beach team, because we had persons like that on the team that kept us in track. Because as artists, sky's the limit, And so things like this are really, really important in the way we go about the next generation of art and the next generations of festivals and how we put them together. And I think that's really, really, really important. How can we set structured programs using, like, let's for argument's sake, use a construction standpoint where you have the pyramid standpoint, you have a project manager and everybody gets a task and you're able to execute that way. So I think that's really important for art and especially in the grant space.
As I said in the opening, the CCF really functions as an intermediary, right? So we raise money and we give that money away. But in that work, we spend quite a bit of time talking to other arts and culture funders in the space, primarily so we can stay out of each other's way and hopefully play nice with each other and make the application process more seamless for creatives. But those conversations also unearth a whole lot of other information. What key messages would you like us to convey to current funders in the arts and culture space or to funders who are considering including arts and culture in their portfolios?
I mean, I wonder if it's possible at the level of policy and legislation. There have long been discussions here about potentially a 1% policy as a way of having, like diversifying the funding pools. If states would invest 1% of the budget in wherein new buildings or major renovations need to put 1% of their budgets into the acquisition of local work or commissioning new work. This is something in small island places would really help to transform. And I think clearer tax incentives, because I believe in Barbados, the tax incentive for the acquisition of work, if you're building a collection, only applies to corporations, but not to individuals. So if there was an incentive to independent collectors when they're buying work that you can get a tax rebate on that, I think coming together and trying to advocate for policy between these different organizations, so you've got multiple revenue streams for people working in the arts, may be something to consider.
2 points. Riffing off of what you just said about the legislation for corporations, it's actually for businesses. And I want to underscore to all the creatives in here who do not yet have registered businesses, you have to register your business in order to be counted. And when I say counted, I mean considered for funding, because funders ask for your registration certificate or proof that you have some sort of legal or formal organization. So do that. Even if you don't have something to do at this moment, register it to now, because the number of years that you have been in business also counts. And you get tax incentives and from various legislations, not just the Cultural Industries Development Act, which exists only in Barbados, but across the region, there are a number of pieces of legislation for all Caribbean creatives that you can benefit from if you are a registered entity. So register your business, however you do it in your respective country. And to answer your question directly, what I would say is that the multiplicity of funders and the multiplicity of financiers for cultural industries projects can have a conversation. Daniel referenced the hundreds of applications that SIF got. You referenced the hundreds of applications. They're a financial institution. You're a funding agency. What about the projects that got through, that have the DNA of an elephant and that can go on to do something bigger? Look at what happened to Fresh Milk. So look at your roster of grantees and see which ones can then develop even further, like Beyond the Beach, like the Bridgetown International Arts Festival, like Fresh Milk.
But before Klish answers, I'll just interject that I'm happy to say that is happening. I mean, we feel like we have a moral responsibility to the 700. Andre said he had 50 people who really like him and 350 enemies. We have 50 people who we hope like us, and
we love you.
and 650 not enemies, but people who we have to work to earn their trust and respect. And there are a number of ways that we're doing that. And one of those ways is in having conversations with other funders in the space who we're hoping prior to announcing their calls will at least consider the applications that we already have. Yes. So they may use us as sort of a pre-screening process so that potential applicants can be selected without having to go through the rigor of completing another application. Those conversations are in train. It takes a lot of trust building. It takes a lot of forward planning because people have their work plans already set for the year. But we do see a lot of value in getting funders in the space to behave like an ecosystem. Can we roll up successful projects from our portfolio and refer them to funding from donors that are funding at a higher level? Similarly, we're looking for new donors to attract to the space who can function as micro funders. There are grant applications that we receive that are not at the level of readiness to accept a $25,000 grant or even a $10,000 grant. So we are trying to encourage, through a matching gift program that we have from Mellon, smaller grantors to come into the space to whom we can refer those applicants, have them practice handling third-party funds, and then maybe they'll become eligible for a larger CCF grant. So I'm happy to say that at least one of the ideas we're working on. Klish, what other suggestions do you have?
Sorry, you started to talk about that, and I started to get excited in the brain, and the wheels started to turn. But in relation to the previous question, one thing I would encourage all artists in Barbados to do, as Andrew said, to register, because you cannot get past the front door if you don't have a TAMIS number. That's like one of the prerequisites in Barbados. If somebody's even going to give you a donation, they ask you for a TAMIS number. I don't know what you would define a TAMIS number as, a national registration number? A tax ID, tax ID. So in Barbados, it's called a TAMIS number. So that would be advice for
And
any
we've also
artist.
heard earlier the importance of registering with your creative industries
Yes.
register so that you can have access to whatever incentives are
And business
available.
as well. And the business as well, not just creative sector, but whatever your Ministry of Commerce and Trade requires you to do to be a business in your home country, do that.
You all have been active in this space for a long time. We all know that money is a significant need, but it's not the only one. So what do you think funders, particularly those funders who may not yet be 100% sold on the cultural and creative industries, what other ways can they think of in terms of providing support to artists and cultural organizations that could be of value, particularly those in the earlier stage of their work?
This support and sponsorship and funding comes in many ways. So in terms of execution, we have Klish with Beyond the Beach. He said he gave surfboards to somebody. So a potential funder or sponsor could do that, something that doesn't take as much funding to do. Could, within the context of an event like the Bridgeton International Arts Festival, there are several artists who perform. So companies and people who are interested in funding can support an artist from their particular country. Those are two ways I immediately think how to answer the question, the way I've interpreted what you've asked.
Okay, Klish and Annalie?
Ladies first.
In a very practical way, a lot of the artists I work with are making work in their bedrooms and on their kitchen table in their family home. What we really need are collaborative studio spaces to bring artists together. Barbados has a lot of empty buildings in its industrial estates, and if it were possible to have a collaboration with the state where a building that's been empty for years could be retrofitted in a very basic way. And it's not that you need to tell the artists what to do, they just need spaces to work. And if we keep talking at the state level about an orange economy, but we're not actually trying to facilitate that, it's a problem. So we really need to look at how the limited environment is limiting what artists can also do, and they're working under very difficult environments, and we need to be able to facilitate a collaborative, collective working spaces for artists to be able to take their work to the next level.
I second your compliments. Artists just need space. We can transform the space into something magical, but you just need a space. Let's give an example. You can have 4 walls, and you put a guitarist with a vocalist, and you put some beanbags down, and you play some music, and that's so soul enriching that the people that leave there leave with their belly full of nourishment from the art. Or You can have an audience sit and watch a painter paint and just enjoy that moment. For me, it's about experiences. And a lot of artists are willing to put in the work, but artists are tired of exploitation. They are tired of exploitation. They are tired of persons saying, you know, come and do this thing for me. You know, you never know who can come and who can see it. But the amount of time it takes to create. I have a saying, production is lonely. It is very lonely. It is you and the art. But people see the end product. And a lot of people don't understand that mechanism within the arts. And it's just not, when I say arts, people think visual painting, but it's also in like hair art, nails, all of these different sectors. All these people are artists and just need space. They just need opportunity to show the world what they can do. This island is 166 square miles and produced the global icon Rihanna. Just that sinking.
I'm glad you went there,
166
Kush,
square
because
miles.
that will take me to the last question I want to ask you, mindful of the time and the constraints on the panel. First, let me apologize to our online participants. We have had trouble with the Zoom, and so we'll not be able to include them in the conversation. But I'll also make a quick plug that the Caribbean Culture Fund hosts regular fora with our grantees, so please follow us on social media, and there you'll be able to see the work of our grantees and also learn about our funding opportunities and the third-party funding opportunities for which we will support creatives in applying at Caribbean Culture Fund, caribbeanculturefund.org. That's my commercial. I wanted to go back to why we do the work that we do as creatives. And this is my reminder to myself that, yes, I too am a creative when I'm not wearing the Caribbean Culture Fund hat. Sometimes a lot of the conversation gets dominated by the return on investment. So a lot of the finance conversations are focused on the financial ROI. The philanthropic conversations are focused on the social ROI, like what is the social impact of this project. But as Klish just very accurately said, sometimes art has personal impact that we have difficulty in quantifying, but that we stand to lose a lot if we don't create the circumstances that allow those opportunities to happen. So can each of you give me one story about something that has happened in your project, one little bit of impact that maybe wouldn't make its way into a donor report, or that you couldn't really put on a spreadsheet or a budget, but that reminds you as an artist of why you do what you do?
Wow.
How much time do you have?
For the CRJ 10PP Visual Art Exhibition, part of the activity in the 2-week exhibition, which was held in Queen's Park during the last 2 weeks of February, was an artist talk. And that artist talk took place an evening during the week. And you know Barbados, you go home from work, you don't feel like coming back out. I'm surprised to say that the Queen's Park Gallery, small as it was packed for that artist talk. And of the 20-something artists who displayed work, about 15 of them came to the artist talk. And the conversation was rich. And it made me happy that I was able to contribute to the discourse on reparations and why it is important, and the role that artists, in this case visual artists, can play in our pursuit of what is owed to us. So that for me was a moment.
My project for the CCF is called Chants for the Sixth Extinction, and it's an attempt to create a 20-minute sound work that accompanies listeners through the ecological angst that we're feeling. I'm really interested in the impact of the plantation on our loss of relationship to the land. And I worked collaboratively with 3 musicians, a ballet drummer and conch player from Martinique, Marcel Jean-Baptiste, and 2 Barbadian musicians, a trombonist, Jomo Slusher, and a musician, Simon Pipe. And we went 160 feet below ground into the Harrison Caves, and I asked Marcel to bring his ballet drum and the conch, and Jomo to bring his trombone. Marcel had never been into a cave before, and they had never met. And so I wanted to give them the opportunity to respond to this geological space that feels eternal, because I think with the damage of the plantation, the recuperative gesture is to listen to the land. And so we went in to listen to the land, and it was a phenomenal experience. We had the caves to ourselves for 2 hours. And when we came out, their response was, while Jomo said I'd never done anything like that since I was at university in the US, because I work within the tourist sector and I perform at hotels and I don't have the chance to do this kind of experimental work. And there was a bond that happened between all of us, and I think that Marcel and Jomo are probably going to collaborate. And so I felt that in the making of the work, which was possible because of the CCF grant, that we could experiment in a way that I didn't have to articulate this ROI, but I felt as though I was able to respond to the legacy of the plantation, to the issue around climate grief, and to produce this work with people from around the region.
I have so many stories. I was racing in my mind, what story would I tell? Beyond the beach, the experience. We transformed an art gallery into an experience. We took the patrons that came to the book launch, and by the way, it was a book launch. That's what we told the public, but it was an experience. We took you from introducing a book to a theater production where we took excerpts from the book, and we had Lego Theater, shout out to Lego Theater, perform the excerpts from the book and take people on the journey. So the writers that were in the audience got the opportunity to see their work come alive. And one of the pieces that really resonated with the audience was Brian Talma's, my interview with Brian Talma, and his call of action, 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 and more action, where he talked about beach culture and his experience. And we were able to go from that to Shoreline Storyteller, where Shakira Bourne shared a part. And I was having that interesting conversation with her yesterday because she was off island. And I was able to show her how her work and her story, an artist, Anik, was able to bring it to life. And she took the audience members on a journey of going to the beach. We took them from that to Batsrock to Bathsheba, a culinary experience by Bobab Kitchen, where the chef created food inspired by physical spaces. So when you looked at the dish, you saw the rock in Bathsheba. You saw the rocks in Bathsheba. And from that, we took them on a musical journey with Najuma and Khalid, and they did a beautiful piece entitled, Let Me Take You to the Sea, with acoustic guitar and a violin. We moved from that part of the gallery into the middle part of the gallery, which we call Monuments of Freedom, a dance inspired by John Hunt and the Barbados Community College dancers. And they were given the opportunity to dance for the President of Barbados with a dance entitled Monuments of Freedom, inspired by, and anybody that goes to Bats Rock, you see these rock sculptures. And during the process, we were able to bring those rock sculptures into the gallery. And the artist, Mr. Philip King, who is known as a dancer, but a lot of people don't know he is a sculptor. And when I first approached him, he was like, you want my stuff in an art gallery? And I'm like, yes, you need to be featured. You need to be respected. The world needs to know you. So we did the dance inspired by the sculptures. And this was not my interpretation. We gave the opportunity to the collective, and they created the dance. And then we took them into the blue, another room into the gallery, where we had a fisherman doing an art installation. Never did anything creative, but he brought parts of his fishing boat, and he paid homage to the ocean. So you had this full experience, and that was just one of the shows. We also had a sip and paint. Not sip and paint, sip and read, where the writers from the book came and read excerpts and got to interact with the public. We gave them the space so that they can tell their stories and their intimate parts of why they do what they do. And out of that, those stories, there's been like the movement. We have a saying, the book is booking. And we just think the book is doing this thing on its own because sometimes we're not even in control. Artists just came along and wanted to help and do certain things. And, you know, you meet the artists that they created. Shout out to Jamelia Wood, who was the creator on the project. She's an art teacher. And she brought some of her students' work. And we were able to sell some of the work to give the artists an opportunity. Artists just need space so that they can sell and interact and feel appreciated. So these are some of these stories that came out of Beyond the Beach. And to see artists and contributors open a book for the first time and see their work and see themselves honored. I lost a lot of tears. I gave a lot of salt back to the atmosphere. And they themselves gave a lot of salt to the atmosphere as well. So it's just not about us. It's about the movement and just giving opportunity.
Thank you so much for a round of, I heard applause of those training bells. Thank you so much for sharing that, Klish and Andrea and Annalie. And I think you'll appreciate why we at the Caribbean Culture Fund sort of feel that we're every day is Carifesta for us because this is where we live. Like we get to live at this lovely intersection of all of the sectors of the arts from all of the countries of the Caribbean and the magic that you can unlock when you put some money behind people's ideas. So this takes me back to my opening. We don't think it's time to start thinking beyond the grant. We need to think alongside the grant because philanthropic funding allows for artists to play, to develop their ideas, to work on initiatives that maybe don't have an immediate financial return or may never have a financial return and maybe don't have a large-scale social return, but create these moments, these experiences that matter and connect us to our innate Caribbean-ness. So I will pause here to see if there are any questions from the audience before we close. We have 3 minutes. We could maybe take one question. No? If not, then it's just my job to thank my 3 panelists.
We have a question in the back.
Oh, is there a question? I'm sorry.
They're coming to the mic.
While she comes to the mic, I'll just thank the 3 panelists and apologize again to the panelists that we were not able to connect with online, but to encourage you to follow us at Caribbean Culture Fund, where we will have many, many fora and opportunities for you to hear about our grantees and their work.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask a question that, say we're in Carifesta, and this is the 3rd time in Barbados, and as the gentleman said, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name.
Klish, C-L-I-S-H.
As Klish said, we are an ocean state, and yet still I don't see the beach culture reflected in this Caribbean Festival of Creative Arts. Is there anyone in the audience who can make a plug for our beach culture to be included in the next festivals of Carifesta? Thank you.
Klish, you want to take that?
Yeah, it's a statement. Shameless plug. Go to the literary market and purchase Beyond the Beach, the book.
All right. Thank you again, Klish, Andrea, Annalie. Thanks and apologies to the panelists online, Vicky, Maricel, and Wiseman. And thank you to Marielle Barrow and her team. We have been really excited to be part of this conversation. We think philanthropy matters. We think Caribbean creativity matters. And we encourage you to continue to follow us and be a part of this, as Klish calls it, this movement. Thank you all, and please enjoy the next panel and the rest of the afternoon.
So while we get our panelists prepare for photo op. Kelly tries to get her plane before it hits the runway. There's some key takeaways here, and I think I want to give us policymakers a chance to kind of reflect on it, the concept of beyond the grant, and the way that and Kelly, in wrapping up, indicated that it's not necessarily beyond the grant, but we need the grants and financing, whether through loans or partnerships or private and public partnerships, to ensure the continuity and sustainability of creative enterprises. So I think we also need to have an opportunity to interrogate that. What I did notice from the discussions is that these were a bit more like appetizers. And it tells me that we need greater opportunities for Caribbean people outside of CariFesta every 2 years to really have a space where we can have in-depth discussion, where we get into the weeds of the whole process, but then also to examine what type of actions and best practices we can get from other regional entities. But I don't want to delay anymore. We are on our last panel. I don't know who's going to get ready after this panel to go down to the Grand Market and have a fabulous time, or who's going to go to turn down the pot tomorrow. But before you do that, we are going to have a panel session with UNESCO Creative Caribbean. That panel session is going to be led by Olenka, and she's going to come in and get herself in position and her panelists to have a discussion on the entire process. The impact of investment, the process, the pain, and the profit. And we did hear, this leads us into an easy segue from the last panel discussion, where we would have had our creatives speaking about the need for more access to funding, the challenges in funding applications, even from those persons who work closely with creatives. And now how we saw in the discussion earlier today when they spoke about the Mellon Foundation and how some persons are trying to make it even more accessible, understanding that some of the things that people were asking about, the heavy level of integrity, investigation, interrogation that the application form for funding seems to have. You know, I swear you could probably get a credit card faster than you can get a grant. And that in itself is worrying, right? But we need to have these discussions, and Olenka is best positioned to do this. She knows the quality of the application she saw. She's in a good position to speak about some of the concerns, things that we might need to know, and a lot that came up from the investment session yesterday. But we really want to hear from creators about the process of applying. We want to hear about the pain in applying, and then the profitability, how the grant shifted things for them. So I think I'm excited to hear this, to learn, because it's not always that we get to be in a space where we have all three of these things working: data, policy, and then the entire creative process. And I'm going to invite Olenka. Give her 1 minute. She's with the tech team. I'll let you bring your panelists. Oh, you look lovely. Bring your panelists on stage.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. I am Olenka Jacobs-Bonnick. I am the National Program Officer for Culture at the UNESCO Office for the Caribbean, as well as the Creative Caribbean Project Coordinator. It is my privilege to welcome you and to moderate today's panel, Impact of Investment, the Process, the Pain, and the Profit. The Creative Caribbean project is coming to a close after 4 years of implementation with partners UNESCO, UWI, and CARICOM. This project was made possible with the financing from the European Union. and support from the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. Over the last 4 years, we have delivered in excess of $2 million in funding to 78 projects across 15 Caribbean countries, 14 CARICOM nations, and the Dominican Republic. Of those 78 grantees, we have had a wide cross-section of industries. So this was an ecosystem development project. It wasn't only focused on the artisan or the artist themselves, but also the ecosystem that supports them. And for many decades now, we have not had the capacity, or we have not been able to enable the ecosystem that supports the artist to help move them into sustainability. And that was one of the aims of the Creative Caribbean Project, was to ensure that our grantees, our delegates here today, were able to access that sustainability with the support of this funding. So the creative economy is not just an industry. It's the heartbeat of our Caribbean identity, a driver of innovation, and increasingly a pillar of sustainable development. Yet, too often, the creative and cultural sectors are undercapitalized, undervalued, and misunderstood, despite their proven ability to generate jobs, diversify economies, and contribute to social transformation. Today, we'll have the honor of hearing directly from 5 Creative Caribbean grantees, who I'm going to invite to come on stage now, please. Please come and join me and take a seat. I'm going to introduce them one by one, and then I'm going to ask them to share their projects with you. Okay. We were able to support the participation of 30 of our 78 grantees to come and join us at CariFesta. Yesterday we had a very full day of B2B networking, investment, readiness training, as well as pitch training, and we also had the opportunity to interface with investors. But I'm going to start by introducing Maya Shock, Executive Director for Setim Belize, who she told me she's been up here twice already. So, so you may already know about her project. But Maya, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I am the Executive Director for Sarsoon Temash Institute for Indigenous Management, Setim for short. We've been on the screen a couple of times already to talk about our project, which initially started with seed funds from the Caribbean Development Bank. And we got further support from the Creative Caribbean on the UNESCO project. So,
thank you so much. I'm going to do ladies first. Aisha Gibson Gill, Story Shift Barbados.
Good afternoon. I am the Creative Director and Managing Director of Story Shift, which is an interactive literature company, and the Creative Caribbean grant was used to basically fuel a proof of concept with an augmented reality interpretation of a mural which is here in Bridgetown, and therefore build out an entire production pipeline and allow us to get ourselves on some good footing for future contracts.
Thank you so much, Aisha. And then we have Tamika Taylor, Minister of National Security, Accompong Maroons, Accompong Development Foundation, Jamaica.
Good afternoon. All right, so as was stated earlier, I'm the Minister of Security, but I wear several other hats. Don't mind me not wearing one now. But I am also a Queen Mother, and I am also one of our artisans, so I'm a crochet artist to be specific. Now, this grant went towards our, what we call a Maroon Fest for this year, and it is overall a celebration of King Kojo, who is, of course, the Akompong Maroons were an indigenous set of people in Jamaica, and King Kojo is our past leader. We are celebrating 287 years of this celebration, and so the celebration is to commemorate his birthday. This grant went towards the production of this fest, and I must say it was very successful, and we're appreciative.
Thank you so much, Tamika. Then we have Kirk Anderson, founder, No Label Studios, Antigua and Barbuda.
Okay, so yeah, my name is Kirk Anderson of No Label Studios, and we're essentially a network of in-home production studios that help to foster growth for creatives or artists that are traveling. While they're traveling, we support them creating music. And with this grant, we were able to do our first residency, where we're able to basically bridge the gap within our community and help elevate and create export-ready music from Antigua while maintaining the culture, but making it globally sellable by, just bridging the gap between our communities near and far.
Thank you so much, Kirk. And we have Marcus Waldron, CEO of Juju Festival Tech, Trinidad and Tobago.
Hi guys, my name is Corey Marcus Waldron. I'm CEO of Juju Festival Tech. We focus specifically on performance technology, and we were able to move the project forward with a grant from UNESCO in building a wearable platform to integrating electronics directly into costumes, etc., and then build a network that would support that so that we could move the future of Carnival into the electronic augmented reality age, basically.
Thank you so much. As you can see, they represent diverse sectors within our cultural and creative industries, and they will share candidly with us today the realities of receiving this support, the opportunities unblocked, the challenges they continue to face, and the lessons we must all carry forward if we are to build an enabling environment where creativity thrives and contributes fully to national and regional development. So as we listen, colleagues, I invite you to consider not only the successes, but also the structural issues that they highlight, because our policies, decisions, and resources are the levers that will determine whether this sector becomes a consistent driver of Caribbean growth or remains under-realized potential. So with that, let's get into the conversation. I'm going to start with some general questions. I think I will ask Aisha to answer this question. Of course, if any other one of you would like to chime in, feel free. So looking back at your journey before the Creative Caribbean Grant and where you are now, what would you say has been the most significant transformation for your project?
To be frank, the ability to move at the pace that I need to move because I had the money. That's one of the main things. I'm fully aware of a lot of the policy and the practices. I'm an arts manager myself. I've worked in cultural development institution, and really and truly a lot of what we need is money. You do need structure, but having the lump sum and knowing that it was there, I was then able not to have to cut as many corners as you usually do, or to stall production the way that we do, where we have to move in stages where you can see the finish line, but you have to get to a stage and then fundraise or get somebody else on board and then fundraise again. I mean, I still had to do partnerships and apply for a second set of grant money to do some other things, but knowing that that was there meant that I could move significantly faster.
Yeah, I see. Thank you so much. I see Kirk nodding. Can I take this mic here?
Here's one.
Oh, thank you. Ending backwards.
Yes.
I saw you nodding there in agreement. What was your experience?
For me, the experience was, I guess I'll definitely echo that, in that this is something that we have seen as very important for us to do in terms of bridging the gap between community. But obviously, while we plan out and we take all the steps necessary, money talks, and you're able to make sure things move and move on time once you have the budget to actually do so. And we've seen incredible results just in a little time in one project that actually, like, tangible results. And without the budget, we wouldn't have been able to achieve that, you know? Yeah.
Yes, and of course, far too often we hear in our sector that, well, first of all, that as creatives we don't know how to manage money, but of course, the evidence is there. You have had this investment, you have been able to deliver your project, but also, we don't necessarily expect our creatives, or we expect our creatives to actually be the head cook and bottle washer. Mm-hmm. So that really takes away from the creativity aspect of things. And what you're saying is that this investment enabled you to actually not split your focus, but do the work that needed doing whilst also remaining creative. Marcus, you have a very innovative product that you are hoping to bring to market very soon. How did this investment allow you to either take that risk? As we know, Marcus's product is, we're hoping will be patent pending very soon. It's very innovative. It's really a real Caribbean innovation. So how did this investment allow you to either take the risk that you did, scale up, or professionalize your work in a way that would not have been possible otherwise?
Oh, okay. When I first started out working with electronics, now mind you, my background is in theater. It's not in building electronics at all. I had won a grant from another organization, and we were able to, like, build out the breadboard, the actual basics of it. We learned a lot in that process. Coming out of that, even though the launch we had was good, it wasn't what we wanted, and we understood where the gaps were. The gaps wasn't so much with technology, you know. The gaps was user experience, right? Like, it's clunky, you're using this kind of wire, and, you know, it's not the materials that you want to use to give the kind of experience that you know you can give. When UNESCO gave us the funds to be able to do that, it allowed us to say, all right, you have this pool of funds now. How can we enhance that user experience? And that allowed us to streamline the entire thing. We spent months planning how that would go. And it allowed us to be able to invest in critical technologies, right? Having conversations with engineers in different spaces about sort of other things developed in those spaces. They're asking me, like, where are you from? Trinidad, like, where is that? I've always innovate down there, right? Sometimes these calls get a little wild, right? Like, you wouldn't believe some of the things they would ask you on a call, right? But having the capability or the funds to be able to do that allows myself and my team to be able to, yes, take that risk, push the technology further, and take it to a place where it could be globally competitive, because that's really the hope from my team on my end, is that we could empower designers and festivals, etc., to do more, not only just with the hardware, but also with content, because that's where the culture is, right? And yeah, move it forward.
All right, thank you so much. Now, Marcus's project is one of several highly innovative projects that we received. Overall, we received almost 500 applications. And I think my colleagues from UWI and CARICOM would agree when we say that every single application that came across our desk was pretty much outstanding. We didn't have enough money. We wish we could have funded all of them. But those who were funded are really first among equals. So it was the depth and breadth of innovation that was displayed in the application process was really something that we were very proud of as persons from the Caribbean reviewing those applications. Now, I wanted to ask the same question to Maya, because you're working in a community group with women, and this investment allowed you to scale up the work that you were doing. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, this investment was very important for us in terms of providing us the funds that we needed to continue to empower our women. a lot of what we do is using traditional designs, traditional embroidery, and we use it in fashion designs. A lot of the holdup that we had were based on, scaling up these designs as well, because the stitches and the art form, there is math behind it. And just as you would enlarge an image or, make it smaller, there's certain sizes that it cannot go beyond, right? So this fund assisted us to provide those trainings to the women to see how they would be able to grid these designs if it is possible. And this is where the more modern component comes in, because traditionally it's just counted, right? You count, you look at a design, you count it and you replicate it. But this was using actual graph papers, pens, pencils, which minimize wastage, because what they would also do is they would have to sew and then they would have to rip when it does not come out the way that they look. It should. So it gave us that, but it also allowed us to not be reliant on external persons to assist us in designing our collections, right? Because we're looking at the sustainability part of it, and for us it's important for us to stay true to our culture and to protect it, because a lot of times people come in, they work with you, and they appropriate our culture, and there is no recognition of the artisans behind it. So for us, it's important for us to build our capacity internally on our own terms, and this is what that fund has given us. It's empowered our women to know, listen, I can scale my own designs now. I can tell my own story, because one thing with embroidery, as I have on my dress here, they tell stories, right? And they differ. In Belize, we have Mopan Maya and we have Kekchip Maya. We have brothers and sisters also in the Guatemalan area. So when you would compare both designs, they're very different because they tell different stories, right? And so it's important to also allow them to be creative and to tell those stories. So.
Right, so thank you so much. So it's obvious that the investment assisted in adding value all the way through your process. Tamika, how did this investment add value to the Akampong Development Foundation?
Well, I must tell you that in addition to the promotion that we could have put into the celebration itself, I must tell you that since the celebration, we have attracted a lot of other philanthropists, and that has caused us to engage in other projects, such as we have refurbished our clinic. We have recently imported an atmospheric water generator. So it shows that we're able to manage the capacity of these projects, and so other persons who are interested in investing, they were able to come on board. So we're highly appreciative of this experience so that persons can see exactly what we're doing up there.
Right, fantastic. So overall, we can say that this investment, but investment in general, is really a tool to enable you not only to scale up, make more impact, but also enables you to attract further investment. Definitely. Because it proves that you're investment ready.
That is it.
Right, fantastic. So, and this is a very important point, colleagues, because for far too long, the thought is that our sector is not investment ready. However, as you can see, we have here 5 investable projects and businesses. All of them had a return. You've had a return on the investment? Yes? For you, of course, when it's a grant, you have social return on investment and also cultural return on investment, so it's very different. And actually, can we speak about that a little bit? What has been the social or cultural return on investment for you? Anybody?
Okay, I guess I'll take that, because there's something that recently happened that I know that this grant was integral in making sure that happened, whether directly or indirectly. But I think we're familiar with the group Full Blown, that did a lot of songs from Trinidad that are really blowing up throughout the region. But as we talked about earlier, cultural appropriation, there's so much in terms of music where people borrow from the Caribbean culture, but the Caribbean has not been able to benefit from it. However, based on what we did, we attracted some attention from Full Blown, and they happened to be in Antigua this summer, the same time as somebody else who also attracted a lot of attention, which is Molly. And they were also in St. Lucia with Chloe Bailey. And this song that was on its own a very great song, because they had resources as they were moving through the Caribbean to record this music. They made a remix, and that remix is a chart topper that touched the top of the Billboard charts. And that was solely off of recognizing what we were doing with this artist residency. They reached out to us, and we were able to be a part of that. And the tangible benefit of that is Billboard chart toppers get royalties. The royalties go back to the artists, and those artists are from the Caribbean. Therefore, we just helped people to actually gain revenue and keep it within our community.
Yeah, man.
Can we clap them, please? Clap them. That's that. And yes, go ahead, Tamika.
Right. In terms of how we benefited culturally, all right. So the Maroon communities, in addition to Akompong, we have 3 other Maroon communities in Jamaica. And for the past 10 years, the chiefs have not gotten together. There was this amount of disunity going on because of politics. And for the first time, all 4 chiefs were able to come together and celebrate because of this grant. And also there was an indigenous forum that took place on the first day of the event, and that saw a unification of the Maroon villages as well. And the talent show saw the inclusion of the other Maroon communities. Participants came from all around. So it brings that amount of unity that we need in the Maroon community, and that has been divided for so many years.
Okay, that's very, very interesting. So there's a question? Yes, please, go ahead.
I'm also at karaoke, so should not use the mic. Yes, I heard a lot about production, assistance with production, but I haven't heard anything about assistance with marketing. And you have this product, you produce this thing, you get the money, you produce it, but then at the end of the day, I think you need assistance with getting it out there and getting some sort of funds coming from it. So I think that some of these organizations should assist the people, their clients in marketing and getting the product out and making revenue from it.
GTM.
Thank you so much. So an integral part of this process for the grantees was that they had to produce a marketing plan in order to be funded, but also as the Creative Caribbean Project, we assisted them with marketing and communications. So every single one of our grantees, every time they had an event or an activity, they know that they had to communicate with our communications officer. It was posted not only on our social media, which has a very wide reach, but also the social media of our partners on those websites. In addition to that, it was shared with our funders, the EU, but in terms of the hardcore boots on the ground marketing, that was something that the grantees had to prove they were capable of doing before actually receiving the grant. And I think, do any of you want to respond to that as to how you went about with your marketing?
Well, to be fair, usually when you apply for a grant, you almost never get all the money you ask for, right? So you have to, what's the word? You have to move around certain things in line items. So the truth is, if I figured that I needed $6,000–7,000 to market and publicize the project, I couldn't assign all of that from what I was given in the grant. But because we did have to have a structure in the proposal itself, it means that there was a space there where you knew you could then go look for further funding or look for partnership because you were creating the product. So what we managed to do, and because it was part of our obligations for the grant, basically kind of incorporated into the production content a lot of creative media that I've created as part of the project that to share with the communications officer, but it's now part of the publicity for the AR mural experience. So I have footage from the launch that was then edited, created the tutorial for it, and that's Instagrammable content that people can see how to use it, but it's also part of the actual project itself. So it, in some ways, I think I had an advantage because coming from being on the back end of a grant funding institution and knowing how these things operate, I was like, yeah, I can see how this is going to play out. But looking at that structure, it really helped from the beginning to streamline and be like, how can I fold this into the production budget so that even if nobody gives me funding until afterwards, I still have a bookmark or media content or something that is part of what I'm producing to prove that I'm using the money correctly that I can still use to put the project out there for the public. So that's what I kind of had to do.
Thank you so much.
All right. As she said, I must agree that due to the limitation of the funding, we had to restrict certain allocation, right? But our advertisement, our marketing was not that expensive, but it was very robust. So we capitalized on like the Instagram promotion, we capitalized on certain radio station interview, we capitalized on like to promote things at promote the event at different events. And I must tell you that the turnout was amazing. You would have known that we had a turnout that was second to none, right? And so we have to make preparation the next time for this large of a crowd. So I think our marketing was very effective, though not as expensive.
Right, thank you. So that is an example of how the grant management process, as tedious as it can be, and I'm sure all of them will agree, that every time they saw an email from me in their inbox, they would be like, oh my gosh, I'm pretty sure I have something wrong with my report that I need to fix. And sometimes there were several emails over several weeks. But that stringent approach to the grant management process assisted you and enabled you to professionalize and work within different structures. And it also strengthened your capacities. But outside of marketing, what other capacities were strengthened by having to manage this grant?
Well, to manage this project, wow, I guess this is a part of the pain, but it also is a opportunity to learn. You know, when life throws things at you, you just learn to navigate. For us, we're a small organization, business. I wear multiple hats. And so when it came to this grant, it was really learning how to be resourceful, right? YouTube was my best friend because I have no background in video editing. I take the worst photographs. I don't know anything about lighting, but I had to teach myself how to do all of these things. So coming out of this grant, I actually feel like I am better at doing what I need to do, right? Because as others said, there were limitations to it. And so it was like, okay, balancing out that budget. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna operate so that at the end, we're still able to meet our objectives and we're able to produce something from it because we want to make an impact, right? So for me, we learn to be resourceful, you know, using what we have, using technology, using the internet access to really learn and to grow and to implement the project.
Thank you so much.
I want to just chime in a little bit. Managing, or in this case, working alongside engineers was a real highlight for me. Coming from a performance-based background, it really kind of helped me understand the actual process of what it takes to be able to build something from scratch and how that works. And then working with engineers who kind of understand the dream of what it is and getting your creative idea across, right? Sometimes it might feel like you're scribbling hieroglyphics and, you know, waving your hands in the air and being like, build this thing. And then sometimes when you get into the actual nitty-gritty of it, and they sit you down and go through that, well, the team, right, really allowed my project at least to be able to shine in that kind of way, because we were in the room, we were taken serious as the next big thing. Oftentimes come from the performance space, you're not taken as serious, etc. And we just did the work, you know, stepping up to that new sort of space.
Thank you. Now, of course, there were challenges.
Yeah.
So, let's talk about those. So we said lots of very positive things about the impact of the grant. And as we can see, the investment went beyond just funding the project. You know, they were able to not only scale, but also develop professionalize areas of their business that perhaps they never had a chance to before, because they have to wear these 1,000,001 hats and they don't have the time to focus on those areas of their projects or business. But there were barriers and there were challenges, okay, in this grant process. And if addressed, how could we make it easier for creatives, especially small emerging ones, to access and manage investment of this kind?
It's on, right? All right, for us, I think the major challenge would have been, or was the late disbursement. What happened is that we had to basically be using a lot of promissory notes, and basically our reputation could allow us to get certain things done, and then we had to pay them afterwards. But, you know, in terms of building reputation and not wanting to have a bad record, you know, that is the only thing I would complain about in terms of the late disbursement. And, you know, for upcoming persons who will be applying, you know, if they don't have that reputation to get things done or with on a promissory note, you know, it's going to be difficult. So that would be the challenge that we experienced.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, do you guys really want me to say? Okay.
Listen, this was, I didn't say this in the beginning, but this was the first grant of its kind in this region.
Yeah.
It was also the first grant or the first program of this nature for the ACP. Lots of firsts all around. When we have first, we have challenges.
Yeah.
We absolutely have to talk about them, because as the first time that we've ever had this amount of funding and this type of program, an ecosystem development program, where we cast the net very, very wide and we really dragged everybody into as best as we could, right? It's also going to become a blueprint. It's going to become a blueprint for further investment, for further policy decision making, and we have to know what the challenges were. Because if we don't, when we're taking that next step, we won't be able to design it in the way that addresses those challenges. So, as with everything, you do it for the first time, you might make some mistakes. There might be things that don't work. So, let's talk about it.
There was a gap for me in my process in communication with the grant that was more than a year long. In that time, what happened was that we were coming off of the support from the last grant. And this was me bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and saying, yeah, boy, if I get through with this grant, here what's going on. We go work with the team and pull them across and we're going to accelerate and we're going to get to market like on time.
That's true.
And then boom now, no communication for more than a year. And my team fell apart. Everybody who was like, yeah, boy, was like, yeah, boy, Marcus, boy, so what really going on with this thing, right? What really happening? And at that time, it also kind of allowed you to see people around you, like who really for you to be able to push it through, and who be like, yeah, when the money around, I around. My whole team fell apart. I had to hold on to the dream, and the moment was, the thing I remember most vividly was there was this saying that a man trying to lead a horse, etc., etc. You can't see where you're going. All you could see is the next step. You can't think 2 steps ahead. Just see if you could take the next step, and if you could move, move the and I moved the every week, right? And sometimes I didn't know what I was doing, but that's how I build somewhat of my competency now to speak to engineers, right? Like, I know nothing about it, but I read as much as I could, YouTube as much as I could, spend hours, trying to figure it out so that the hieroglyphics make sense, right? And then when it came at the end of that long process, I was better equipped to be able to have those kinds of conversations. So for me, the challenge here was the gap in communication between the start of the project and when the project sort of engaged. But when looking back where I'm at now, it also became a blessing because it allowed me the time to slow down and think, right? And develop some of the skills I needed to be able to get through difficult times now that I encountered. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. I actually wanted to jump in there. So, as I mentioned before, because I've been on the other side of this, I was kind of peeping behind your walls, right? Mm-hmm. Not practically, but I kind of was inferring from what was happening, what was going on. And the time with me was also 16 months of silence. But because I have lived this before, I forgot about it and decided that it wasn't going to happen. Like, I just moved on with my life. And then when you did get back, it was like, hey, yeah, we know we've been silent for a little while, but can you get this thing back in by the end of this week, or we can't consider you anymore? Yeah. And so there's the professional part of me that is going, okay, I have all of the documentation there, I just have to read it and I'll figure it out. And then there's the other part of me calling my friend going, you could believe these people take 16 months to get on me and then tell me I go get them ass. I'm like, right now? But the reason I'm telling you that story is because I was like, you need more staff. But as you said, since this is the first, this is me, a grantee, who is no slouch and no baby. I'm not a little girl in this, saying, the next time you give money, give more money for more staff. So don't say, okay, we're going to give you a 10% increment and we're going to say, oh, we give you more money. Because I recognize that what you need is your capacity. Because when I realized, I was like, wait, so it's just this one woman and this other person and this other person doing all. And when you said there were 500, I remember going to the orientation Zoom meeting. And we are the second, I don't know if all of you, but I'm part of the second cohort. So I remember the first one, the first grant that I applied for, we didn't make it. And then when it came through this, I applied a second time with a different project, and I went to that meeting, and I remember, I've heard her voice many times, wonderfully graceful, but I was like, oh, she sounds like a grandmother going, okay, this is how you write the report. And I remember sitting there going like, oh, that first cohort cut their tail with reporting. It cut their tail because there was not enough guidelines, there was not enough templates, there was not enough guidance at the beginning. And then when the report started coming in with no receipts, no invoices, no LPOs, no tracking, I went, oh, you all are learning the hard way. So we, the second cohort, like, we were ready right before we even got our feet on the ground. Listen, if you buy a hot dog and it's for the project, get a receipt book and get the receipt. Now, I knew that you had to do that because I've worked on the paper end, but I was like, right. So the next time, instead of saying, here's a pot of money, take your admin from this and your operations from this pot of money and grant the people the rest, whoever your funders are, give them more money, give them more staff, give them more time so you can then give us more money when we ask for it, so we can have the bigger budget for the PR and to pay the people. You know, what did work is that those 3 tranches, still waiting for my third, but those 3 tranches meant we could give people mobilization fees. Yeah. So I do know that a lot of work went into the design because I was like, okay, they understand. Because some grants are, oh, do all of it and then send in the receipts. And I'm like, you can't do that. if I know that I'm getting 40% upfront, I can say to people, you can get a 40 or 30% deposit. So that challenge with the time, because I've been here, I did not let it. I didn't even build a team. I did call the people, and I called all of them like, I need a quotation, but please recognize that this might not happen. So I've been hedging my bets, but I really didn't expect to apply in 2023 and here back in November 2024.
Yes, there were many, many administrative challenges that we all faced, you as grantees and us as a consortium. But as I said, it's the first time, and we're all going through the growing pains together. However, you are now sitting here, pretty, happy, and talking about your experience, as we are as well, because I was the person who was going through those applications along with my colleagues, right? I was the person who was hosting your check-ins, which were mandatory because they were important. In the first round, we took for granted that our creatives were ready, that they understood how to write reports. We provided templates, we provided videos. I recorded many videos, okay, how to apply. Everything was available. However, there was still a lot of hand-holding that was needed. And we took for granted that that was not necessary. So, the second round, you got your hands held a lot. And it was important. It was learning for us, and it was learning for you. So, in terms of designing projects and programs like these, we can no longer take for granted that our sector is as professional as we want it to be. It really isn't. And whilst we are on this end, designing the programs and dispersing the grants, you're on the other end needing to professionalize. And so one of the key areas that we focused on is how do we ensure that our grantees come out of this process more professional? Because we understood from round 1 and round 2 that if we were to let you continue in this way, you would not succeed beyond the lifetime of this grant. So it was painful. There were times when we needed to take a step back, really review the process. But at the end of the day, one of the most important elements was that you should come out of it more professional. Because if there are any other grants you're going to apply for, and you do it this way, you will not make it. And we recognize that. We recognize that about the first set of applications. And the second set of applications were a bit better, I will say, in terms of the professionalization of it. But it still remains a pain point in our sector regionally. We lack professionalization. And so, were we to do something differently, we would have embedded far more training. We gave the sector the benefit of the doubt. We said, you can do it, you're professionals, you know what to do, you've been there before. It turns out it wasn't the case. So we had our internal discussions and we said, hey, if we were to do this again, we definitely would embed far more training in this because it's clear that our sector still needs to move that step forward. You're still not there where you need to be. And so the professionalization and the training and the check-ins, those are all with the view to taking you to the other side of the professionalization spectrum. Because it was very important for our funders as well. It also depends on who your funder is, but for our funders, it was critically important. The EU is very stringent, has a lot of criteria that have to be met, but at the same time, they were extremely flexible. When we spoke with them about the challenges that our grantees were facing, they allowed us to make a lot of adjustments to their criteria so that we could assist you to do better. So a lot of that silence was us speaking to our funders saying, hey, we have this criteria, you have this criteria, but we need to adjust it. How can we do that? And in so doing, we were able to then support you. But again, it was a learning process because it was the first time. They didn't know, we didn't know, and we certainly decided that we were going to give you the benefit of the doubt. So all of that enabled us to do a better job with our second cohort. Question, sorry, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Sonia Stanley-Naya from the University of the West Indies. We're a partner on this grant, but I wanted to jump in here to say that, well, to say and to ask, the important thing coming out of the discussion, Ola Inka here, is the enabling environment. That there aren't really systems in place that we have to give sustainable training, support, capacity building in relation to what would be required for grant writing, grant making, etc. And so I wanted to ask each of the participants, to what extent did your enabling environment within your organizations or around your organizations benefit? To what extent was there a change for you in terms of the enabling environment supporting you?
So how did it thank you, Sonia. So how did it translate into measurable results, jobs created, audiences reached, markets accessed, or revenues generated? That's a part of your enabling environment.
I guess for me, it definitely, one, helped us to bring in members of the team to help with different aspects of reporting. Me, personally, as sometimes no label means I don't know what I do or who I am sometimes. But essentially, I'm more of a numbers guy when it comes to what we do. So you'd have seen us have to go and do the reporting for the narrative, especially a little bit more. I can get the numbers right, but in terms of telling a story in a certain way, we really had to get people on our team that are able to do so. Even in marketing, most of my marketing before this has been solely word of mouth. And people who know. But we are able to actually create content in a way where we knew we had to tell a story in a certain way that communicates our value. It helped us to get that together a little bit better. And also just in terms of becoming bankable, we talked about that a few days ago, where being bankable is so important in terms of structuring your business. Again, as an accountant, I know how to move numbers around on a piece of paper, but in terms of actually the finance side of it, making yourself bankable, it is a challenge for people who don't necessarily have all that resource or come from a background where they're taught about these things, right? So I think even bringing it to the forefront alone, knowing that we have to focus on this, put us in a different position that kind of prepares us to actually execute properly.
All right, as I said earlier, our promotion was very good. So we had a lot of attendees, and we had a lot of very important people who saw the execution and was impressed with the execution and expressed interest later in participating in the event. Because of the range of the event also, a lot of our residents benefited. So you have persons who were able to sell their food, sell their craft, park vehicles, engage in other cultural activities. So we might not be able to measure to a certain extent the overall revenue that residents made, but I can tell you that it was a success because we got the feedback from people and everybody was happy.
So overall, yes, go ahead, Marcus.
No, I was not about to say, well, I don't have no enabling environment.
You don't have an enabling environment?
I the whole environment.
You are the environment. So how are you enabled?
I've been real with you, right?
How are you enabled? You did talk about the fact, okay, go ahead.
It's figuring it out, right? Like, I have 2 other persons that support, and they focus on engineering. And my job is to clear every other obstacle out of their way. So they're not writing reports, they're not doing accounting, they're not setting meetings, they're not doing anything other than making sure the engineering is what it's supposed to be. And so I appreciated a lot the extra hand-holding, because sometimes it's a lot to wear many different hats, especially in spaces where you may not have the kind of by-the-book competency to allow you to really flourish. Now, writing the story is easy, because I tell stories for a living. So I could kind of figure my way through that. The accounting, however, was hard, right? And it's something that I had to kind of like work through and find a way through. And you could probably attest to that, right? The amount of emails we had back and forth. But for me, it was also learning a lot, because I had never, like I said, I've never had a grant of this size before. Well, once before. And I probably had a little bit more help back then, but the team fell apart, etc. And now it's all on you to figure out the way forward, etc. And that's just what it is for me. So putting my head down, having someone that would answer my email, etc., or take a call, right, was just super important for the everyday grind and figuring it out. And it's something I'm deeply, deeply appreciative of, I'll be honest. So, yeah.
Yes, Aisha.
So I was on a slightly better footing. What it enabled for me was there were a lot of partners that I was working with. For instance, the author of the book that we were making interactive, the people who commissioned the mural as well as the venue. What enabled it, like I said, as I said before, was the money. Because when I came to different people and I presented the project, and it's easy for me to talk about the project and tell people what I wanted, usually then you have people going, well, we were really interested, but then everybody's like, who's paying for this? Who's paying for that section? And when I said, listen, I have the grant to do like this particular big bulky part, people were then able to kind of breathe a sigh of relief and actually provide either in kind or either find funds to do what they needed to do. So it enabled us to have, usually I keep telling people I can't sell ice to a person in the desert, but I can make it, right? I am production. I want an idea, I can get it to become something. This allowed me to have people who would say, hey, why don't you do this? Or how can we market that? Or this is a possibility for this to be eventually become revenue earning. And instead of me going, listen, I don't have that budget and I don't have the brain capacity, it enabled, because I had the money to do the production and a little narrow margin to do the other things, other people could come. So it literally enabled them to do what they were experts at, because they weren't trying to figure out how to pitch in to help me produce what I needed to produce. And it also went back to, well, a lot of what was in what your goals and objectives are with this program were inherent in my project by having to literally articulate in a very clear way how you were going to attain those goals. When we were writing the proposal, it made it front of mind. It made it very much front of mind, and they were part of the deliverables, whereas my deliverable, like, the project, it exists. But because you were like, the project, how does it work with other people? How are you partnering across the Caribbean or with other creatives or with creatives in a different sector? And while those things always happen, because none of us is like one thing. Like you said, you're an accountant, and are you helping people make music? But that's how we all end up being. We're all everything, because I had, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 to hit. It then made me focus on those even more structurally, and people were able to shine. Like, I was able to hire a content creator, multimedia specialist, and she could then say, well, we could do this and we could add that. And I'd look in the line and be like, I have more money, go ahead. So that's how it was very much enabling in that way from the jump, because of how you had to structure the project in order to apply for it.
Yes, okay, thank you. So a lot of growth and learning all around on both sides. And, we're equally as grateful for you as you are for the partnership that we have together. Now, I wanted to just look at gender for a little bit, because we can see that this panel is mostly female, and this is very much reflective of the application process. So we had quite a lot more women apply in the second round than we did in the first round. Now, what's very interesting about that, and it's kind of an elephant in the room that we don't talk a lot about, is that our sector in the region and actually globally is heavily female dependent. And however, when it comes to the decision making, the women are not there. So when in our first round, we had pretty much a 50-50 split between men and women, a little more men applying as project leads. Okay. When we saw the jump in the second round, we were really happy, because this meant to us that the women in the sector finally realized that they had an opportunity to be invested in. Now, some of the challenges that we face as women in any sector, actually, when we go into a bank or require investment of any kind, generally it's a lot more harder for us to source it. There are many obstacles. And I wanted to address this question to our women panelists. What unique barriers do you think women face in the creative and cultural industries? And how did this grant help you to navigate or overcome them? Now, we have a lot of access issues, not only in the Caribbean, but regionally and internationally as women. Access to finance, access to support networks. Many of us have caring responsibilities. So although we make up the bulk of the creative and cultural industry sector in terms of the delivery, sometimes we can't really focus on that because we don't have the capacity or even the money to say we're going to hire somebody to assist us, either to deliver in the project so that we can focus on our caring responsibilities or vice versa. And so many of us have many different responsibilities outside of being the heads of our organizations, leading these projects.
As far as the grant is concerned, we ensure that the inclusion of our craft artisans are basically 50-50 as it relates to male and female. Our drummers, our dancers, females are always highly inclusive. As you can see, I'm the Minister of Security, an area where it's highly unlikely that you'll see a female. So we have to just go out there and represent ourselves and show that we are no longer inferior, or we were never inferior, but we have to stand out and show that we will not allow ourselves to be overpowered. You know, take our rightful place in society and don't wait for someone to offer us. You know, we have to just go out there and be forceful and be intentional. So
thank you so much, Maya.
So for Shail, all of our embroiderers are all women, right? And this is why we created Shail, right? Indigenous women specifically are the most marginalized, right? I know that we're all women, but we also have to acknowledge as well too that our challenges are different. And I think society likes to group us in one. We're all women, so we all have the same issues. No, right? They differ. My issues differ from someone who lives in Barbados as an indigenous person, a non-indigenous person. And for me, it was, many times our women, they have very low self-esteem, right? And I think we all, as Mayan indigenous people, there comes a time when you look at your identity and you just don't want to be who you are. And I've been through that. And so for me, it was to create a system that we need to take pride in who we are. That's who we are. No matter what we do, we can move from here, we can go to Spain, we can go to London, we'll always be who we are. And we have to be very true to our identity. And so for me, it's to identify, okay, what is our current status as indigenous women? Right now, a lot of them, some of them did not have the opportunity to go to school beyond primary school, right? But that does not mean that they have nothing to contribute to society. These are artisan women. So we work with them, we provide an enabling environment for them because we understand the challenges that they have. I'm a mother myself. To get anything done is a hassle, right? I understand that. And I understand that as a woman too, your child will call, he will get sick, she will get sick, and you have to call in from work and say, I need to get the day off. So we try to be flexible, and what we create for these women is a market, access to market, right? You are at home with your children, you are doing your embroidery, you're doing your artisan product. When it is finished, we will buy it from you, right? You don't have to go, as they would normally do, walks the beaches, the tourist areas with their little backpack, leaving their children behind, taking sometimes their last $20 to get on the bus, not knowing if they're going to make an income. There's so many security issues behind that, right? So for me, it was important to create that enabling environment for them to thrive and to empower them. And I think a lot of them, when we look at the project, and even if we look at the Shail documentary, you know, they're happy, you know, like I'm able to treat my child, I'm able to contribute to the home, which we've always done that, right? Because as women, those are unpaid duties, right?
Yes.
But in addition to that, they're happy to do that and they're empowered about that. Some of them, through Shail, have had access to bank accounts, which they never had before, right? Because again, access to finance, right? So we've helped them, we've walked through them. Some of them don't have the basic papers that they need to even get a bank account. So it's an investment, we try to advise as well, to say, listen, this is what you need to do. Let us put some savings behind. Let us see how we can support you to be here, and in fact, when I look at the Creative Caribbean UNESCO trip, we supported 2 women who didn't have passports. So we were all crazy, but it was important to have that inclusion. It's important to have that exposure so that they can grow, right? And see all the pains that we go through and go through the pains with us too, right? So, yeah.
Right. Thank you very much, Maya. And just before Aisha responds to that question, I also wanted to mention that the Creative Caribbean Project is one of 6 hubs across the world. So there are 4 hubs in Africa and 1 in the Pacific, and we are the Caribbean hub. And as you spoke about inclusion, I remembered that it's quite important to mention that our project, the Creative Caribbean Project, was cited as a best practice model for inclusion, as a matter of fact, because we took it very seriously. We didn't want it to always be the same people getting, or the same organizations getting the grants, right? It was important that we cast a wide net, that people like Marcus, who, you're an actor, you're a professional in performing arts, but now you're doing tech, it was important that people like Marcus could actually benefit from this. And as a matter of fact, when we had our information sessions, we said, right, those people who have those projects that have been sitting on your hard drive for 10 years that you said nobody's going to fund, you send us those projects, we want to see them. So we got a wide cross-section. And inclusion was very much central to how the project was designed and how the project was managed and coordinated. So I just wanted to share that, because it was considered an innovation of the Creative Caribbean Project, the aspect of inclusion. Aisha.
So connecting to, you're right, there's different intersectionalities. It's not just that we're all women, we all have unique things. So I'm kind of the flip side of that. I've lived in ignorance is bliss, which is also a two-sided sword. I did not have that challenge with esteem or thinking that I couldn't because I was a woman, because of how I was raised. Bank account, financial footing, the privileges of education in Barbados, etc. What it does mean, though, is that I don't realize how big the pot really is, because even though it's kind of like when you think about the language between impairment and disability, you might have a disability, but it's the system that impairs you from moving forward. So my disability, I didn't think of being a woman as a disability, but didn't recognize that I was financially impaired because I was a woman. So it's only being in spaces like this where you realize, so wait, the man got this $100,000 in investment because he had a beer with another man. So it was those sorts of things where you don't even realize what you don't know, because you're just like, well, this is how I have to do it, and it's one foot in front of the other. So the capacity, my challenge and capacity was always, and it is mostly women who do this, but I do have to say it's not only women, it's being a caregiver. Whether you are a parent or a substitute parent or the child of aging parents, there's always care. And because a lot of women-run companies are either solopreneurships or partnerships, or like me, it's one person, but you have a network of people that you can call on, that 80% of the time you're working with the same team. Like you said, you have your care duties, and that's where you're, so I didn't even think with Story Shift about trying to get different types of funding. I've been on the grant fund roller coaster this entire time, because I was like, I can't afford to get in debt. I'm a freelancer, I'm a consultant. I don't have a consistent income. I don't want to take the risk of trying to get money and having to pay back a set amount every month when I don't know that I'm getting money every month. Not realizing that, men would be like, I'm going to get investment. I'll move on and be like, we'll figure it out in the long
And so that was one of the things that has, I was listening and living through this. I was like, oh, so there are people who aren't terrified of death the way that I am? I should think about myself.
Thank you. And the reason why this gender issue is important is because, as I mentioned before we started having this part of the conversation, is that the majority of organizations that consistently get funded are male-run, okay? And we wanted very much to ensure that we captured a wider net, because the majority of the people who are enabling the sector are female. Whether they're policymakers, whether they're women like you, whether they're working in international organizations, but they're not in the C-suite. They're not making the decisions. So this is something from a policy point of view that I think is quite important to consider. We have a number of other areas that we're looking at just as a region when it comes to gender and gender equity. And this is the one, the creative and cultural industries, that we do not consider. It is definitely the elephant in the room. And it's a socialization issue. We believe that anything arts and culture is female. That's what we think. That's how we're socialized. And whilst it may be the case in terms of the delivery, because we're the ones at the forefront, you see us doing the delivery of the creative and cultural products or services, at the C-suite level, at decision-making level, we are not there. So it's really important to think about that in terms of program design when you're designing programs for the creative and culture industry sector, that gender equity is very much embedded into it, or equality. Because otherwise you will have the same people always applying, and those people will always be getting the grants, and those organizations are usually, not always, but usually led not by women, but by men. And this is not to say that there's anything wrong with our organizations that are led by men, but we are saying that if boots on the ground are majority female, we need to be able to fund and support the boots on the ground, because they are an integral part of the ecosystem. They're making it happen. In so much as our men are making it happen, the women are also making it happen, but they're not the ones who are having issues with access to finance. You know, when they go into the bank, they're not wondering, well, will you have time to work because you have a whole family to look after? So there are many issues that this project has brought to the fore that required us to really look at it from an inclusive point of view, and we wanted to ensure that inclusion was at the center. It's very much people-centered. But now I want to ask the men on the panel, how would you contribute to, in your view, how can men in the creative sector become stronger allies in ensuring gender equity and opportunities for women creatives to lead and thrive?
I could probably jump in here. Sorry, so in the design that we have, right?
Would you like Hannah to put up an image?
Yeah, in the costume design, right? So when you look at Carnival, right, the biggest spenders in Carnival, especially in costume, is women. So what does it mean that I design in something that would go on a woman's body, and I don't have woman body parts, right? So yeah, it's weird, right? Like, you have to have women in your room to be able to understand what are challenges, etc., right? And that was crucial because there was a moment where in designing an adhesive like the one that we worked on, right? Like, it had certain considerations that I hadn't talked about at all. I was only when sitting down with my sister in the backyard, she's like, "Well, Marcus, boy, you need to revisit the design, because X, Y, Z, so is the case, and this is how I feel as a woman playing Carnival." And I was like, "Yeah, boy, I forget, sorry, you know what I mean?" But I mean, I have my family in that kind of way to kind of always bounce things off of, right, and to course correct. And it occurred to me even more so now that as I continue to go on the journey, wanting to have more women in the environment to be able to see the things that I don't see and understand plenty other things that I don't think about on a normal day when I walk on the road, or in this case, in a festival, etc., that women experience every day, right? And so it's very important to have their voice in your room, to be able to be like, no, that's not how that's supposed to be done. We could do this X, Y, and Z, so by the case and achieve this, achieve the same result. And at least where I'm at now, hopefully as we continue to get more investment and scale up, I would very like to be able to hire more women. And that's the next thing too, right? Like, I don't want anybody to do the thing for free. You know what I mean? Let's also talk about, like, when you're spending money, that I think they say women get less money when they hire, etc. Like, I don't want that to be the reality for anybody that I'm working with. So it's puts, for me, the focus of that kind of equality across the board for everyone in this space, so that we could all be comfortable. And I think that when we are all a little bit more comfortable, we could contribute a little bit more. You know, we do have to worry about childcare and those kind of things, right? And because we have the funds to be able to support, you know, you can do that and we could still get the work done, etc. You know? And so it's something that I actively think about now, even more so. And actively looking for the right kind of team or partner to be able to continue to grow and push that out.
Great, thank you. I hope you have some women on your board too.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
So while I definitely agree with that, but I'm kind of reminded of a comment that a mentor of mine made when I first got into business a while ago. And he was like, most businesses, especially large businesses, are built specifically on the backs of Black women in particular. And to me, I notice it. I go into a building, I go into all these different spaces, and I see it. So for me, what I know, for example, what I've done is I'm only one half of No Label Studios. She just happens to be my fiance as well. But immediately once she came on board and started doing the work that helped to propel us even to this point, she became 50% owner of that company. You know, so it's not just about like giving you a job, it's about empowering you to feel like you can do the job that you would do anyway. You know, but actually giving you the right tools, resources, titles, whatever you need to feel like, you know, you can make certain decisions without having to check in or ask, because ultimately, I'm pretty sure you'll make the right decision. You'll make a better decision than me 95% of the time.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I want us to just think about the two last questions, and I'm going to ask them, and then we're just going to have a discussion about it. So, when we're thinking about investments for the creative and cultural industries, we've discussed a lot of things here today. We know that inclusion is important. We know that gender equity is important. We know that training is important. And so when we're structuring these types of programs or investments for our sector, what do you think needs to be done so that they can be structured in a better way to address some of the issues that we have raised here today, like gender equity, youth participation, inclusion of vulnerable and marginalized groups, and ensuring that in so doing, these programs and investments remain central to the development of our creative economy?
I guess one thing that immediately pops out to mind, again, I think we talked about it earlier, but just training. I know it, if there's included in the budget, a wave where you're across all the spectrum of the places you want to serve, if you're able to basically get people ready to, I guess, how do I say this? If I'm just better at putting it on paper, I'm already ahead of somebody that might have a better idea, but they don't know how to communicate it effectively. So I think if we're putting a certain level of resource into developing the pool, making sure the pool is ready to give their best foot forward, I think that's the first step to make sure that we're getting the best projects all the time and really giving people the truest of opportunity.
Right, so if we're structuring investment products or programs for our sector, you're saying that we really have to also look at the people investment, not just how we're investing in the project, but also invest in how the persons, how their capacity is enabled so that they can actually access the investment.
100%.
So include that in any of the designs of projects and programs that we're doing. Okay. Anybody else? Yeah.
I think for me, I when I look at the design of the program, it's a lot of paperwork, right? We have a EU-funded grant right now, and I feel like the UNESCO grant that we had, which is smaller, was way more paperwork. And with that comes with a lot of resources as well. So in addition to the capacity, we also need to look at the capacity of that individual as well. You mentioned that there are times that there's always the same people that come to different events that have that opportunity to be exposed to different things. I think you have to put it in a way, I would think, that you would have more people included, more artisans, more local artisans, like the man on the street that sells coconut earrings, right? Those are resourceful people, those are artists as well, right? How can we create a program that can also cater to him, to improve his product, to expand his product line and probably sell, beyond the market? So I just think we have to look at the different capacity and know that not everybody is operating at that same level, and that people understand even something simple as what a profit and loss sheet is, a balance sheet, what is B2B, what is B2B, right? So we have to simplify the language and not speak so high level, right? We have to break it down simple, because like what he said, sometimes we have great ideas, but we don't really know how to clearly articulate and communicate it.
Okay, thank you so much.
I had two interventions there, and they're based on that capacity. So I see it just slightly different, because I have seen so many capacity building trainings where you bring all of the people in, you teach them how to write a grant, and you teach them effective communication, and we're still up here going but we still need money. So the two things that I would say is, one, this taboo about salaries in grant applications, you would do a lot of enabling if you allowed people to pay themselves. And to say, yes, I'm managing this project, or I have my fiance or somebody who's managing the project, or I want to have a line item for certain levels of admin, so that if I'm not a communicator or I'm not an accountant, somebody is there by my side from the beginning. I'm not begging a favor, right? Yeah. So if we had staff money, that is one thing. And then connected to that, in terms of capacity and enabling and structuring these programs, I don't know how many data gathering, surveys, I have been through in the past 20 years. Y'all have the data. You have the documentation. You know who is doing what. Matchmake. Sometimes, instead of necessarily spending, matchmake. So if you now know, well, who has worked with whom in Barbados or between, and this person is a virtual assistant, or this person does accounting, and that can be part of the grant that they get paid at their consultant rate, but you have then matched them to the guy selling the coconuts, who's like, I cut in coconuts, I don't have time to be sitting down writing this. That is something like a very practical thing, that a program that can be built out where you are then doing that sort of sector-specific expertise, professional matchmaking within a program, which again is an enabling environment. It spreads money around. It's actual networking and not just going in a room and not knowing who to approach. And that way it will grease the wheel a lot more. So let us pay ourselves and our people, and with all of the data and the reporting that you have when you're like, I use this accounting firm, or this was my multimedia person, or these were the people that helped me with the receipts or the paperwork. Start putting that, letting the algorithm do that hard work and putting people together.
Hence all our conversations about direct and indirect cost, which people got really confused about. Yeah. And also, as a part of our inclusion, because there were so many, we know that a lot of our practitioners in this sector are solopreneurs. And some of them, quite a number of them, were awarded grants. But there were capacity issues. So we did matchmake, and we said, hey, you and this organization, you're going to work together. That was a part of the innovation of this particular Caribbean hub and a part of the innovation of our grant. So we have quite a few small organizations who are matched with larger organizations to assist with the grant management. Now, I know we're completely out of time. We're actually over time. But I'm going to ask you, in closing, please tell this room one thing that you would like them to take away from your experience.
Fund the moonshot.
Fund the what?
Fund the moonshot.
Fund the moon.
So the moonshot is like the idea that, you know, you may not think make it, but if it makes it big, right? And in the Caribbean, that's not something that is typically done a lot, especially because you have to have credentials. So you have to spend time doing other things to get up to a level to be able to even have some conversations. And by the time you get to that level to have that conversation, like, yeah, the chance or the opportunity to actually hit the thing actually went, you know? And in the Caribbean, at least in what I have seen from being home, is that we don't put that kind of energy behind those kinds of projects. And so what you have is much more conservative options in terms of what you should fund, right? Like, I would want to do something that has a direct line of sight to immediate funds. But we sit in a world where, like, Uber didn't become profitable till like just the other day.
So you're saying the Creative Caribbean Project enabled funding of Moonshot?
Yeah,
Moonshot?
yeah.
Okay,
Fund
Moonshot.
more things that can be crazy, but you know that if it works, it will work.
Right.
Right, and that also means young people too sometimes, because young people, you know, might have some crazy ideas, etc. Might not always know exactly where to get there, but trust that they can build the system to be able to do that and fly. So.
Right. Great. Thank you.
All right. What I can say about this is just to reiterate the importance of record keeping. So once throughout the process, you ensure that you keep proper record, keep record of your receipts, document everything. I'm sure Natalie can vouch to that. Once there's proper record, when you're reporting, it's going to be much more easy to just reflect on your record and pull from that to do your reporting. So I think that is probably the most difficult part, to actually report and not having the necessary information to fill out that report that is required.
Okay. Maya?
I think it's more like a future thing that we need to begin to think about, and it's about our intellectual property. And I do think that right now we're so focused on the funding and all of that, and sometimes we also need to consider too that as we grow and as we expand, we also need to look at how we can protect all of our hard work, right? Because if we don't go through the proper channels, it can be stolen from us and we lose it. So I just think that, you know, we have to begin to think about the future when we make it.
Okay, thank you so much. Kirk?
I guess I would say our culture is our best renewable resource. Our culture is a form of our currency, and we must retain ownership, and we must be able to resell it ourselves and reap the benefits from it.
Thank you. Aisha?
The one thing about this project is continue to respect the capacity and the integrity of the people who are doing the grants, and by structuring the disbursements the way that you did, by giving us money before we even start so that we can start, that shows that we were respected as people who knew what we were doing. And even with all of the back and forth with the reports, it was still, and that should definitely continue because it allows us to move like real business people.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. And what was that? Sorry, there were questions.
No, Marcus didn't say.
Marcus.
Oh, you spoke first. Oh, yeah.
Fund the moonshot, right?
Don't worry. Sorry. Oops.
Oh no, Marcus, but you spoke first, right?
Okay.
Marcus spoke first.
Marcus, like I said, but I said something.
Okay, Thank you so much for your attention, colleagues, and thank you for participating, delegates, Creative Caribbean delegates. It was my pleasure to give you the opportunity to share this stage with you and for us to have the opportunity to speak about your work, your successes, your challenges, and the Creative Caribbean project. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow, we've made it to the end. Listen, I want you all to know, right? You guys in here are the real party animals. You stay till the lights come on and the sweepers come out. This is what I'm talking about. These are my troopers. So I'm going to say my vote of thanks quickly. I'm sorry that we didn't have champagne available because I'm on work hours. I wouldn't say champagne, but I'm really grateful that you were the true blues that stayed with us as the evening drifted on. But I was really happy about that last panel. I thought it was important to hear from grantees what is like sometimes in the weeds, what it takes and what is required, and the process, and how we sometimes as policymakers need to improve the application process to make funding more accessible. It's not enough to say that funding is available, but it needs to be accessible. And accessibility doesn't mean that we put it online and we put it in the post office for people to apply. It means that the process is enough to facilitate persons accessing the funds and be able to complete the application. So I'm going to do the vote of thanks now. I have the privilege of doing the vote of thanks, and I have to give God thanks. Yahweh is the only way for me. And before the session this morning, I had the opportunity to pray, and I'm asking God to bless it, that there's proper networking, that the session goes well, that there are no hiccups, and He's been faithful as He always has been. So I want to thank God for allowing us to share rich experiences that we witness. I want to thank the Caribbean Development Bank SIFS program, especially Lisa Harding and Melanie Joseph for the hard work they have had and being long-standing champions for the creative industries. To Dr. Mario Barrow for the big conversation, Patrice Bear-Singh and the panelists. I want to thank the UNESCO Creative Caribbean team. They're all over, they're all smiley and happy. They've done amazing work. They've done a really good job. It was not always an easy task. They had to deal with, as they said, the back and forth of reporting, working with non-respondents. They're accustomed to me on my snail mails. But they have been consistent in pursuing the excellence and the expansion and growth of the Caribbean culture and creative industries, and I really want to thank them. I want to thank Yuri, Matthew, Oleyenka, whose name I can pronounce properly now, what you're thinking about. I want to thank the grantees. I want to thank you for coming, but also for steering the course. I am not brave enough to launch out to be an entrepreneur. And I marvel and I'm amazed at people who insist in staying the course, insist that they're not going to be treated as hobbyists. I think that's such an important thing, and it's a brave thing. And as we consider and discuss, I don't think it was Marcus. When Marcus spoke about the amount of things he has to do, and I was thinking about this is where we leverage AI, but then we also have to be careful in its application. So yes, there's some administrative things that AI can get done for you, but we know the back end of that is that AI is going to know a lot about you. I want to thank the Chief Executive Officer of the National Culture Foundation and the Minister of Culture who prompted us to follow through with the session, to move it from idea and concept into a full session that we operationalize. And the staff and my team, Hannah row. Hannah row the boat. Hannah row. I would like to say that it's the Barbadian in her, but she has some Jamaican heritage. And I know that you and Andrew don't like it, but I'm going to do it. I don't know if it's the time she spent in China, if it's the Chinese influence. I don't know if it's being a Harzonian. I would never credit them for that. But Hannah has a strong work ethic, seeing things through, being hands-on, practical with the policy, practical with the administration. Caring, Maskell, Karen is outside. Karen works tirelessly, but quietly. She's a ninja, but she's not an assassin. She works tirelessly, she gets it done, and moves with some great stealth to make sure that she supports the work in getting these things done. Shaneri Blackett. Shaneri, administratively, you would never know that she's paddling underneath like a duck, getting things done because she makes everything feel like smooth sailing. I want to thank the Hilton for accommodating us, even if our numbers were over. I want to thank the the audiovisual team, Maxie from Moonlight AV, excellent as always, UWITV, outstanding as expected, A-Rich Creative Media, Alfred, has to do with many changes that we threw on them, Renaissance Design. I thought they did such a beautiful job in here today. Yes, and the way they did the lighting, it always captured my best side. Members of the media, thank you for your support as always. And most importantly, we thank UNESCO, but I really want to thank the creators. And for the multilateral organizations like UNESCO and Caribbean Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank and the CAF, who make it possible for creatives to get down to the business of creating and to grow. I want to thank you all for being patient with us here today and staying the course with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the end. I don't see any bikinis or shorts or Speedos. I don't know if the guys still wear those. Preparing to lounge at the Hilton this evening. So I ask you to get home safely and have an amazing Carrie Festa. Good evening and have a good day.